Congratulations, host. You have successfully traversed into the Dragon Ball world. A mechanical voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Calculating temporal coordinates. Ding. Calculation complete. Current time, age 749, September 1 ST. Initiating main quest, become a sworn close friend of Sun Wukong and join the team searching for the Dragon Balls. Quest reward upon completion, divine power cultivation method. Staring at the contents displayed within the transparent frame before him, Su Ming felt a surge of anger well up in his chest. The quest itself was simple enough, but this was not the beginning of Dragon Ball. It was the Majin Buu arc. At this point, the Dragon Ball Z era had ended and the world of Kaioshin Yuanxiong Lian was beginning to unfold. The story may be skipped ahead directly. The protagonist is invincible, and the course of events will remain unaffected. Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing into the Dragon Ball world. Timing calibrations in progress. Ding. Calculation successful. The current time is AG 749, September 1 ST. Main task issued, become close friends with Sun Wukong and join the quest for the Dragon Balls. Task reward, basic divine power cultivation technique. Gazing at the transparent screen displaying the task details and rewards, anyone unaware of the circumstances would be naturally excited. After all, having traversed into a Dragon Ball world where stars burst at every turn and activated the system. Even if one does not transmigrate as a scion to rival the cheat-and doubt scions, as long as one avoids self-destruction, immense power can gradually be acquired. Moreover, with the system amplifying the initial advantages by simply befriending Sun Wukong and joining the quest for Dragon Balls, one can eventually obtain the supreme divine cultivation techniques of the later storyline. The system is remarkably efficient. The tasks are straightforward and the rewards abundant. Yet Su Ming could not share in the jubilation, for the system stated it was AG 749, September 1st, the phase when the original narrative unfolds. But in truth, it was AG 774, March 1 ST. He knew this because amid his excitement, he saw promotional photos of Saga. Moreover, his traversal occurred in Saga City. Being an ardent fan well-versed in the Dragon Ball narrative, could Su Ming possibly be oblivious to what this signified? By casually questioning a couple of bystanders, he promptly confirmed the true timeline. How can one comprehend the language and script of the Dragon Ball world? This is the merit of the system. It confirmed that 7 years have passed since Android Cell wreaked havoc on Earth. Thus, it is now the opening phase of the Majin Buu arc. Sun Wukong had been deceased for 7 years already. Are you aware, system? Su Ming felt utterly discomfited, his fervor dissipated, leaving him trembling as if plunged into an icy tomb. He had anticipated a trump card opening, yet this trick left him bewildered. If given the choice, Su Ming would have never opted to traverse. Unable to even equip himself in the early stages, why then be thrust into the later period? Recalling the moments before traversing, he had been contentedly watching the Jian Lai animation, wistfully pondering when he might find his own Ning Yao all while awaiting the next update of Dragon Ball DMO. Yet he soon fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken having traversed and been struck by the system. He had believed his life was on the brink of a meteoric rise, a spectacular comeback. Yet harsh reality taught Su Ming that assumptions are merely assumptions. AG 774. AG 774. Damn. He muttered curses under his breath, escalating to expletives. Life's dramatic twists stirred emotions that proved impossible to contain. The once reliable system now seemed utterly defunct. Just as he managed to settle his thoughts, he found himself entangled in the main task. Where was he to find Sun Wukong to befriend or to join in the quest for the Dragon Balls? Having traversed to this era, what could he possibly accomplish? In an era where combat power reaches astronomical heights, and even common super scions have become ubiquitous, even a starter package of top-tier divine cultivation techniques would not enable one to amass formidable power quickly. Having missed the initial advantage, catching up to an utterly mediocre Yamcha is nothing but a fantasy. He suddenly found it somewhat amusing, subconsciously comparing himself to Yamcha. While everyone mocks Yamcha, in reality his life is beyond imagination. Once immersed in the Dragon Ball world, one comes to realize they lack even the qualifications to become Yamcha. System, let's agree this is AG 774, with Majin Buu on the verge of emerging. Are you certain it's AG 749? If so, then explain why has Cell already been vanquished, and why has Saga already become Earth's savior? Could the system not graciously admit its error and recalculate the time? Su Ming engaged in a deep internal dialogue with the system. Ding. Please, host, do not insult the system's intelligence by doubting its capability. The time has been thoroughly measured without error. The current time, AG 749, September 1 ST. Please proceed promptly to complete the main task and embark on the path of ascension. The system's response left Su Ming momentarily speechless. Suddenly an impulse surged within him to seize the system and give it a good thrashing. Who indeed is insulting whose intelligence? Su Ming's anger erupted uncontrollably. At that very moment, the system's voice resonated once again. Ding. It has been detected that the host has acclimated to the current era and set the goal of becoming the world's foremost powerhouse. The inaugural traversal package has been issued. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the basic Qi cultivation technique, a starter set of fundamental fist techniques, and a beginner's set of body movement skills. Huh. Su Ming was taken aback, mouth agape, and at a loss for words. Adapted to the current era. Determined to become the world's foremost powerhouse. Before he could retort, the system's prompt sounded once more. Ultimate objective task issued: become the world's foremost powerhouse. Task completion reward: the ultimate mega package. PS, there's a big surprise awaiting. Su Ming was rendered utterly speechless, his mind occupied by a single thought: what in the world is wrong with this maddening system? At least there were no penalties. Failing to complete these tasks seemed to bear little consequence. A sigh escaped him as Su Ming acknowledged his fate with resignation. Then in the very next moment he regained his composure and queried, system, can I still return back to my original world? Ding. Currently the system is unable to voluntarily transport the host back to his original world. However, by continuously completing main tasks and triggering hidden achievements for rewards upon acquiring a traversal card, he can traverse between worlds. A traversal card. The system's response stirred a spark of excitement in Su Ming, but it quickly fizzled out. Alright, the system might appear formidable, but that depends entirely on his ability to complete the tasks. Another sigh escaped him. Trapped in this world, his only recourse was to find a way to survive. Not to mention the prospect that Earth would soon be obliterated by Majin Buu would mean his end. What would it feel like to be shattered to pieces? The thought sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. A sudden gust of wind amplified the sensation of cold crawling all over him. Fortunately, before traversing, it was October and the weather had begun to cool, so he had donned long trousers and a sweatshirt. Otherwise, he would surely have suffered from the cold. In the Dragon Ball world on March 1 SD, the area of Sadan City had begun to warm, so the temperature difference was not extreme. Now that I've roughly grasped the situation, what should I do next? Su Ming murmured, not to mention getting stronger. I don't even have a single penny. How is an ordinary man like me supposed to survive in this world? Wait. Suddenly his thoughts pivoted as Su Ming reached out mentally to the system. System, what about the traversal package from earlier? Was it swallowed by you? Ding. After reward issuance, the system automatically stores them in its storage space accessible to the host at will. Hearing the system's response, Su Ming hurriedly opened the storage space. Seeing the basic Qi cultivation technique, the starter set of fundamental fist techniques, and the beginner's set of body movement skills displayed there, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the system proved somewhat useful, at least providing him with something genuinely helpful. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to continue living. Although he considered himself an adult with hands and feet, finding a job in an unfamiliar place in a short time was exceedingly difficult, especially when accommodation and meals were also required. If he were a martial artist with even a little strength, it would be a different story. I hope it won't disappoint me. Looking at the 3 blank manuals in front of him, Su Ming took a deep breath and focused his mind to use them. What worried him most was that the effects might differ from his imagination. Using the beginner Qi cultivation method. With a thought, Su Ming heard a ding sound. It was successfully used, and the beginner Qi cultivation method vanished from his inventory, no longer existing. In an instant, Su Ming felt a throbbing pain in his brain as a flood of information rushed into his mind, and an invisible force flowed into his limbs, which he could clearly perceive. At that moment, if there hadn't been a wall beside him, Su Ming would have collapsed from the sudden sharp pain. Qi. The sensation of Qi flowing within his body was something every individual in the Dragon Ball world possessed. No, he wasn't exactly a person from the Dragon Ball world, but he did have Qi. Thus, the existence of Qi was inherent to all living beings. After a long while, the throbbing pain subsided, followed by a unique sensation in his body, as if he had undergone a complete transformation, an endless surge of strength blossoming within him, making him feel as if he could shatter the wall before him with a single punch. This confidence wasn't blind born from sensing Qi, he was at least 10 times stronger than before. Having used the system's rewarded beginner Qi cultivation method, he not only learned the basics of Qi cultivation, but also mastered fundamental application techniques. Most importantly, it brought about a monumental change in him. Now he had undoubtedly leaped from the ranks of ordinary people to become a standout among humanity on Earth. Even if I'm weak now, I should be more than just a low-level fighter, right? Su Ming murmured to himself. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind again, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully shed the title of weakling and taken the first step towards becoming stronger. Detecting a strong desire to know your combat power value, the combat power detection function has been activated. The host can focus to lock onto others for combat power detection or detect their own combat power value. Although he didn't have a strong desire to know his combat power value, the system was quick to provide feedback. The timing of the measurement was indeed erroneous, but seemingly everything else was fine. Despite this auxiliary feature being nearly useless in this era, any help was better than none, as it could indeed help him understand the gap between his and others' strengths. Focusing intently, Su Ming discovered his combat power value almost instantaneously. A full 10 points. A combat power of 10 in the Dragon Ball world, if placed at the beginning of the Dragon Ball storyline, would represent considerable strength. For instance, when Goku first set out on his journey to find the Dragon Balls, his combat power was also just 10. So was the system actually calculating all of this? The initial gift of the beginner chi cultivation method allowed me to join the quest for the Dragon Balls, leveraging this strength to become friends with Goku and rise rapidly. He sighed inwardly. Even if the system was unintentional, Su Ming couldn't help but entertain that thought. If at the beginning he relied solely on this 10 points of combat power, even if he couldn't defeat Goku, he would still be considered a skilled fighter able to get by quite well. If he utilized it properly, he could not only befriend Goku, but also win the heart of Bulma. Who wouldn't love the young Bulma? However, arriving in this era based on his previous knowledge of Majin Buu's combat power compared to Goku, who was on King Kai's planet, the gap in combat power was absolutely billions of times apart. Even without Goku transforming, Majin Buu was undoubtedly a super boss with combat power over billions. Calm down, Su Ming redirected his focus to the basic introductory martial arts and movement techniques in his inventory. Now, despite having power, he didn't even know how to fight. Even if his strength was incomparable to that of an ordinary person, all he could display was sheer brute force. He couldn't just brawl like a thug, could he? Using basic introductory martial arts. Using basic introductory movement techniques. With each successive use, his brain was met with a swelling sensation. However, compared to the previous absorption of the chi cultivation method, it was different this time. There was no suffocating pain. It seemed that after accepting the chi cultivation method, his body had been initially strengthened by chi, increasing his capacity to endure. This is incredible. This feeling is what a true martial arts master should possess. Su Ming was astonished. One introductory martial art and one introductory movement technique, after using them, felt as if he had refined them through countless trials. His foundation was solid and the strength increase was astonishing. If he were to return to his original world, now he could confidently walk through modern society, taking down renowned muscle fighters from abroad in just a few moves. Combat Power Index 15 points. No longer 10 points of combat power, but 15 points. Thus, practicing different martial arts significantly enhances one's power, and the system's rewarded skills come with proficiency boosts. Su Ming suddenly felt moved. It seemed the system wasn't as useless as he had imagined. At least the crossover package it provided had already given him an extraordinary life. It was just that the timing of his current situation was not right. I just wonder if with my current strength I would be hurt if I were shot. A bold thought suddenly arose, but Su Ming quickly suppressed it. He certainly wouldn't recklessly confront firearms, even if his combat power doubled. In the original story, even Goku was shot and barely felt it. It only hurt a lot. But Goku was a freak, a scion, and his Bodhi's resilience was unlike that of ordinary earthlings. If Krillin and Yamcha were to eat peanuts, even if they didn't die, they would still get injured. Later, their combat power increased by several tens of points, which allowed them to truly disregard machine gun fire. If it were other earthlings, not to mention the beginning, even in the current era, notable figures like Satan and Videl might not break 100 in combat power, but they were still among the best among humans. With less than 100, surely they had at least several tens of points. Su Ming clearly remembered how afraid Satan and Videl were of firearms. After all, without practicing chi, even if their bodies were strong and their abilities considerable, they could never compare to firearms. After gaining strength, he felt an urge to find an opponent to showcase his skills. However, having just arrived in this world unfamiliar with his surroundings, he could not bring himself to randomly approach strangers to vent this combat desire. Before his crossing, he was never the type to seek out fights or provoke conflicts with others. In short, he was just an utterly ordinary person. Amidst his wandering thoughts, a wave of hunger surged within him, catching Su Ming off guard. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength and improved body, his senses had grown sharper, making the feeling of hunger more intense than ever before. What to do? Not only could he not spend Huasha currency in this world, but he also hadn't brought a phone, and even if he had, it would be useless. He had brought everything with him, and the only valuable item was the new watch on his wrist worth several hundred. Yet this watch likely held little value in this world. In the early days, he might have been able to sell it for its novelty, but during the era of Majin Buu, Earth's technology had advanced tremendously, far surpassing that of Su Ming's original world. One word: troublesome. Two words: overwhelming. Before crossing over, he had fantasized and critiqued in various ways. While reading crossover novels, but when it came to his actual experience, he found himself at a loss. In short, it was all too sudden, and the system had thrown him for a loop. Walking along the sidewalk by the road, Su Ming was constantly organizing his thoughts, and there was only one question on his mind: what way could he make a quick fortune? With his strength, even if he couldn't dominate the urban landscape in this world, handling dozens of ordinary people would be effortless. As he walked, Su Ming endured his hunger and admired the prosperity of Satan City. Although the original work didn't depict much, it still showed the city's level of prosperity. Seeing it in person was even more shocking, truly on par with a first-tier city from Su Ming's world. After marveling for a while, he finally found a second-hand goods store. With no other options, he could only test how much he could sell the watch for. On the earth of the Dragon Ball world, watches certainly have brand differences. The brand of Su Ming's watch did not exist in this world, so it was immediately regarded as a counterfeit. Fortunately, there were similar styles available. Due to the decent craftsmanship and fashionable appearance of the watch, the owner of the second-hand store was willing to offer 500 berries for it. 500 berries isn't much. From what Su Ming understood, it's about 500 huaxia dollars. People in the Dragon Ball world aren't fools, they know the value of things. Su Ming had bought the watch for around 700 or 800, so getting 500 back was decent enough. Without hesitation, he sold it to the owner. At least with these 500 berries, if he spends carefully, he can last a couple of days. Leaving the second-hand store, Su Ming found a nearby noodle shop. A bowl of beef noodles cost 300 berries. He spent another 300 berries to add noodles 3 times, finally quelling his hunger. How was the taste? Su Ming didn't feel much difference. The disparity between the two worlds wasn't that significant. Mainly, he was just too hungry. After starving, anything tasted good, and he couldn't even remember the flavor. Basic needs lead to desires, Su Ming muttered while picking his teeth with a toothpick, continuing along the street. When hungry, all he could think about was how to fill his stomach. Once satisfied, various thoughts began to spring forth. Having had no ideas before, many suddenly emerged, but they all needed to be implemented step by step. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ming arrived near the commerce building close to the city center. There was a large outdoor plaza and a high-end shopping mall. Su Ming came here because the crowd was heading this way, and the flow of people only increased as he moved closer. World Champion Satan Martial Arts Fighting Hall, a colossal building, caught Su Ming's eye. My goodness, this was something extraordinary. Just looking through the transparent glass into the public area, the internal space was ridiculously large. At this time, Satan was indeed wealthy. Not only wealthy, but also held an irreplaceable status, revered by the public. Otherwise, this city wouldn't have been renamed Satan City due to Satan's residency. However, those training inside appeared muscular, yet their combat power levels were only around 3 or 4, with the highest barely reaching 7. There were many onlookers, primarily because the fighting hall was starting a new recruitment session. Those who signed up to join would have the chance to earn the title of Satan's disciple. Most people were unable to enter as the requirements were strict. Ordinary individuals couldn't even pass the first hurdle. Satan is indeed a talent. For the sake of his reputation, he selects only the strongest disciples, which in turn means his influence grows stronger. Additionally, he also caters to the elite, such as children from wealthy families, as this would bring him substantial profits. Just the social network alone could span the globe. In short, Satan's ambitions are vast, as evidenced in the original work. However, a scammers group remains a scammers group. No matter how extraordinary, they cannot rival the Universal Capsule Corporation and certain megacorporations. Tisk, it seems some people are indeed here for Satan's daughter Biddy Lee. Su Ming muttered under his breath and quickly retreated, choosing not to linger any longer. The people here were too fanatical, many coming just to catch a glimpse of Biddy Lee. Recalling the original work at this time, Biddy Lee was indeed far more famous than her father. As the daughter of the savior, Biddy Lee's hobby was to uphold justice and punish criminals. In the original work, her formidable strength and unique identity allowed her to assist the police in capturing thieves and rescuing people, gradually defining her as a superhero in Satan City. I must say, reflecting on the plot of the early Majin Buu saga is quite intriguing, especially the part where Son Gohan goes to school. Going to school. Su Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had been thinking about how to make money and stabilize himself in Satan City, but he had overlooked the crucial point. Wasn't Son Gohan enrolled at Orange Star High School in Satan City on March 28, 774 in the Age of Heroes? Though it had nothing to do with his task, if he could cling to this big leg, it should help him avoid many dangers in the future, right? But how do I become a high school student? With this thought, Su Ming suddenly shook his head, dismissing this impractical idea. A man in his 20s going to high school? Don't be ridiculous. Moreover, he didn't have the money to attend. Chengxing High School, renowned in Satan City and famous throughout the earth, is not a place that just anyone can enter. As far as Su Ming understands, the original work mentions 2 schools in detail. Besides Chengxing High School, attended by Sun Wufan, there is also Belohar High School, which is equally among the world's top institutions. After the granola saga, the grown-up Trunks' son Goten and Xiao Wu enrolled in this school under Bulma's arrangement. To be honest, Su Ming had always been curious about how son Wufan, with his family background, could attend a prestigious school like Chengxing High School, which is only accessible to the wealthy. It wasn't until Trunks and son Goten enrolled in Beluhar High School that he realized it wasn't solely due to son Wufan's excellent grades. Bulma's influence also played a significant role. As for why not directly attend Beluhar High School, it's probably because the distance from Shidu to Baozi Mountain is greater, making Chengxing High School in Satan City a more suitable option. Of course, this analysis is based on later plot developments, much of which is just Su Ming's own assumptions. With his thoughts turning, Su Ming began to ponder deeply. To ensure adequate security in the upcoming plot and become good friends with son Wufan, undoubtedly becoming part of the Z Warriors would be the shortcut. After all, when son Wufan first entered Chengxing High School, he was seen as a country boy, and many did not take to him until he demonstrated his extraordinary abilities, such as his terrifying athletic skills. If he could get close to son Wufan during this initial phase of his enrollment, it would undoubtedly earn him a significant amount of goodwill from son Wufan. No one would miss the opportunity to befriend the strongest individual warrior in the Dragon Ball universe. Even if he is currently known as BB Fan, becoming friends with him would undoubtedly bring about a tremendous change in your future. An absolutely solid backing. As for gaining stronger power through the system, it indeed requires deeper research, but Su Ming couldn't dare to imagine rising rapidly to the level of Z Warriors at this stage. Calculating the days, May 7, 774 of the IGG calendar is the date of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. With his current combat power of only 15, in just over 2 months he figured it was unlikely he could break through 100, let alone 1000. The main quest of befriending son Wukong might only be completed by waiting for him to return to Earth from the underworld, leveraging his relationship with son Wufan. However, to join the search for the Dragon Balls, he wondered if requesting son Wukong to take him along would count as fulfilling the task requirements. Forget it right now. I don't even know how to get through this. Thinking about the future is meaningless. With his mind in disarray, Su Ming shook his head vigorously. Returning to the question of how to enter Chengxing High School, he found a quiet, unoccupied public bench to sit down. In deep thought, time unknowingly passed for quite a while. Actually, I don't necessarily have to become a student, right? Su Ming muttered to himself. Being distracted by son Wufan's enrollment led him to think that the only way to become friends with son Wufan was to become classmates first. In reality, he could completely apply for a job. With my abilities, I'm not comparable to the Z Warriors, but isn't it reasonable to be a physical education teacher? With this newfound idea, Su Ming felt it necessary to visit Chengxing High School. Only by asking would he know what he could do. With a goal in mind, Su Ming decided not to waste any time, especially since it was already 3 in the afternoon. He got up and asked 2 people for directions to Chengxing High School, then headed east along the road. Hoping to see if he could get a result before sunset, Su Ming wandered around and asked 2 strangers walking their dogs, finally arriving at the school gate of Chengxing High School. A large school indeed, no wonder it is one of the top institutions. Su Ming approached the 2 old men at the school gate to chat and learn about the school situation. Of course, it was inevitable to use cigarettes to break the ice. Upon learning that Su Ming wanted to apply for the position of physical education teacher, the 2 old men seemed completely unfazed, instead wearing a knowing smile. Su Ming was taken aback, filled with confusion. Only after the old man's explanation did he realize that Chengxing High School, being a place for rich kids, often had people trying their luck, and some would go to great lengths to become teachers just to sneak in. Among them, physical education teachers have the lowest threshold. As long as you have some strength and can showcase some unique skills, you can basically get hired. Although the salary and benefits in the school are generally average, they still far exceed those of ordinary jobs. However, being a physical education teacher is no easy task. If reported by students or targeted maliciously, you could be in serious trouble. The 2 old men reminisced about an incident from 2 months ago where a young physical education teacher, fearless like a newborn calf, overly scolded several male students due to a female student, only to be deliberately suppressed by those students of notable backgrounds. Though the outcome is unknown, it is certain there was no good ending, or else he wouldn't have been expelled from the school and never seen again. Su Ming, having crossed over, was somewhat shocked. However, thinking about how the Earth in the Dragon Ball world was not as peaceful and beautiful as it seemed, he was relieved. You arrived at just the right time. The school indeed needs to hire 2 new physical education teachers, but looking at your skinny arms and legs, it seems unlikely for you. Many people have come in these past 3 days, but only one has passed the test, and that was someone who came from the Satan Martial Arts Fighting Hall, reportedly a disciple of the world champion Satan. Listening to the 2 old men's words, Su Ming was not bothered by their underestimation of him. Now there is still 1 spot available, which means he indeed has a chance to become a physical education teacher. As for that disciple of Satan from the Satan Martial Arts Fighting Hall, Based on the strength of those he saw at the fighting hall, they probably wouldn't be that impressive. Gentlemen, as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. My physique might appear slim when clothed, but I have muscle when undressed. Don't be fooled by my ordinary appearance. Why, I've been practicing martial arts since childhood and have considerable strength. Su Ming smiled and said. Upon hearing this, the two old men waved their hands, clearly not believing him. For them, they had heard such pleasantries too many times and were immune to them. Seeing their disbelief, Su Ming knew he had to demonstrate his abilities, otherwise this trip would be in vain. The two old men held some authority, as could be sensed in their conversation, otherwise they wouldn't be so knowledgeable about the school's affairs. Even if they were just security guards, an old man is still an old man. After thinking for a moment, Su Ming noticed a row of stone blocks at the school gate, and with a spark of inspiration he asked, "Gentlemen, how much do you think those stone blocks weigh?" "They seem to be around 100 kilograms. Why, you plan to lift it in front of us?" "Lifting it is something many have done," replied another old man. "It's not challenging at all to lift it up. I can do it with just one hand." "Surely no one has done that before, right?" Su Ming chuckled. Lifting 100 kilograms with one hand, if it weren't for the enhancement of his body through chi cultivation and the foundational martial arts and movement techniques, Su Ming wouldn't dare to say such things. After all, for an ordinary person, not to mention lifting 100 kilograms, even moving it slightly off the ground, would be incredibly difficult. With his previous physical strength, Su Ming could handle a 25-kilogram sack of rice without issue. He might be able to lift it, but he definitely couldn't hold it for more than a few seconds. He had once lifted 50 kilograms of rice with all his might, but could only maintain that for a very short time. Now faced with a 100-kilogram stone, even professional weightlifters who train year-round wouldn't dare to claim they could lift it easily. After all, a stone is not like a barbell. In other words, even if someone from the Dragon Ball world gained some strength after training, it would still be impossible for them to do so easily. When the two old men mentioned someone lifting it, Su Ming didn't doubt it was false, but he was certain that even those exceptional individuals with a combat power of 5 points would struggle to lift it. Thus he used this act of lifting to demonstrate his strength, and with one hand it was a clear message to the two old men that he wasn't lying. "Young man, I think you should reconsider. If it breaks or something happens, it's no small matter." That's right. If you can lift it, I'll contact the headmaster to test you." Joking aside, the two old men didn't want to create a big issue. If anything went wrong, they would also be held responsible. "Don't worry, I will take full responsibility and compensate for any consequences," Su Ming said earnestly. He misunderstood, thinking they were worried about him causing damage. Su Ming confidently walked up to a stone pedestal. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched down, one hand gripping the base, the other gripping one side. "Is it heavy?" Su Ming didn't feel any strain at all as he lifted the stone pedestal over his head. This scene left the two old men stunned, and they waved their hands, urging him to put the stone down. To lift 100 kilograms so easily was something the two old men had never witnessed before. However, Su Ming didn't stop. Since he had claimed he would do it with one hand, he was determined to follow through. The most crucial point was that Su Ming felt the stone pedestal had no weight in his hand. Undoubtedly, it was not that the stone had become lighter, but rather his strength had increased dramatically, reaching a level he could hardly imagine. With a stone like this, Su Ming felt he could lift any one of them effortlessly. Even a 200-kilogram one would pose little pressure. Thus, after performing in front of the two old men, Su Ming was recommended to the school's leadership. Upon learning the details the headmaster received Su Ming warmly. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, after he entered the school, the two old men lingered around the stone pedestal for quite some time, eventually trying to lift it themselves, almost struggling to catch their breath due to the effort. In the reception room, Su Ming felt slightly reserved. The headmaster, a woman in her 30s, had golden wavy hair and a graceful figure, curvy and alluring. She was beautiful, mature, and charismatic. Of course, Su Ming would not easily be tempted. "So you practiced martial arts from a young age, but never joined any clubs or martial arts gyms?" The headmaster, Aisha, looked at Su Ming as if he were a wild animal. "Your attire doesn't seem like it comes from a remote area, and you shouldn't be over 25 years old. What is your current occupation?" Faced with such probing questions, Su Ming felt somewhat numb. He couldn't answer any of them, leaving him with no choice but to lie. "I lived in a remote mountainous area with my grandfather. I only came to Satan City after he passed away." Su Ming briefly glossed over his background. In summary, he was all alone and had yet to find suitable employment. By coincidence, he learned that the school was recruiting a physical education teacher and felt confident he could handle the job. The school indeed needs a physical education teacher, but your qualifications are quite lacking and you didn't graduate from a prestigious school. Although your strength is impressive, it only catches one's eye. We still need to know about your capabilities in other areas. Before she could finish, a phone call rang nearby. "I'm sorry, I need to take this call," Aisha said apologetically to Su Ming before answering the phone. After a courteous conversation, she hung up with a smile, appearing in good spirits. As you can see, someone just recommended a candidate. If possible, you can take a test to see if you meet our school's standards. It's not simply about having strength to qualify for this teaching position. While speaking, Aisha added, "Hey, race a list you can take a look at. It includes various categories: track and field events, ball games, gymnastics, water and snow sports, martial arts, and emerging sports. You must meet the qualifications in at least 3 categories to be hired." Listening to Aisha's introduction, Su Ming picked up the materials and carefully reviewed them. Ultimately, he concluded that aside from being unfamiliar with the rules of baseball and soccer, he was knowledgeable about most of the other categories. The only unclear aspect was the benchmark for this world. For instance, how many seconds is considered passing for the 100-meter dash? "No problem, but can I take the test now? I came in a hurry, so I hope to get employed quickly. To be honest, I still haven't found a place to stay," Su Ming said awkwardly. Some things didn't need to be hidden. The rules were transparent, and Aisha had given him the opportunity, so there was no chance for undefeatable dealings. If you pass the test, the school has a 1-month probationary period. During that time, the salary is halved, but once you are employed, the school provides accommodation and 3 meals a day, Aisha said. All right, Su Ming nodded. Aisha was pleased with Su Ming's decisive answer and immediately dialed another number, seemingly contacting another physical education teacher. Leaving the office, Su Ming followed Aisha, familiarizing himself with the large teaching building in advance. Arriving at the vast playground, Su Ming saw several people in sportswear, one of whom looked somewhat familiar. After pondering for a long time, he gradually recalled. This person was none other than the physical education teacher nicknamed Master Lu, who had been frightened by Sun Wukong. Although he didn't know the name, he indeed had a famous scene in the animation. Under the introduction of the head teacher, Aisha, Su Ming had a brief acquaintance with the 3 physical education teachers here. In particular, he finally learned the name of the physical education teacher who had appeared in the original work, Freddy. As for the other 2, one is named Rick and the other is Sharp. Among them, Sharp comes from the Satan Martial Arts Combat Academy. Su Ming was quite shocked because Sharp's combat power value reached 6 points. It is worth noting that the highest combat power he had seen before at the Satan Martial Arts Combat Academy was only 7 points. His entire body was muscular, clearly not just a facade. At least he had considerable strength, otherwise his combat power wouldn't have reached 6 points. No wonder he could be accepted as a named disciple by Satan. In contrast, Rick had the lowest combat power value of only 3 points. His build was quite robust, suggesting he was just a fitness enthusiast pursuing only physical perfection. Finally, there was Freddy, whose combat power was 4 points, which was quite respectable. Su Ming observed the 3, while they also observed him. For the 3 of them, they had seen too many people in the past couple of days, most of whom were just going through the motions with only a few possessing real skills. Now that Su Ming appeared here, he indeed astonished the 3 of them. It was not only because of Su Ming's youth, but also because he did not look like someone particularly skilled in sports. He was quite tall, probably over 1.8 meters, but from his physique, he looked very weak, clearly someone lacking stamina, yet he came to be a physical education teacher. Since they did not know Su Ming's background, none of them spoke too bluntly. After all, those who came to Orange Star High School for interviews were either purpose-driven or had hidden identities. Otherwise, with such a physique, who would come here just for fun? Because Aisha did not mention it, the 3 had no idea that Su Ming had easily lifted a 100-kilogram stone before. In fact, for Rick and Freddy, lifting the stone was not a big problem. It was just that lifting it would be impractical. However, Su Ming believed Sharp should be able to do it. Considering Sharp's massive build, over 2 meters tall, his strength wouldn't be weak. All right, the test can begin. Freddy, you will oversee it, and everything will follow the school's established standards. As Aisha's words fell, Freddy nodded knowingly. The 2 exchanged glances, and Freddy seemed to understand that Su Ming was just an ordinary person, not someone sent by others. Otherwise, Aisha's words would have implied something else, such as it's just a formality, no need to take it too seriously. Rick and Sharp did not pay much attention, having seen too many candidates treating this as a bit of fun. In fact, whether Su Ming could become a colleague didn't have a significant impact. Everyone just needed to do their own job well, and apart from necessary communication, there would be no conflicts of interest. As for competition among physical education teachers, it didn't exist at Orange Star High School, as everyone was assigned to their respective areas of expertise, teaching different categories. Athletics, basketball, martial arts. According to school regulations, as long as one meets the standards in 3 events, they can be hired. Choosing basketball, Freddy was not surprised at all. Even when Su Ming chose athletics, Freddy was not too shocked. But martial arts made Freddy a bit puzzled. Are you sure you don't want to switch? Based on your physique, I can roughly guess your situation. Regarding strength, you might not meet the standard, and if you choose martial arts, you will need to demonstrate real skills in front of us, not just perform a showy display. As he spoke, Freddy also gave Su Ming a wink. Su Ming understood his meaning, smiled, and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Let's get started now. Then let's start with the 100-meter test." According to the uniform standard, you must run under 10 seconds to pass. Under 10 seconds for 100 meters? This would only be possible in the Dragon Ball world. In Su Ming's world, how many could achieve that? Back in the day, the god of Su could only manage 9.83 seconds, setting an Asian record. No wonder so many people were eliminated and only Sharp was left. Typical athletes without certain strength could hardly reach this standard. Fortunately, with his current level of strength, he could easily achieve this. Otherwise, dreaming of becoming a physical education teacher would be just that, dreaming. Under the gaze of the few, Su Ming stepped onto the track, and his final result was 8.88 seconds. A very auspicious number, and to avoid making others envious, he deliberately restrained his speed and did not exert his full strength. Otherwise, he could definitely have run under 8 seconds. As for touching the 7-second mark, Su Ming felt he did not have that strength yet. At the beginning of the original work, Master Roshi tested Little Goku and Little Krillin, and Little Goku could only manage 8.5 seconds while Little Krillin was at 10.4 seconds. Later, Little Krillin broke his limits to 8.8 seconds due to being chased by the blonde-haired launch. Thus, achieving under 8 seconds was possible for Su Ming with an adult's body, but under 7 seconds was purely a dream. Master Roshi could casually run 5.6 seconds, and that was with his combat power exceeding 100, entirely a different concept. The numbers were too outrageous, so after a joint discussion among Freddy, Rick, and Sharp, Aisha was prompted to let Su Ming run again. With a new stopwatch, Su Ming still ran under 9 seconds. Although it wasn't as impressive as 8.88 seconds, it was still 8.93 seconds. Since he controlled his strength, similarly, the speed difference wasn't significant. During the run, Su Ming was also timing himself in his mind, otherwise, if he couldn't run under 10 seconds, it would be embarrassing. That's really impressive. The 8.88 seconds is already very close to the world record of 8.58 seconds for the 100 meters. The three of us certainly couldn't achieve that. The fastest record at school was set 3 years ago and only reached 9.28 seconds. Freddy exclaimed in admiration. His admiration was clearly visible on his face because such a time was beyond what ordinary people could achieve, essentially breaking the record. Rick and Sharp also had a huge shift in their views on Su Ming. Initially, they thought he was nothing special, but now it seemed they were mistaken. At least they dared not compare themselves in this aspect. Fortunately, they were involved in different fields, so even if they were not as good as Su Ming in this regard, they were stronger in others. Little did they know, once a person's strength becomes sufficiently powerful, they can excel in any area. Even if unfamiliar, they could learn to master it and break records in the shortest time. Thus, after successfully testing the athletics, basketball, and martial arts events, Su Ming managed to secure a position as a physical education teacher at Qingxing High School. It must be said that when one is exceptionally talented, they will unconsciously become highly sought after. First, the attitudes of fellow physical education teachers Freddy, Rick, and Sharp towards Su Ming changed. Even the way the director of education, Aisha, regarded Su Ming became more fervent. After returning to the director's office, Su Ming signed the probationary contract in the company of the 3 physical education teachers. The contract did not impose many restrictions. It merely mentioned that during the probation period, Su Ming's salary would be half that of a regular physical education teacher. It was actually quite similar to the probationary contract signed by Sharp. After leaving the director's office, Su Ming completed his onboarding, and under the guidance of the 3 teachers, he gained a rough understanding of the school's layout and some subsequent arrangements. To be honest, being a physical education teacher at Qingxing High School was far more liberating than he had imagined. Afterwards, they made their way to the teacher's dormitory located behind the student dormitory building. Entering the assigned dormitory suite, it was vastly different from what Su Ming had envisioned. He had expected just a simple room, but instead he found a truly luxurious suite. It goes without saying that this was an aristocratic school. This single suite was quite valuable, and although it did not seem large, it was the best place Su Ming had ever lived in. With an open kitchen, elegantly modern decor, a living room with a balcony, and all the necessary furnishings, he found it quite accommodating. Although there was only one room and bathroom, he was living alone, so it was more than sufficient. Now I understand why the hiring requirements are so strict. The benefits really are enticing, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Right? Once you get regularized, you'll see how great the benefits are. We're a prestigious institution, quite different from ordinary schools, otherwise people wouldn't be scrambling to enroll here, Freddy said to Su Ming while sitting on the sofa. After escorting him to the dormitory, Freddy, being an experienced teacher, did not leave immediately, but instead shared many important pointers with him. Rick had a date and Sharp had important matters to attend to, so both of them just dropped him off downstairs and left, saying they would come back to connect with Su Ming when they had time. In fact, after just starting, one should ideally treat others to a meal to build rapport. Unfortunately, he really had no money. Even though Aisha agreed that he could advance his probationary salary, he would have to wait until tomorrow, as Su Ming did not even have a phone or bank card on him, and the school couldn't pay cash directly. Moreover, he also needed to register his identity at the police station. This aspect was actually the same in both worlds. It seemed cumbersome, yet it was unavoidable. After chatting with Freddy for a while longer, Su Ming finally sent him off. Of course, they had also agreed to have a meal together tomorrow. Su Ming did not dislike Freddy, who appeared as a supporting character in the animation. On the contrary, he found him quite nice and caring towards this newcomer without any ulterior motives. As a character drawn from the archetype of someone he liked, Freddy belonged to the warm-hearted type. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5:30 in the evening. Su Ming stood on the balcony gazing at the entire school's landscape. As the sun set, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Although he temporarily had a place to stay, he really loathed this feeling of being homeless. This place would only be a temporary refuge. What would happen in the future remained to be seen. Once he had enough strength and money, he would go buy a home that truly belonged to him. Fortunately, he was used to living alone and had grown accustomed to this sense of solitude. While I have the chance, I should also try to cultivate my chi, Su Ming thought, redirecting his attention as he seated himself cross-legged on the bed. He didn't quite know why, but he felt that cultivating should be done this way. Nonetheless, Su Ming did not dwell on it and closed his eyes to enter meditation. Sensing chi, guiding chi, controlling chi, cultivating chi. He followed the steps of the basic chi cultivation method, progressing gradually. First, sensing chi was quite simple, and Su Ming could easily accomplish it. This was probably a benefit brought by the system, as after mastering the chi cultivation method, he gained a certain level of proficiency, allowing him to clearly sense his own chi and the chi of those around him. With a clear perception, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes and gently spread open his right hand. Guiding chi, he gathered the chi within his body and then released it. This method was somewhat similar to the chi cultivation technique taught by Son Gohan to Videl in the original work, but it was more refined and simpler. In just a few seconds, a warm golden glow appeared out of thin air above Su Ming's palm. This was the manifestation of chi. If its intensity reached a certain standard, it could become an energy blast. Having accomplished this step, Su Ming spread open his left hand, and soon a golden light shone from it as well. The two lights maintained for quite a while before returning to his body under his control. With his current strength, this was already his limit. After all, his combat power was only 15 points. He wondered when he would be able to fly using chi. From this perspective, Videl's strength should far exceed the mere 15 points of combat power, otherwise he would be able to float using chi right now. With a sigh, Su Ming continued to sense the chi within his body and closed his eyes once more. The real cultivation of chi was just beginning. Following the methods provided by the basic chi cultivation technique, in some sense it resembled the internal martial arts principles that Su Ming had learned. The difference was that there were no incantations, nor did he need to perform any peculiar movements. He only needed to control his breathing to facilitate the cultivation. Perhaps it was a bit crude, but this was still a basic method, and for Su Ming it was his only reliance at present. Time passed second by second. Unconsciously, over an hour had passed. After completing a rough cultivation of chi, Su Ming felt refreshed and renewed. The chi within him seemed to have increased slightly. Using the combat power detection ability granted by the system, he checked his combat power value. The result was somewhat disappointing, as his combat power value remained at 15 points and had not improved. I was really a bit overly optimistic. How could I compare to those monsters? I'm just an ordinary person with average talent, Su Ming said with a wry smile. Having a clear self-assessment is always better than being blindly confident. Only the Z fighters would see an improvement in strength after just 1 or 2 rounds of cultivation. Ding! The host has successfully completed the first cultivation and gained a clear understanding of his talent, unlocking the cultivation module. The voice of the system echoed in his ears, causing Su Ming's mind to temporarily stall. After completing the first round of cultivation, he realized how weak his talent was and then activated the cultivation module. Although the system startup was quite unreliable, it calculated the time to be September 1 SD 749 of the AG era, issuing a task that was utterly impossible for him to complete. However, it must be said that aside from this point, there were truly no flaws. From receiving the time-traveling gift pack to activating the combat power detection function, and now the emergence of the cultivation module, if the time he traveled to was indeed the beginning of the Dragon Ball storyline, then he would definitely be able to surpass everyone else in a very short time, at least sitting firmly on the throne of the strongest on Earth before the arrival of the Dragon Ball Z Cosmic Era. So what exactly is the function of this cultivation module? Su Ming asked eagerly. For him, now, any newly appeared function of the system was useful. Even if it were useless, it was still better than having nothing at all. The system responded. The cultivation module has been activated. The current level is level 1, and the host can enjoy the cultivation multiplication function. For specific rules, please check the function summary by yourself. Su Ming was slightly taken aback. Cultivation multiplication. He wondered if it was the effect he had imagined. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming used his mind to command the system to open the cultivation module. In an instant, a translucent frame appeared revealing a clear interface, much like a list in a game. The title bar at the top displayed the current level of the cultivation module, while the first item on the list below was the cultivation multiplication function. There was more than just this item. In addition to the cultivation multiplication function, there were other functions below, but currently his level was insufficient to unlock more. It felt like the system was far from as simple as he imagined. He clicked on the cultivation multiplication function. In an instant, a new transparent box appeared before him. The cultivation interface depicted a chibi version of himself. Any action he made was mirrored by the chibi character, as if it were another version of himself, marvelous and incredible. At the top of this figure, a large line of text read, "Current cultivation multiplication 2 times. So if I cultivate now, the effect will be double that of my previous cultivation." Su Ming was utterly shocked. If that were the case, it would indeed compensate for his lack of talent. Though he still couldn't compare to those talented individuals, he had escaped the previous slow cultivation progress. Unable to resist the urge to try, he held back from immediately cultivating since there were still other rules to read, and instead carefully perused the details. After fully understanding all the details of this function, a surge of excitement erupted within Su Ming, just as he thought this cultivation multiplication could be enhanced. By participating in the multiplication challenge, as long as he defeated the system's simulated opponent, he could elevate the multiplier to a higher level. For example, now Su Ming could make a challenge selection. The difficulties were categorized as normal, hard, and hell levels. Normal level challenge: defeat the debuting Son Goku to increase the cultivation multiplier to 3 times. Hard level challenge: defeat the aged Son Gohan to increase the cultivation multiplier to 10 times. Hell level challenge: defeat the debuting Master Roshi to increase the multiplier to 100 times. From a minimum increase to 3 times to a maximum increase to 100 times. If he had enough strength, he could directly choose to defeat Master Roshi. At that time, with 100-fold cultivation speed, even if his cultivation talent was poor, he should become a genius, right? However, imagining it was beautiful, reality was cruel. But where would Su Ming find the strength to defeat Master Roshi? Even the debuting Master Roshi had a combat power value of 139, and this value was without the state of muscle explosion. The aged Son Gohan also seemed to be beyond his reach. The combat power value was several dozen points higher. After all, he returned from the underworld in the later storyline, no longer affected by his physical condition, and had fought against Goku, who defeated the mercenary Tao Pai Pai. Even if he lost, in the end his strength definitely exceeded 100. Thus the only opponent I could ultimately challenge was the debuting Son Goku. He sighed inwardly. A new cheat had appeared, but given the current situation, he still had to take one step at a time. Just right, I want to see how my current strength compares to the debuting Son Goku. Who is stronger? Su Ming stabilized his emotions, and then chose to challenge the normal difficulty. Ding. Starting multiplication challenge, difficulty normal. Opponent debuting Son Goku. Challenge complete, current cultivation multiplier increased to 3 times. As the system's voice sounded, the surroundings of Su Ming underwent a tremendous transformation. He was no longer in a room, but had arrived on a hillside in a dense mountain forest. The environment around him was completely foreign, and as he looked around, it felt as though he had entered a whole new world. Until his gaze locked onto the front, he first saw the small Goku not far away, followed by the familiar building behind him. Where is this? Bowsy Mountain. What the heck? The sudden transition made Su Ming unable to hold back an expletive. If he hadn't known this was the multiplication challenge, he might have suspected he had traveled again. So is this world real? Or is it merely a simulation created by the system? Su Ming pondered inwardly. If this was a whole new world, then was his task hopeful to be completed? So are you going to challenge me? Then come on, I won't hold back, hee. The small Goku with a playful yet serious demeanor stirred up Su Ming's long-lost memories. Oh, the innocent and carefree small Goku who garnered countless fans back in the day now stood right before him, making Su Ming feel deeply nostalgic. So this was all arranged. Su Ming had many questions, but the small Goku didn't give him a chance and directly launched an attack. No martial ethics. Fortunately, after acquiring the basic chi cultivation method, basic introductory fist technique, and basic introductory body technique, his combat power reached 15 points, and his physical condition was qualified. Having evaded the small Goku's sudden attack, Su Ming quickly created some distance. Then looking closely at small Goku, the combat power detection function was also effective, revealing that small Goku had a combat power of 10 points. So real, there's even wind. Su Ming felt the flow of wind as he moved. This was not the resistance from his own movement, but the wind generated by nature. Don't run. Small Goku chased, relentlessly moving at incredible speed. Though his small arms and legs seemed tiny, they unleashed an extraordinarily terrifying power. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the imposing momentum. Fortunately, having practiced the basic fist technique and body technique to the bone, he automatically used the body technique for continuous dodging. Until he was forced to a massive wooden stake by small Goku with no place left to retreat, Su Ming gritted his teeth, raised his fist, and began to fight back. With no combat experience despite having learned the introductory fist technique and body technique, he could only barely hold his ground, relying on his 5 points higher combat power than small Goku. Moreover, even though he intended to strike, small Goku's short stature rendered his attacks ineffective. In terms of speed, he was not inferior to small Goku, but in terms of agility, small Goku was far superior, like a little monkey. It must be said that the debuting small Goku was indeed very strong, and Su Ming truly felt the pressure coming from him. He had thought that with his combat power of 15 points, he could easily defeat the debuting small Goku. The reality was that he was overconfident. To truly defeat small Goku, he would have to pay a great price. At least in the current battle situation, relying on his not-so-skilled fighting methods, it was not he who was pressing small Goku, but rather small Goku, who was continuously launching attacks against him. It can be said that Saiyans are indeed terrifying, with their physical strength being formidable. Even the early Krillin and Yamcha could not compare to small Goku. After all, not only was his combat power higher, but he also had the physique of an adult. Rock, paper, scissors. After failing to land a hit on Su Ming, small Goku shouted in frustration, integrating the hand gestures of rock, paper, scissors into his fighting moves. Had he not read the original work, Su Ming would have been caught off guard. He certainly didn't want to end up like Yamcha, who not only got poked in the eyes by scissors, but was also slapped away by paper. Having roughly guessed small Goku's attack patterns, Su Ming constantly learned and progressed during their exchanges. The basic chi cultivation method was not learned for nothing, yet at least the current small Goku was still unable to use his own chi for offensive or defensive actions. Stone. With a loud bang, Xiao Yukong and Su Ming collided their fists together, neither party backing down. After the fist clash, Xiao Yukong suddenly launched a scissors attack with his other hand. Su Ming had anticipated this and quickly ducked to avoid the ambush. Xiao Yukong clearly did not expect Su Ming to see through his attack, but he quickly struck again. With this shout, Xiao Yukong's fist transformed into cloth, striking straight towards Su Ming's face. Don't hit the face. Su Ming was no longer lenient with Xiao Yukong. After a loud shout, he directly grabbed Xiao Yukong's wrist, blocking the cloth attack. If it came to strength, he was much stronger than Xiao Yukong now. It's time to end this, Yukong. He lifted Xiao Yukong up and raised his other fist. Bang! A sound of impact echoed as Su Ming's fist struck Xiao Yukong's abdomen. This hit was delivered with full force. Xiao Yukong emitted a painful whimper, quickly collapsing to the ground while clutching his stomach. Su Ming was shocked by the power of his punch. A single punch with full power could bring Xiao Yukong down. Even though Xiao Yukong's combat power was only 10 points, he was indeed Yukong. I must say there is a strong sense of accomplishment. I never expected to battle with Xiao Yukong one day and actually defeat him. So having 15 points of combat power can indeed easily defeat an opponent with 10 points. If it weren't for my lack of combat experience, I could have defeated him right at the first moment. Su Ming thought to himself. Suddenly, a new idea emerged in his mind. If this challenge mechanism is used properly, isn't it just a way to farm combat experience? Although there are only 3 challenge opportunities each day, they refresh the next day, which isn't too bad. It's just that challenging high-difficulty dungeons is painful, and the outcome is bound to be excruciating. His thoughts drifted far away, and Su Ming did not notice that Xiao Yukong was slowly getting up, adapting from the pain, and charging directly at him. This sudden strike knocked Su Ming off balance, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. Gasping for breath, he finally calmed down, only to see Xiao Yukong smiling triumphantly at him. I see now I was too careless. This battle is not over yet. He had foolishly thought the battle was over, but in reality the challenge task was not completed, and there was no prompt sound for a successful challenge from the system. Xiao Yukong taught him a lesson, making him realize that one must never be careless no matter the situation. Until a true victor is determined, one should never feel too pleased with oneself. Otherwise, what awaits is a tragedy. Their clash continued. However, this time it was different from before. In battle, he learned how to attack most effectively, how to combine his fist techniques and body movements, and find a rhythm that suited him. Xiao Yukong was quite slippery, always slipping away just as Su Ming was about to land a hit. In fact, Su Ming felt fortunate that Xiao Yukong did not use the Rui stick, otherwise the outcome would have been uncertain. During the fight, Su Ming noticed the Rui stick leaning against the wall, and he and Xiao Yukong both moved towards that position. Thus it could be confirmed that everything in this area was real, including the Rui stick. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the normal level difficulty first appearance of Sun Wukong. Current training multiplier increased to 3 times. With the system's prompt sound, Su Ming finally relaxed. After his battle with Xiao Wukong, he was completely exhausted. At this moment, Xiao Wukong also lay on the ground unconscious. Therefore, one must completely incapacitate the opponent or kill the challenger for the challenge to be considered successful. In 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. Another electronic countdown echoed, and Su Ming suddenly froze. As expected, I have truly left the original world and entered this space. Su Ming roughly guessed what was happening. In the next second, looking at the unconscious Xiao Wukong, he turned to glance at the Rui stick leaning against the wall. Can I take this thing with me? As the thought formed, Su Ming saw the countdown had only 3 seconds left, and with no time for deep contemplation, he dashed towards the Rui stick like a cheetah. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Just as he was about to touch the Rui stick, he was teleported away. Inside the room, with an invisible wave, Su Ming reappeared on his bed. So close. System, couldn't you have mentioned that I would be automatically teleported back in 10 seconds? Su Ming felt a bit angry. Although the Rui stick was already a useless item by the late stages of Dragon Ball, as a transmigrator, he still regarded it as a rare treasure. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, aside from the Rui stick, there was also the Nimbus Cloud. The system did not respond, and Su Ming knew that probing further was pointless. He then looked again at the training multiplier function. At this moment, the multiplier above the version character's head had changed to 3 times. As for challenges, they could continue, but he could no longer attempt normal level challenges, as that information was now tagged as challenge successful and would refresh the next day. Having missed a huge opportunity, although he did not know if he could take it out if he could. It's a pity of thinking more about it now is useless. As for continuing the challenges, he could only challenge hard level and hell level difficulties or wait for the opponent to refresh. Wait, has my body fully recovered? Redirecting his attention, Su Ming realized that his injuries from the battle with Xiao Wukong had healed. This also meant that in such dungeons, even if he suffered serious injuries, he could recover after returning. As night deepened, Su Ming did not immediately attempt a higher level challenge, but instead engaged in a second session of Qi training. Using the basic Qi training method, and with the threefold training multiplier, the effect was far beyond what could be achieved in the first training session. Initially, it had only enhanced slightly, but now it was a full 3 times. After more than an hour of practice, Su Ming felt his strength increase more clearly. Upon checking his combat power, it had risen from 15 points to 16 points. Although it was only a 1-point increase, it was still progress. At least he could continue on this path long term. The threefold training effect is so outrageous. If it were 10 times, 100 times, wouldn't that mean I could increase my combat power by tens or even hundreds of points with just 1 training session? These words left his mouth, and Su Ming was greatly astonished. He had no doubt that he could reach that level, as his strength could continuously improve, and the opponents he could challenge would surely be more numerous and stronger. 100 times. As a transmigrator, my vision shouldn't be so short-sighted. If I could upgrade to 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, perhaps I could truly gain immense power in a short time. In Dragon Ball, with a training multiplier of 10,000. Thinking of how my strength could continuously grow with hope in sight, Su Ming's motivation to train grew even stronger. However, just then his stomach unexpectedly growled. While having just arrived, he had eaten 4 bowls of beef noodles, and now it was this late, and he hadn't had dinner yet. Initially, it was because he finally had a place to settle, so he tried to train first, thinking he would eat after training, but the result was that the system triggered a new function. Then, due to the excitement from the training multiplier increase, he trained once again. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. According to what Freddy said before, there was a large shopping mall across from Orange Star High School, and there were also several food streets nearby. Taking the keys, Su Ming had to take the elevator down since he lived on the 15th floor. During this time, he encountered 2 beautiful female teachers in the elevator, greeting each other and getting acquainted. Su Ming was the new PE teacher, and with his decent looks, youth, and vigor, he naturally left a good impression. In fact, it was the confidence gained from his strength that made his demeanor stand out more, thus attracting the attention of the opposite sex. After bidding farewell to the 2 female teachers, Su Ming left the dormitory building, heading straight for the campus exit. He naturally encountered the 2 gatekeepers again. Upon hearing that Su Ming passed the test to become the PE teacher, the 2 elderly men congratulated him, and Su Ming did not forget to express his gratitude for their recommendation. Currently, he had no money, so he could only express his thanks verbally. Once he received his salary tomorrow, he would buy a pack of cigarettes to show his appreciation. Even though he had systems and powerful abilities in this world, maintaining good relationships was still important, especially since he would definitely see these faces frequently in the days to come. Exiting the school gate, Su Ming walked towards the food plaza ahead. He was never picky about food, especially when hungry. He casually found a fried rice shop and devoured 3 large portions of fried meat rice in one go, astonishing the shop owner and everyone present. For most people, even if they had a big appetite, being able to eat 2 portions would be impressive, but Su Ming went straight for 3, making him seem like a bottomless pit. In fact, Su Ming himself did not expect to have such an appetite. The only explanation is that as his strength increased, his physical quality improved. Simply relying on food to replenish energy required a certain amount, otherwise the feeling of hunger would not stop. Having spent 900 belly, Su Ming now had only 2500 belly left. Earlier that day, he had spent 300 belly on beef noodles, another 300 belly on 3 additional servings, and, seeking to cultivate goodwill with the gatekeeper at his school's entrance, purchased 2 packs of cigarettes for 100 belly. He couldn't help but sigh. Money truly slipped through one's fingers like sand. Yet recalling the Tintun exchange rate, he quickly found peace of mind. It was after all merely the equivalent of 500 yuan. With only 2500 belly remaining, Su Ming dared not spend recklessly. He needed to purchase daily necessities from a supermarket and stock up on dry rations for emergencies. He could only hope that goods in the Dragon Ball world wouldn't be exorbitantly priced, otherwise he might not even afford a single set of spare clothing, let alone basic essentials, leaving him penniless, perhaps not even enough for a pair of underwear. Leaving the noodle shop, Su Ming soon located a large lifestyle supermarket inside the nearby shopping plaza. Even at this hour, it remained bustling with people. Among them were teachers and staff from Orange Star High School, as well as boarding students. The rest consisted of local residents and visitors drawn there for leisure. In his shopping spree, Su Ming budgeted meticulously, opting for the most economical options. Basic toiletries, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, cups, cost him a full 650 belly. Next came shampoo, body wash, a bath towel, and underwear. Brand names were entirely disregarded, totaling 1380 belly. With less than 500 belly remaining, he bought several packets of instant noodles, some snack biscuits, and 5 bottles of mineral water. Stepping out of the supermarket, Su Ming carried 2 heavy bags, a lollipop dangling from his lips, and his pockets utterly empty. Time to head back. It's already 9:30. With no desire to linger, he reasoned he'd have ample opportunity later. For now, he intended to return, settle in, and devote his full attention to the system. What preoccupied him most was the cultivation multiplier function. Though late, with over 2 hours still remaining before midnight, he urgently needed to complete his 2 remaining difficulty tier challenges. Even if he suffered crushing defeat, or appeared to die, the system's rules clearly stated it wasn't real death. Each night precisely at midnight, the system would auto-refresh, granting 3 fresh challenge attempts. Carrying his bags, he retraced his steps away from the shopping plaza, then traversed a stretch of dimly lit night road before crossing the street back toward campus. Strangely, despite the area's prosperity, streetlights were spaced so far apart that the road lay steeped in gloom, an eerie, unsettling hush settling over the pavement. Su Ming paid it little mind, lost instead in bold speculative thought, until without warning a hand clapped sharply onto his shoulder and a sharp blade pressed coldly against his lower back. Such an encounter was wholly unprecedented. He had only just transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world. Less than a day had passed, and already he was being robbed. His awareness had been alarmingly lax. Even an ordinary man had managed to ambush him successfully. Only then did Su Ming recall the criminal incidents depicted in the original canon, though this was the era of the Dragon Ball world, and even Satan City, home to world champion Mr. Satan. Crime still festered in its alleys: theft, robbery, kidnapping. All too common. Kid, don't move, be smart. I'd rather not shove this blade in clean and pull it out red. Hand over every belly you've got, and I'll let you walk away. A coarse voice rasped from behind him. Su Ming could even smell the foul stench of the man's breath. His eyebrows twitched upward, his lips curled in disgust, a furnace of fury blazing within his chest. Had he lacked the system's rewards, if he were still an ordinary man, he'd have had no choice but to submit. But attempting to rob him now, that was nothing short of suicide. Su Ming dropped his shopping bags instantly, his body blurring into motion. In a single fluid pivot, his right hand seized the assailant's wrist, a speed so terrifying no ordinary person could possibly react. The burly thug who moments earlier had held the knife to Su Ming's back saw only a blur, then found himself staring dumbfounded at his own immobilized wrist gripped in iron-like force. "You damn brat." The thug spat a curse, straining to wrench free, but this seemingly frail youth possessed strength beyond comprehension. Not only could he not pull his arm loose, but his wrist felt as though it might shatter beneath the pressure. Veins bulged across his forehead as he clenched his teeth. His free hand lunged for Su Ming's hoodie collar. Yet before he could apply force, Su Ming's fist slammed into his gut. A deep, thunderous thud echoed. Eyes wide with agony, the thug drooled crimson-tinged saliva. Agony, suffocation, existential doubt. A flood of bitter regret crashed over him. He'd staked out that spot for hours, finally spotting a lone young man laden with shopping bags looking naive and easy to intimidate. He never imagined this unassuming youth would be a trained martial artist. He worked out regularly, towering broad-shouldered, his raw strength far exceeding that of average men. Yet before this unremarkable figure, he was utterly powerless. "This is my only hoodie, and you just tore it. So tell me, what's your solution, eh?" Su Ming showed no mercy to the grizzled, stubble-faced brute before him. Without his current power, today's best-case outcome would have been total robbery, even if he'd carried not a single belly. And had his reflexes been a fraction slower, the hoodie would have ripped entirely. Standing over the thug, now kneeling on the ground, Su Ming's gaze was glacial, unyielding. Yet beneath the ice a quiet thrill stirred within him. Could his former self, ordinary, untrained, ever have toppled a man nearly 2 meters tall, massively built, and radiating raw physical dominance? He'd have been lucky to remain conscious after one blow from such a man. Steady, stay grounded. Absolutely no arrogance. He repeated the mantra inwardly. Though his strength was monstrous by mortal standards, before true masters he remained insignificant. Not even the Z fighters, not even hidden martial arts experts, let alone Mr. Satan or Vidal, would find him anything more than a footnote. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, big brother." "Ow. Please, sir, spare me." No, Grandmaster. You're my true Grandmaster. These belly are my humble tribute to you." Amidst a torrent of groveling pleas, Su Ming administered a comprehensive, personalized regimen for contusions and sprains. Only when the thug voluntarily emptied his own wallet in penance did Su Ming reluctantly release him, counting in total 350 belly. Slipping the bills into his pocket, Su Ming suddenly glimpsed a new path to wealth. "Remember to bring more belly next time you seek me out." With that, he lifted his shopping bags and turned toward campus, when abruptly the system's voice chimed in, startling him completely. This actually triggered a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first achievement of punishing evildoers and promoting good deeds, rewarding a random basic technique draw, which includes all foundational cultivation techniques, moves, and skills from the Dragon Ball world. Would the host like to draw? This kind of good fortune is actually triggered by a mere side character. Please give him more of such opportunities for punishing evildoers and promoting good. Ding. Draw complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic martial arts technique 8-hand fist, which has been stored in the system's storage space and can be used at any time. 8-hand fist. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. It felt familiar, yet he could not quite recall. Only after a long moment did Su Ming open the system's storage space to learn the 8-hand fist, and then he remembered that this was indeed the signature move of the Shoei Chai Ba Wang from the early chapters of the original work. Indeed, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. So many basic skills, yet he ended up with the most useless of them all. However, having something is better than nothing. At least his strength has increased, and he has one more method at his disposal. Watching Su Ming depart, the burly man still wanted to cry, but felt utterly helpless. He had robbed students countless times, yet this was the first time he had failed. This 350 belly was extorted from another student. Little did he know the immense benefit his robbery had brought to Su Ming. Returning to the school, Su Ming chatted with the old man at the gate for a bit before heading toward the teacher's dormitory building behind the school. It was already quite late. The teaching building was nearly dark except for the corridor lights. The playground and passageways were devoid of anyone lingering, and the parking spaces that were once full were now nearly empty except for a few scattered vehicles. Clearly, there were many teachers and students living on campus, but there were even more leaving. Su Ming quickly returned to the suite he had arranged for himself. He first dumped his things on the dining table, and after tidying up a bit, returned to the living room sofa and opened the system to enter the cultivation multiplier feature again. Ding. Starting the multiplier challenge, difficulty hard. Opponent, the aged Sun Wukong. Upon completing the challenge, the current cultivation multiplier will increase to 10 times. Though both challenging the aged Sun Wukong and the initial appearance of Master Rashi would inevitably result in a crushing defeat, Su Ming chose to challenge both. Without experiencing it, he wouldn't know the extent of the rewards, and facing different opponents was essential to ensure he had no regrets. As the system's voice faded, the surroundings changed in an instant, reminiscent of the first challenge against the debut of Sun Wukong. He once again found himself atop Baozi Mountain, but this time the sunset cast a glow over the scene, and his opponent was not the young Wukong, but the aged and stooped Sun Wukong. Is this another new challenge space? Or has the challenge space remained the same, with only the person changing? His gaze sharpened, and the combat power detection feature revealed Sun Wukong's combat power 50 points. So this is the power held by the aged Sun Wukong. No wonder he was trampled by the giant ape transformation of young Wukong. It wasn't that he didn't dare to strike hard because Wukong was his grandson, it was truly due to his old age and a significant decline in strength, leaving him unable to resist. According to the information mentioned in the original work, the giant ape transformation of young Wukong had not occurred just once, otherwise son Wukong would not have warned young Wukong against looking at the full moon. He managed to cope previously because young Wukong's normal form was still quite weak, and even at 10 times the amplification during giant ape transformation, his initial combat power was only a little over 100 points. Sun Wukong at that time was not yet old enough to be on the verge of death. Only after returning from the underworld did Sun Wukong possess his true strength. It was inevitable to feel a sense of wonder. Now Su Ming realized what aged meant in the context of hard difficulty. Thus he was classified in the hard difficulty tier, otherwise Sun Wukong would definitely be on par with Master Rashi of hell level difficulty. Your skills are quite decent for a young man, but despite my old age it is clear that you are not my match yet. The aged Sun Wukong displayed a kind demeanor. He looked like a waning old man, yet still exuded an aura that suggested he could take a life at any moment. For a moment Su Ming felt an illusion. Were the beings in this challenge world real or fake? If they were real, it would be truly incredible. If they were fake, then the system's simulation ability was truly remarkable. Out of courtesy, Su Ming felt it necessary to treat them as real people. I know I am not your match, after all you are one of the great masters of the earth martial arts world, but I still want to challenge you, because I must become stronger, so please give me your guidance. Facing the aged Sun Wukong, Su Ming awkwardly made a fist salute gesture. It was a basic etiquette he brought from his world, and fortunately this world shared the same customs, or it would have seemed quite out of place. The aged Sun Wukong still wore a smile. He slowly nodded and lowered his hands from behind his back. To Su Ming's astonishment, rather than launching an immediate attack, the aged Sun Wukong began to perform gymnastics, presumably to warm up. Apologies. At my age, I must engage in some warm-up exercises before a match, or I might injure myself, the aged Sun Wukong said. Su Ming certainly didn't mind. Although the aged Sun Wukong's movements were quite ordinary, he was nonetheless a martial artist of considerable skill, and there was much worth learning from him. Once the aged Sun Wukong completed his pre-battle preparations, his aura suddenly shifted, making Su Ming feel as if he were facing a formidable foe, causing him to swallow hard. Even though it was the aged Sun Wukong with a combat power of 50 points, his strength was not something Su Ming could contend with at present. The gap was too vast. It wasn't just a shock in momentum, it was a crushing disparity in realms. An aching sensation enveloped him akin to insects gnawing at his bones, rendering him powerless. Come at me, young man. Sensing Su Ming's discomfort, Sun Wukong refrained from attacking and instead offered Su Ming a chance to demonstrate himself. Different opponents yield different battle scenarios. For instance, when facing young Wukong earlier, Su Ming hadn't even had the chance to say anything before young Wukong eagerly struck. All right. After responding, Su Ming exerted himself to elevate his energy, and after taking several deep breaths, he finally assumed a punching stance. Sun Wukong stood still watching him. The feeling of having an open gate suggested that no matter how he attacked, he could strike Sun Wukong flying. But Su Ming knew that was impossible. Take this! A shout to rally himself. In an instant, Su Ming exerted force with both feet, darting forward like a cheetah, his fists aimed at Sun Wukong. Briefly breaking free from fear, he showed no mercy and could not afford to hold back, given the evident disparity in strength. Su Ming unleashed all his skills, attacking with every offensive method he could think of. After his battle with little Wukong, he had grasped some foundational combat principles. Despite his lack of experience, he was no longer comparable to before his challenge against little Wukong. Additionally, having learned a basic boxing technique, the 8-hand fist, Su Ming's combat power increased by 1 point, reaching a total of 17, with a greater variety of attack methods than when he faced little Wukong. Yet even so, Sun Wukong still appeared to be at ease. He didn't even need to make exaggerated evasive movements. A slight shift of his feet and a lean of his body allowed him to effortlessly evade all of Su Ming's attacks. This is the gap between a combat power of 17 and 50. Even with 1 foot in the grave, Su Ming could not gain any advantage. Almost there. Still almost there. Damn. Su Ming's stamina was continuously depleting, and the power and speed of his strikes were declining. The rhythm was gradually disrupted. As the battle dragged on, Su Ming found himself gasping for breath. Sun Wukong had done nothing, yet he was already nearing his limit. Every attack he launched was easily dodged, as if Sun Wukong could foresee all his subsequent moves even before he struck. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Sun Wukong effortlessly shattered Su Ming's 8-hand fist. That aged hand seemed to be able to snap with a mere twist, yet the power emanating from it was unfathomable. Young man, your techniques are repetitive. For a martial artist, the greatest taboo is to repeatedly use the same techniques. As Sun Wukong spoke, Su Ming saw his other hand move towards his chest. In the next second, boom, an invisible force pierced through his body, causing Su Ming to stop breathing, his mind going blank, and then darkness enveloped him. Ding! Challenge failed, host has returned. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Su Ming's lips. Immediately after, Su Ming awoke with a start clutching his chest. He felt no physical pain, but the intense sensation seemed etched into his very soul, causing his whole body to tremble. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, he stammered, "Am I back?" At this moment, Su Ming was drenched in sweat, cold sweat, soaking his hair and clothes. After a prolonged moment, Su Ming finally regained his senses from the fleeting sensations. Any substantial damage to his body would be completely healed due to the system, and his expended energy would be restored as if he had never fought. However, the mental scars remained, requiring him to adapt and recover gradually. Recalling the duel with the elderly Sun Wukong, the feeling was truly unimaginable. Though it had not been long since he became stronger, it was the first time he sensed the helplessness brought by the gap in strength. And this was only the impact from an elderly Sun Wukong with a combat power of 50. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, Su Ming got up and entered the bathroom for a shower. After a considerable time, he finally got dressed and returned to the living room. Continue the challenge. Although it was a crushing defeat, he had indeed made progress in combat. In real life, if you wish to battle powerful martial artists, you must rely on luck and their mood. Many would refuse without hesitation, as there is no need to engage. Just like now, if Su Ming really challenged Master Roshi or the Z fighters, they would merely laugh and not take him seriously at all. Thus, system challenges presented him with opportunities to grow stronger. 3 times a day, he absolutely could not miss them. Ding! Initiating multiplied challenge difficulty, hell level. Challenge opponent Master Rose's first appearance. Challenge completed. Current training multiplier increased to 100 times. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, and Su Ming held his breath, focusing as the surrounding space suddenly shifted. The first sensation was a gust of wind, and soon Su Ming realized he had arrived at a beach, standing before an old man with a turtle shell on his back. This was indeed Master Roshi. Without hesitation, Su Ming activated the combat power detection function, revealing a combat power of 139 points. Su Ming had initially thought that Master Rose's first appearance might not have 139 points of combat power, considering he hadn't trained in many years and his strength would naturally decline, just as Sun Wukong's power greatly diminished with age. Although the original work set his combat power at 139 points, that was post-accepting Sun Wukong and Krillin as disciples, and seeing his students' rapid growth. Master Roshi had secretly trained as well. Following suit, Su Ming respectfully cupped his fists in greeting to Master Roshi, displaying his deference. However, Master Roshi was not as amiable as the elderly Sun Wukong. Instead, he seemed a bit of a playful old man, even urging Su Ming to strike quickly. The implication was clear: hurry up and finish so he could return to watch a women's fitness program. He had little time to spare for play. Not only did this astonish Su Ming, but it also gave him a genuine sense of facing a real person. Through his encounter with Master Roshi, Su Ming truly realized what a combat power of 50 meant. If the elderly Sun Wukong was a towering mountain that Su Ming could not yet cross, the feeling Master Roshi imparted was an insurmountable abyss. Even if he ultimately experienced being defeated in one blow, Master Roshi treated him like a toy, effortlessly ignoring his attacks while casually interrupting them and teasing him without a care. Challenge failed. Returning to the main world. Su Ming awoke again, cold sweat pouring down, and once more entered the bathroom for a shower. This outfit was temporarily unwearable, but he had no money to buy a change of clothes before. If only he had taken the 3500 berries from that burly man and bought a few sets of clothes at the square. Now it was clearly too late. Those shops had surely closed long ago. Looking out from the balcony, he could see the square still brightly lit in the distance, though mostly with the signs of nightclubs and bars. The nightlife in the Dragon Ball world was quite vibrant. In the past, Su Ming would have been interested in taking a look to see the differences between the two worlds, but now he was more concerned with how to rapidly increase his own strength. Only a little over an hour remained until midnight, when new challenges would refresh. He planned to endure until after midnight to see who the newly refreshed opponents were, and if possible, to take them down and continue with a wave of high difficulty challenges. P.S. Thank you to Duan E for the 100 Chidian coin support. I humbly request the big shots to collect and follow my reading. The data is crucial during the new book period. Thank you. March 2. Indeed, there's one era of AI. Su Ming completed another session of Qi cultivation, temporarily strengthening his inner Qi. His combat power had also surged from 17 to 18. Was it truly 1 point per session under triple cultivation amplification? Su Ming wasn't certain whether the increase was consistent each time, but he was confident that these 2 sessions had each raised his combat power by 1 point, likely tied to the battle experience and insights he'd gained. Especially after challenging the elderly Master Rashi and the newly debuted Master Mateto, even though he suffered crushing defeats, his gains were substantial. As the clock struck 0, Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on the interface, displaying opponents for cultivation amplification challenges. Standard challenge: defeat the newly debuted Yamcha. Cultivation amplification increases to 4. Hard challenge: defeat the elderly Master Rashi. Cultivation amplification increases to 10. Hellish challenge: defeat the newly debuted Master Mateto. Cultivation amplification increases to 100. Just like yesterday's challenge against the newly debuted Son Goku, the standard challenge granted 1 amplification per successful completion. It seemed trivial, but even an ant carries meat. Yet unlike yesterday, the elderly Master Rashi and the newly debuted Master Mateto did not refresh automatically. Instead, a resettable option now appeared beside them. I'd assumed they'd reset automatically, but it appears I can manually trigger a reset. If I choose not to, their challenges remain preserved. This was welcome news for Su Ming, who wouldn't prefer facing a familiar opponent early on. Constantly shifting adversaries would only lower his odds of success. Yet within the reset rules, Su Ming noticed another clause: unchallenged opponents remain available for only 1 month. If he fails to defeat them within that window, they will automatically refresh with new ones. That struck him as fair and entirely acceptable. He now had 1 month to secure victories over Master Rashi and Master Mateto, otherwise this chance would vanish forever, unless by chance they reappeared upon reset. Wait, has the cultivation amplification system developed a loophole? Su Ming suddenly grasped the crux. Before confronting young Son Goku, his amplification stood at 3. Now it had risen from 3 to 4, no issue there. Yet while the standard challenge kept incrementing, the hard and hellish tiers remained static in their amplification rewards. Suppose in a few days he pushed his amplification past 10 through repeated standard challenges. Would defeating Master Rashi then yield no additional reward? Or did the system conceal further mechanics? Focusing his intent inward, Su Ming quickly received the answer he sought. Current non-reset opponents are classified by difficulty relative to the host's pre-challenge cultivation amplification level. Should the host's amplification exceed the reward threshold of a given tier, the system randomly grants additional amplification within a bounded range. In simpler terms, if Su Ming achieved victory over Master Rashi only after reaching 10 amplification, the bonus would be a random value between 1 and 10. Likewise for the hellish tier, if he surpassed its reward threshold beforehand, the bonus would range randomly from 1 to 100. With those uncertainties resolved, mental clutter dissolved. At least under this logic, there was no urgency to reset opponents. Given 1 month, Su Ming doubted he could surpass Master Mateto, but judging by his current pace, exceeding the elderly Master Rashi's strength within a week seemed plausible, perhaps even inevitable. Indeed, the standard tier as things stood offered little more than effortless nourishment. As amplification grew, so too did cultivation efficacy, and thus the pace of his ascension accelerated. Of course, should this trajectory hold, no complications would arise. Yet if advancement inevitably grew harder with increasing strength, slowing his rate of growth, that remained uncertain. Only lived experience would reveal the truth. Dispensing with further speculation, Su Ming swiftly donned his dried clothes, ignoring the sharp tang of sweat, and launched into his next challenge. A chime resounded. Cultivation amplification challenge initiated. Tier standard. Opponent newly debuted Yamcha. Challenge completed. Current cultivation amplification increased to 4. As the system's voice faded, the environment around Su Ming dissolved and reformed in an instant. Endless yellow sand, scorching sun blazing overhead. His first sensation was an unbearable searing heat. Truly immersive, he mused, inwardly awed. The legendary Wolf Fong wasteland surpassed even the most vivid depictions from the annals. An infinite desert stretched in every direction. The intense heat blurred his vision, distorting the horizon. Only those accustomed to such desolation could endure it. Ordinary people would rapidly succumb here. Mouth-parched, breath labored, collapsing into dehydration-induced unconsciousness. You've entered my domain. Pay the toll or die. Before him stood Yamcha, his simulation uncannily faithful to his earliest incarnation. Who could have foreseen that this desert bandit would one day walk the righteous path and stand as Earth's protector? Though admittedly his later contributions left much to be desired. Su Ming scrutinized Yamcha closely. His combat power glowed before him, a solid 9. He'd underestimated Yamcha, assuming no more than 5 or 6. No wonder he'd sent a starving Son Goku flying with a single Wolf Fong fist. If Yamcha were truly that weak, victory would have been impossible. To kill me with your current strength, you'd better measure whether you possess the capacity. Unlike his encounters with Masters Rashi and Mateto, Su Ming addressed Yamcha without deference. Even simulated beings deserved respect, Reciprocally, Yamcha's opening thread aligned perfectly with his canonical origins, but earned no courtesy in return. Foolish defiance. Yamcha drew his curved blade and lunged forward like a ravenous wolf. Blistering speed, overwhelming presence, and a chilling aura that prickled Su Ming's spine. Strange, I feel fear. Is this killing intent? A jolt shot through Su Ming as cold steel gleamed. He leapt backward, narrowly evading the strike. Yamcha pressed the assault. Relentless precise slashes forcing Su Ming into desperate evasion. One misstep nearly cost him dearly, a blade sliced clean through his sleeve. Bare-handed mastery meant little against a sharpened edge. Su Ming now understood how profoundly a weapon amplified raw power at low cultivation levels. Hence why early martial artists clung to arms so fiercely. Even Son Goku rarely parted with his power pole outside formal tournaments. After being suppressed by Yamate for a while, Su Ming no longer acted with carelessness or retreat. Transforming passivity into initiative, he showcased his true strength, employing the combat methods he had already mastered, seizing the large knife from Yamate's hands and kicking him away. Indeed, after acquiring a weapon, his strength saw a significant enhancement, especially with his mastery of knife techniques. If Su Ming had not fought against Xiao Wukong's son Wukong and Master Roshi before, and if his combat power remained at just 15 points, it might have been truly difficult to turn the tide. However, the current Su Ming was entirely different from before. With his current strength, his combat power had reached 18 points, and with increased battle experience, even when facing a master wielding weapons for the first time, he quickly spotted openings and found opportunities to strike. Ultimately, the gap in strength between the two was quite significant, whether in speed or power. Initially, falling into a disadvantage was merely due to his delayed reactions. Facing a weapon was one aspect, and the second was the killing intent emanating from Yamate. Although the original story portrayed Yamate's character quite thoroughly, one thing that wasn't showcased was that as a desert bandit, he had lived off robbing others for years and carried a certain aura of killing intent. Even if he had never directly killed anyone, he had undoubtedly caused deaths indirectly. Of course, this was merely Su Ming's speculation. After all, he was not Yamate and could not see his true past. There was also the possibility that Yamate's killing intent stemmed from hunting beasts. Use all the means you have, including your renowned skills, Su Ming said in a provocative tone, locking his gaze on Yamate. If the opponent was attacking with the intent to kill him, then he could also show no mercy. After all, this was merely a challenge space simulated by the system. Seeking death. Then let me show you my Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Yamate showed no fear, even after losing his weapon, becoming even fiercer. As he assumed the stance for the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Su Ming focused his attention, carefully observing Yamate's movements and the direction of his energy. Having learned the basic cultivation method for Qi, although rudimentary, he could clearly sense the changes in Yamate's aura. Here it comes. With a grim expression, Su Ming felt as if Yamate had transformed into a vicious wolf charging at him. His speed was extreme, and his explosive power was formidable, each strike aimed to kill. The power of this move undoubtedly exceeded 10 points of combat power. Su Ming dodged repeatedly. Fortunately, the difference in strength was still considerable, otherwise he would have certainly sustained injuries from such a flurry of attacks. After Yamate completed his combo, shocked that Su Ming could completely evade his attacks, he was about to retreat to seek another opportunity, only to find that Su Ming had firmly grasped his hand. How did you do that? Yamate was utterly astonished. Your offensive speed is indeed quick and ferocious, but the gap in our strength is too great. My keen eyesight can naturally see through it. It's over. With a cold voice, Su Ming swung the large knife he held directly downward. Seeing this, Yamate's face turned pale as he quickly exclaimed, Wait, spare me. The blade halted just beside Yamate's neck, a mere centimeter away. Su Ming's killing intent surged, despite having never killed anyone or even considered it before. After experiencing certain events and having his strength enhanced, the previous taboos no longer seemed daunting. Suddenly halting, Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but in the end his resolve hardened and he swung down with the knife. Controlled by his emotions, he felt he could not show mercy to Yamate as he had intended to kill him before. Even though he wouldn't truly die in the challenge space, this was still a matter of retribution. Moreover, he had sheathed his knife, yet Yamate was still attempting underhanded tricks right beneath his nose. Having been ambushed by Xiao Wukong once, he would not allow himself to be tricked again. Thus Su Ming struck without mercy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the normal difficulty character Yamate debuting. Current cultivation multiplier increased to 4x. In 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. As the system's prompt sounded, Su Ming stood there watching as the fallen Yamate quickly vanished. Instead of experiencing any extreme reactions after killing, he felt an overwhelming calm. Indeed, the moment he struck down was exhilarating for Su Ming, but it also made him realize an important truth in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. If someone wants you dead, and you show mercy, it is tantamount to courting death. A villain is a villain, without the alteration of the original plot. Yamate's debut was that of an arrogant figure preying on the weak, while fearing the strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't so frequently utter words like seeking death. In 10 seconds the scene before Su Ming changed, and in the next moment, he found himself back in the living room of his suite. Looking around, Su Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly the feeling in his hand made him pause, and upon closer inspection, it was Yamate's treasured knife. I can take this out. Su Ming was somewhat excited. This meant that items acquired during the challenge in the simulation space could indeed be taken out. Su Ming quickly organized his thoughts, having completely pushed aside the matter of killing Yamate. Because of this real experience, Su Ming sought key points to inquire about the system. The system quickly provided an answer. As he had suspected, everything within the challenge space was a simulated illusion created by the system, but once these illusions were touched by the host, and the challenge was successfully completed, they could be brought out of the challenge space and materialized. Of course, this did not include life. This was akin to completing a dungeon in a game. Upon successful completion of the challenge, not only could one receive the final task rewards, but also obtain equipment and items. In that case, I truly missed the Rui Bang. What a pity, Su Ming lamented, wishing he could have acted a bit faster. It was just 1 second short. Had he managed to bring it out, it would have been of great significance. Even if just as a collectible, it would still be a peerless treasure. Can this knife be stored in the system's storage space? Coming back to his senses, Su Ming murmured, then opened the system's storage space, attempting to place the treasured knife inside. Su Ming tried, but ordinary items could not be placed in the system's storage space. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to buy things, as he could simply use the system's storage space to collect. With a whoosh under Su Ming's gaze, Yamate's knife was stored in the system's storage space, occupying a slot in the item bar. Items that emerged from the system space could indeed be placed in the storage space. However, he was unsure what level of items from this world were required to be stored. He had inquired about this from the system, which merely stated that only items of a certain level could be stored. A plea for the great ones to collect and follow during the new book period data is crucial. Thank you. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. After challenging Yamucha at midnight yesterday, his cultivation multiplier reached 4 times, enhancing his training effectiveness drastically. Not only was the effect stronger, but Su Ming also discovered that the increase in the cultivation multiplier indirectly accelerated his training speed. After 3 hours of grueling effort, Su Ming had raised his combat power to 20 points. Then he cruelly challenged the elderly son Gohan and the newly appeared Master Rashi. The scene remained unchanged, the characters unchanged. However, their dialogue revealed that he had come to challenge them again, but regrettably his strength was still inadequate. After tidying up and having a simple meal of dry rations, Su Ming finally put on his clothes, which were filled with the smell of sweat. Today he needed to handle his identification information, then buy a mobile phone and set up a bank account. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to advance his salary for this month. Fortunately, he had signed the contract on March 1 st, so this month he would receive a full month's probation salary. Of course, the probationary period meant a pay cut, but for the school a day or two didn't make much difference. Leaving the school, Su Ming encountered several teachers and students on campus, and he saw Rick leading a class in physical education. They nodded to each other across the playground. As expected of the Dragon Ball world, it was just past 9 in the morning, and they were already having physical education class. It is worth mentioning that the physical education classes at Orange Star High School are not like those in Su Ming's world, which are mostly just running or tedious exercises. Here they focus on specialized sports, aiming to cultivate the students' various athletic abilities. Arriving at the school gate, Su Ming once again met the 2 elderly gentlemen. After greeting them, he left the school and headed to the shopping plaza. He first bought himself a new outfit to change into, then went to the mobile phone store to purchase a phone from this world. Unlike the variety in Su Ming's world, the mobile phones in this world, while diverse, did not have many brands. Following the salesperson's advice, Su Ming casually bought one, then installed a SIM card and some basic applications. Money truly doesn't last. From 3500 belly, only 1100 belly remained. A set of clothes cost 4000 belly, and an ordinary quality phone was 2000 belly. Having the phone despite the unfamiliar applications, Su Ming could roughly discern their functions through the textual descriptions. With a map available, it became much easier to accomplish anything. While fiddling with his phone, Su Ming used the map to navigate and found the city service center in Satan City. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Otherwise, if he arrived after 11 o'clock, he would have to wait until 1 p.m. to conduct business. This aspect was the same as in Su Ming's world, where there was a break at noon and no operations on weekends. With the assistance of the staff, Su Ming first filled out a mountain of paperwork, followed by a series of photos, registrations, checks, and finally received his identification information. The efficiency of the process was quite fast, likely due to his acceptance into Orange Star High School. From now on, he could be considered a formal member of the Dragon Ball world. Exiting the city service center, he found a large plaza next door. Instead of heading straight to the bank, Su Ming decided to enjoy a nice meal. This time, instead of eating noodles or fried rice, he opted for grilled meat. He celebrated finally having a way out, feeling less confused than when he had just traversed into this world. He had to thank the burly man from last night for giving him 3500 belly. Otherwise, today would have been quite difficult. Even with the probation salary from the school, he would have to budget carefully. After all, in terms of salary, it wasn't much. Even though it was significantly higher than the teacher's salaries in Su Ming's world, the cost of living in this world was much higher. Though it's said to be 10 to 1, it actually exceeds that ratio by far. After finishing the grilled meat, Su Ming looked at the remaining 500 belly in his hand with a pained expression, only able to sigh. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, his appetite had grown considerably. He now ate as much as 3 to 5 people, otherwise how could he have consumed 600 belly? However, the taste was indeed delightful, confirming for him that the food on Earth in the Dragon Ball world was not merely a reputation. No wonder it attracted gods of destruction and angels to become regular guests. Seeing that the time was right, Su Ming went to a bank to apply for a bank card. The procedures were not as complicated as in Su Ming's world. After completing the process, Su Ming rushed back to the school, and it was already past 2 o'clock. With the phone, many things were handled more smoothly. Su Ming found Director Aisha, and under her guidance he arrived at the school's finance department. After a brief introduction to some individuals, he received his probation salary for the month. A total of 7,500 belly. After the probation period, it would be 1,500 belly per month, amounting to 1.8 million belly annually. Is that all? That's the extent of the salary. Unless one has worked for more than 2 years as a veteran teacher, there would be no increase in pay, largely depending on the school's revenue. After all, it is a private elite school. Compared to teachers in ordinary schools, this salary is already quite high. Moreover, every year at the end of the year, various bonuses are distributed, and with additional benefits, one essentially rises to the level of a white-collar worker. Additionally, the school provides various insurances for newly hired teachers, similar to the social benefits in Su Ming's world. In summary, although he would be trapped in the school teaching students from Monday to Friday, it is still quite free in a sense and does not impede his cultivation. Currently, he lacked strength and funds, and he would need to consider cultivating a good relationship with Sun Gohan. Once he had sufficient strength, he could explore other avenues. Being informed that classes would officially start tomorrow, Su Ming was not surprised. In the first 2 or 3 days, he would be guided by Freddy to familiarize himself with the classes and ensure that there were no conflicts between different classes while providing comprehensive training for the students. In Aisha's eyes, Su Ming was still a young man. Even with exceptional abilities, this was his first time being a teacher, so she had Freddy lead the classes to help Su Ming become more familiar. After bidding farewell to Aisha, Su Ming stepped out of the school gate once more. Now that he had money, many aspects needed to be addressed, such as buying a few more sets of clothes for changing and acquiring more daily necessities. For instance, laundry cannot be done only with water, detergent, and a basin are also needed. Naturally, he wouldn't forget to buy a pack of cigarettes for the 2 elderly gentlemen at the gate. In this world, cigarettes come in packs of 10, and he bought the same brand, which sells for 500 belly per pack and 400 belly for a carton. The 2 elderly gentlemen were very grateful, and their impression of Su Ming improved greatly. Time flew by in just 3 days. Although this period seemed short, it was enough to bring about many changes. In the year 774 of the AG calendar, on March 5th, after 3 days of acclimatization, Su Ming finally adapted to and became accustomed to life after crossing into the Dragon Ball world. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of blending into this new environment, Su Ming appeared completely natural. Even with a system and being extraordinary, he remained approachable and did not consider himself superior. After he began teaching his students, he fully immersed himself in the role of a physical education teacher, and with Freddy's help he became familiar with the class he was going to lead. The vast majority found him to be a satisfactory physical education teacher, especially the girls, because Su Ming was sunny and handsome, and his conversation was quite witty, which encouraged them to get closer to him. Of course, there were definitely some troublemakers who were not pleased with Su Ming. After all, a newcomer being this popular directly overshadowed everyone else. Su Ming did not care. He was not like those past physical education teachers who relied on flattery and pleasing the powerful to get by. As long as no one provoked him, everyone would coexist peacefully, and he would not call out anyone's name during his tenure. However, if someone actively sought to provoke him or secretly schemed against him, then he would not hold back. While he wouldn't resort to violence, he would definitely make those with ulterior motives suffer. With his current strength, as long as he didn't face explosives or missiles, ordinary firearms posed no threat to him. After 3 days, his battle power had reached 46 points. After defeating Yamcha during the day, Su Ming finished all his tasks, invited Freddy, Rick, and Sharp out for dinner that evening, and then returned to his dormitory to continue his training until midnight. At that time, his battle power had increased from 20 points to 25 points. Although the progress was not as outrageous as he had imagined, at least it was on the rise. That evening, he engaged in a normal level challenge facing Krillin, who had been training under Master Roshi for a month. Compared to the initial appearances of Sun Wukong and Yamcha, Krillin, having trained for a month, was much stronger, boasting a battle power of 22 points, nearly on par with Su Ming. Especially with Krillin's combat experience and skills, along with his cunning, far surpassed Su Ming's fighting techniques. Ultimately, Su Ming relied on his physical advantages, expending considerable effort to secure victory. After challenging Krillin, his training multiplier increased to 5 times. Following that, he sought out Gohan and Master Roshi for another challenge, and unsurprisingly, he was once again thoroughly defeated. Fortunately, battling them significantly enhanced his combat experience and adaptability, otherwise he would have truly wasted his challenges. It must be said that this was also related to the opponents he faced. Having undergone challenges with little Wukong, Yamcha, and Krillin, they all struck first without hesitation. In contrast, Gohan and Master Roshi would only attack after he had exhausted all his moves, swiftly defeating him. This is the mark of a martial arts master. Even if simulated by the system, they are beyond ordinary comparison. That night, Su Ming did not train further and went straight to bed. Having already slept little the previous day and needing to begin classes the next day, he had no extra time for training. By 7 in the morning, Su Ming arrived at the office of the physical education teachers, where he had his own designated space. His working hours were from 8 to 11 and from 1 to 4. 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon. This was the working time. Even if there were no classes, he had to remain in the office, always prepared. Of course, if you truly had matters to attend to, that was acceptable, but you needed to inform him in advance. Aside from teaching, Su Ming spent his spare time meditating and practicing Qi until school ended, after which he returned to his dormitory to train. During this period, aside from eating in the cafeteria, he was diligently training. By midnight, his battle power had increased from 25 points to 34 points. This time, he faced a new opponent in the normal level challenge, a character he was familiar with from the original work, and one of the early characters, Tien, who had participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament and wielded the Sky Uppercut, which indeed put immense pressure on Su Ming. In the end, Su Ming emerged victorious, and his training multiplier increased to 6 times. After defeating Tien, Su Ming continued to challenge Gohan and Master Roshi as usual. As his strength gradually increased, he noticed that the gap between him and Gohan was indeed closing, but with Master Roshi the difference was still vast and unchanged. Without training, he fell asleep, and the next day, Su Ming continued his routine. During the day, he taught students alongside Freddy, seized opportunities to train, and at night exerted every effort to enhance his strength, increasing his battle power from 34 to 46 points. Then he awaited the midnight refresh of challengers. It is worth mentioning that as the training multiplier increased to 7 times, Su Ming indirectly felt that the effects of his training were indeed continuously improving. However, with the enhancement of his own strength, merely relying on sitting in meditation to practice Qi seemed to yield diminishing returns. It appeared that he had reached a certain bottleneck. Unless his training multiplier suddenly increased by several times again, he would not experience a significant enhancement in strength. Unfortunately, even with his battle power at 46 points, he could only force Gohan to take action to defend against his attacks, still unable to defeat him. His combat strength was nearly up to standard, yet his level of mastery remained too low. At this moment, it was noon. Su Ming, along with Freddy, Rick, and Sharp, went to the cafeteria for a meal. The four chatted and laughed, discussing the experiences of the morning. After a few days together, Su Ming had already regarded them as friends, albeit the most ordinary kind, but with the added layer of colleague relationships. During their conversation, 3 striking figures flashed before Su Ming's eyes. It was not because they were beautiful or had special qualities that drew his attention, but rather one girl's battle power value shocked him. Upon a closer look, he realized that the girl was none other than Biddy, the daughter of Satan. It was the first time he had seen her since arriving at the school. Biddy was indeed in the class he taught, but for some special reason, she had been absent from physical education class every time. Her battle power index, 45 points. Compared to his current battle power, she was only 1 point lower. However, this value was within Su Ming's predictive range. According to the information provided in the original work, although later chapters no longer provide battle power data for all characters, one could roughly gauge values through various dialogues and strength comparisons among characters. Su Ming's original calculation indicated that Biddy's battle power upon her appearance would not be lower than 20 or 30 points, and would not exceed that of Krillin and Yamcha from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Even if she could compare with Krillin and Yamcha from the 21st martial arts tournament, she would certainly not match Chi-Chi, whose battle power reached 130 points during the 23rd tournament. After all, early Biddy couldn't even practice Chi. Even with exceptional talent, she couldn't achieve an outrageous level of strength. It was only after Gohan taught her Chi cultivation and the flight technique that she experienced a tremendous surge in power just before the martial arts tournament, obtaining strength comparable to Shishi and even battling Spopovich, who had been enhanced by Babidi. Her performance in that battle was remarkable, earning her unanimous praise from the warriors, and Gohan felt a sense of pride because of her. P.S. The name Misha has been changed to Aisha, as I discovered that a similar character named Misha also appeared in a previous book I wrote, but was in the role of a student. To those who have seen it, I apologize, this character will not appear frequently in the future. Additionally, regarding the battle power setting for Biddy, I previously set her power too high, with values exceeding 100 and even close to 100. After discussing specific settings with some readers over the past few days, I have carefully decided to set it at 45 points for now. In fact, this value is already quite high. If it were any higher, it might cause discomfort in reading for everyone. It will be more reasonable for her strength to increase after she learns Chi cultivation later. Su Ming cautiously observed Biddy Lee, who sat not far away, his thoughts drifting into the distance. His absent-mindedness was unmistakable. Freddy, seated across from him, noticed at once and teased, "What are you staring at?" So deeply absorbed. Freddy added, glancing behind him, and following Su Ming's gaze, he spotted Biddy Lee, Elisa, and Lilith. He withdrew his gaze after a single glance. Coincidentally, Rick and Sharp had also noticed the three young women and exchanged knowing wry smiles with Su Ming. "Though you're exceptionally talented, Su brother, let me speak plainly. Never let beauty cloud your judgment, nor cling to false hope. Tread carefully, lest you provoke those you ought not to cross." Rick sat beside him, tapping Su Ming's shoulder meaningfully. Hearing this, Su Ming snapped back to awareness, flushing slightly. "You're overthinking it." He'd merely glanced a few times. Yet these three had already launched into an impromptu lecture. After all, though ordinary by birth, they were each remarkably capable. Yet in truth, measured against nobility, they remained firmly among the lower strata. Put simply, no matter how exceptional one may be, station and status render any such prospect utterly impossible. These heiresses, adored, wealthy, and stunning, have countless outstanding suitors vying for their favor. How could they possibly cast a glance upon men like them? Perhaps by sheer luck one might earn fleeting admiration, but that is all. Tales of penniless youths winning noble heiresses belong only to fantasy, best enjoyed then set aside. Glad you understand. Even I, though a formal disciple of my master, lack the standing to approach a young lady of such lineage. Just thinking of it pains me. Sharp wore an expression of profound sorrow. His broad square face, honest and unrefined, looked comically mournful. Freddy stared blankly, utterly at a loss before him. Only through closer acquaintance did Freddy realize, though Sharp appeared burly and fiercely masculine, his inner self was astonishingly fragile, prone to sudden girlish displays of emotion. By contrast, Su Ming, slender, youthful, carried himself with remarkable poise and maturity. After just 2 or 3 days of co-teaching, Freddy sensed clearly Su Ming would one day eclipse them all in popularity. He possessed restraint, knew precisely when to advance or retreat, and navigated social exchanges with effortless grace. Had Freddy not confirmed Su Ming hailed from a remote mountainous region, he might have suspected him a graduate of an elite academy, seasoned by years navigating the complexities of society. After lunch, the four left the school cafeteria together, continuing their conversation as they walked. "Any plans for tonight? I heard a new maid-themed barbecue cafe just opened at the plaza next door. Shall we go?" Sharp asked. "Nah, I've got no afternoon classes, and I'm meeting a lovely girl for a movie. Might not return tonight," Rick replied, grinning. His excitement was palpable. "Already landed her?" Freddy exclaimed, astonished. "Exactly. You do well to consider your own future. You can't stay a bachelor forever." Rick winked slyly. "And what about you, Su Ming? Any evening plans?" Sharp turned to him. "I'm free, but I'll pass on the barbecue. These past 2 days I've suffered mild digestive discomfort from the local climate and water." "Fair enough. Rest up well. Big brother care to join me?" "Sure, I've nothing pressing." As Su Ming and the others departed, Biddy Lee, Elisa, and Lilith leaned in close, whispering among themselves. "That's the new P.E. instructor. He looks remarkably young," Biddy Lee remarked calmly. Having long grown accustomed to being watched, as long as attention remained respectful, she felt no discomfort. "Yes, and quite handsome, isn't he? He'll be teaching our P.E. classes from now on. I heard he clocked an 8.88-second 100-meter sprint during his hiring assessment, and plays basketball brilliantly." Elisa shared this with Biddy Lee. Such basic information was publicly available. Anyone with passing interest could easily learn it. "I also heard teacher Su Ming hails from a remote region and practices martial arts. though none of us have yet seen him demonstrate. According to the other three P.E. instructors, his skill is extraordinary. Lilith added following Elisa. Women are drawn to strength, and Su Ming, both exceptional and newly arrived, carried an irresistible aura of novelty. Is that so? Then I find him rather intriguing. I know Sharp. He trained for years at Father's martial arts dojo. Though his abilities are modest, he remains Father's formal disciple, and now serves as a P.E. instructor here too. Biddy Lee said. Even Sharp is modest. You truly are extraordinary, Biddy Lee, Elisa replied. Indeed, the daughter of our savior, the hero Satan himself. Lilith chimed in, smiling warmly. Biddy Lee blushed deeply and quickly broke the mood. If you two keep teasing me like this, we're no longer friends, and I'll stop bringing you treats. Seeing her genuine irritation, Elisa and Lilith immediately ceased their banter, adopting earnest, apologetic expressions. Elsewhere, back in the faculty office, Rick rested briefly, then took a call and left campus. Sharp and Freddy chatted idly while preparing their afternoon lessons. Su Ming also had afternoon classes, but he'd already devised his teaching approach. Moreover, today's session would be led by Freddy. Su Ming need only assist. From tomorrow onward, however, he would lead his own classes independently. Yet that would begin only next Monday. A curious coincidence, since his arrival in this world fell precisely on March 1 st, a Monday. The coming weekend offered 2 days of rest, no classes, no obligations. For Su Ming, those hours belonged solely to cultivation. Tonight he would push himself to the absolute limit, strengthening his power, then challenging Sun Gohan. Until now he'd never prevailed, not due to lack of will, but because his battle strength remained too low, his combat experience too shallow. Sun Gohan, after all, was a master martial artist whose peak power exceeded 100. Yet according to Su Ming's calculations, should his battle strength break past 60, or even approach it closely, he might yet stand a chance. With over an hour remaining before afternoon classes, Su Ming feigned a brief nap, closing his eyes to cultivate chi until the bell rang, rousing him from deep meditation. No one disturbed him, no student sought out a P.E. instructor during lunch, and Freddy and Sharp, by now familiar with his routine, knew he always napped midday. Unless urgent, they never woke him. Cultivation yields meager returns this way. Chi refinement demands sustained, uninterrupted practice to condense and amplify its essence. An hour alone brings negligible gains. Better to pursue alternative methods. Su Ming reflected inwardly. His battle strength had indeed risen by 1 point, but with his cultivation multiplier now at 7-fold, such marginal gains felt painfully insufficient. Yet during chi cultivation, the energy continuously refined and tempered his body, steadily enhancing his physical resilience. Aside from the basic chi cultivation methods, the only other techniques I possess are the most rudimentary martial arts and movement skills, along with the 8-hand fist, which indeed counts as a decent martial art for me. However, against formidable opponents, such techniques yield little effect and can only be used against those of average strength. Even as I continuously gain experience from battles to compensate for my shortcomings, it is challenging to develop my own unique martial arts in a short time. I must acquire more combat techniques, whether they are cultivation methods, moves, or skills. At this moment, class had already begun, and since it was not led by him, he had enough time to ponder his own matters. This class was the physical education lesson for Class A1, where the content consisted of 2 activities: sprint timing and high jump testing. Once completed, they could engage in other activities such as basketball or baseball. As an experienced teacher, Freddy's teaching skills were top-notch, and he wouldn't waste everyone's free time. Thus, he completed all the tests in less than 15 minutes. After that, there was nothing more for Freddy and Su Ming to do. Naturally, one could exercise with the students or rest and wait for class to end, as long as the students' safety was ensured. In fact, over the past couple of days, Su Ming had noticed that the teaching process mostly involved self-study. The teachers primarily imparted foundational knowledge, with most of the practice relying on the students themselves. This was dubbed as diversification, giving students more opportunities for autonomy in their choices. Ultimately, many people did not care much about their physical performance. In such circumstances, it would be rather unwise for a PE teacher to insist that students learn this and that. Speaking of which, individuals from the Dragon Ball world generally had decent physiques, though very few were underdeveloped or frail, so most could pass the basic tests. From Su Ming's perspective, he quite liked this model. It also significantly reduced his workload as a PE teacher, allowing him to pursue more of what he wanted to do. As for whether the school leaders would address this phenomenon, according to Freddy, it was something the leaders tacitly accepted. From Freddy's reminders, the most frequent hint Su Ming received was to not take things too seriously and to avoid provoking those who should not be provoked. Only by doing so could he minimize troubles and sustain his position. He had navigated through the years this way. In summary, the status of teachers at this school was quite average. Those who mingled well were popular, while others were avoided. Only those professors could instill a bit of caution among the students. Su Ming was aware of this. Nearly every student at Orange Star High came from wealthy families using the school merely to obtain a prestigious diploma. Of course, there were good students, but having 3 to 5 in a single class was already considered quite good. On the playground, the students played baseball, while Su Ming continued to ponder, sighing at the increasing difficulties in cultivation. Freddie, thinking Su Ming was lamenting the teaching model, remarked, "There's plenty of time ahead. Getting used to this early will benefit you, especially in Class A1, which is even more complex than the B2 class I mentioned before. As for that one Baydili, daughter of our savior Satan, whatever she does in the future, just don't interfere. And those others over there, oh, and Sharple, definitely don't contradict him. His father is a renowned financial tycoon." Listening to Freddie's reminders, Su Ming felt overwhelmed. He was already troubled by his own cultivation issues, and now had to consider his relationship with this group of ordinary people. To be honest, Su Ming was not one to stir up trouble, but many situations were genuinely complicated, and often even if you didn't provoke anyone, they would come to provoke you. Having encountered such calamities before, Su Ming was well aware of the implications. "Rest assured, I will try to restrain myself. At least now that I've finally settled down, I don't want my life to be disrupted again. If you encounter difficulties that are genuinely unsolvable, just let me know. I may not be able to say much outside, but I still have a bit of a reputation here at school." Freddie patted Su Ming's shoulder, then stood up to stretch. "Shall we? Let's go play some basketball together. It's necessary to maintain friendships with your classmates, and I genuinely admire your skills." Under Freddie's strong encouragement, Su Ming nodded, which diverted his attention a bit. Joining the group, playing basketball, Su Ming and Freddie split onto different teams. It was common for teachers to join in. Su Ming wouldn't go all out, he merely engaged in light exercise. If he were to get serious, he could easily take on the entire team by himself. What Su Ming didn't realize was that his presence had attracted quite a few female gazes, including those of Baydili, Eliza, and Lilith. Especially Baydili, who regarded Su Ming with a different look from the others, filled with scrutiny, trying to determine if this new PE teacher knew martial arts. To her, a person with a martial arts background would, no matter how well they concealed it in daily life, reveal it once they moved. However, after watching for a long time, Baydili found nothing particularly special about Su Ming. He was merely agile and had decent physical fitness, showing no signs of having trained in martial arts. Another slam dunk. So cool. How was that? Baydili, isn't teacher Su Ming amazing? Eliza nudged Baydili with her elbow. Not bad, I guess. Many people can do that. Oh, I can do it easily too. Baydili, being competitive, remained assertive even when compared to males. Oh, come on, Baydili, don't be so serious. You've just been out punishing criminals for days. Now that you've finally returned to rest, you should relax a bit. Lilith tugged at Baydili, trying to ease her tension and suggesting she stop comparing herself with men. The three girls chatted back and forth. Before long, the class was over. After a fierce game, Freddie was thoroughly impressed by Su Ming's basketball skills. This was to be expected, given Su Ming's current strength. Playing basketball was a cinch. Moreover, before he came to the Dragon Ball world, he was already quite adept. After class, aside from a few rotating students who helped return the PE equipment to its place, everyone else headed straight back to the classroom. After handing over responsibilities to Freddie, Su Ming returned alone to the teacher's office. Freddie had another class in the afternoon, so he wouldn't return to the classroom. As Su Ming walked back to the office, he was still contemplating how to acquire more techniques. Just as he turned a corner, someone suddenly blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, it was Baydili. Teacher Su Ming and classmate Baydili, and they stood face to face. Su Ming was slightly startled. If he had been even a moment more absorbed, the shock might have given him a real fright. In the original story, even Son Gohan had often been startled by Baydili. "Is there something I can help you with, classmate Baydili?" Su Ming recovered his composure, steadied his posture, and asked calmly. "Nothing in particular. Just that classmates speak highly of you, and I've heard you're a martial artist, so I came to verify it for myself." Her bluntness left Su Ming momentarily at a loss for words. I see. In that case, you may be disappointed. While I do know some foundational martial arts, I wouldn't call myself a martial artist." To avoid complications, Su Ming chose to conceal his true abilities. An entanglement with Baydili was precisely what he wished to avoid. Such ties would only complicate their future interactions. Granted, Baydili was even more striking than he'd imagined, arousing genuine admiration, but Su Ming still preferred she remain unaware of him. "Indeed, I could already tell from your basketball movements just now. Still, your foundation is remarkably solid. With regular training and instruction at my father's martial arts dojo, you could undoubtedly hone yourself into a far more formidable practitioner." Su Ming froze, stunned by her words. Was she recruiting customers for her father? Nan, the sheer confidence, bordering on audacity, in her remark practically brushed against his face. Just like her canonical debut, the quintessential tsundere, proud and prickly, requiring trials and tribulations before maturing into the devoted, nurturing woman she would one day become. Su Ming sighed inwardly. In truth, Bidalai's observation about his solid foundation had inadvertently touched upon his extraordinary nature. Yet her understanding of martial cultivation remained shallow, far inferior even to his own current level. So naturally, she could not perceive the depth of his true strength. Should the opportunity arise, I'd certainly welcome the chance to train there, and I greatly appreciate your guidance, classmate Bidalai. Su Ming replied politely. Then teacher Su Ming, please carry on. I'll head back to class now. Bidalai nodded gracefully and departed without hesitation. She arrived as suddenly as she left, leaving Su Ming with a vague, inexplicable sense of disorientation. But it mattered little. Regardless of Bidalai's intentions toward him, all he needed was to remain steadfast in his own path. Incidentally, could performing righteous deeds still yield rewards in the form of technique draws? If so, perhaps he might even compete with Bidalai for business opportunities. Inspired by Bidalai, Su Ming mused unexpectedly. In the original narrative, she upheld law and order across Satan City, subduing numerous criminals, far more heinous than the thug who'd once robbed him. Even though the canonical storyline hadn't yet begun, Satan City teemed daily with criminal activity. Otherwise, Bidalai wouldn't be so perpetually occupied. Lost in thought, Su Ming returned to his office, where Sharp sat idly lifting dumbbells. When Su Ming teased him about it, Sharp simply replied, "Well, I've got nothing better to do, so why not build real strength?" Truly a sincere man. Such discipline mirrored that of cultivators walking the path of ascension, ceaselessly striving, relentlessly progressing. Like Su Ming himself, now that he possessed clear goals, he craved every spare moment for cultivation, dreaming almost feverishly of locating the divine temple and entering the hyperbolic time chamber for 10 or 20 years of uninterrupted training. Even if per canon the chamber permitted only 2 years per individual, overwhelming power could shatter dimensional barriers, allowing one to emerge ahead of schedule. Alas, he had no such chance. At least not yet. It remained pure fantasy. Z-Fighter's resources were never freely accessible. To use the hyperbolic time chamber required deep trust and hard-earned recognition from the warriors themselves. Even the Dragon Balls demanded consent, using them openly before the warriors required formal approval, otherwise one could only resort to stealth. Ordinary wishes were readily granted. After all, you'd earned them through your own perseverance in seeking the Dragon Balls. But aspirations bordering on the absurd, immortality, godlike powers, fell into an entirely different category. Of course, having never experienced any of this firsthand, Su Ming's musings remained speculative. Time slipped swiftly forward, until school dismissal. After returning to his office, Su Ming spent only moments tidying documents before beginning his cultivation. He remained motionless, deep in meditation, until Freddy finished his class and Sharp returned from his third period. Neither man had seen him stir. Assuming he'd fallen ill, they urged him to visit a hospital. And after all, during Qi cultivation, Su Ming always closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. To remain thus for hours naturally aroused concern. Su Ming merely attributed it to acclimatization fatigue, assuring them rest would suffice, then excused himself and headed back to his dormitory. He had no intention of stepping outside today, demanded absolute focus on reaching 60 combat power, failure meant accompanying Sharp and Freddy to the maid cafe. Only at 60 points could he hope to defeat Son Gohan, and thereby unlock a 10-fold cultivation multiplier. With that multiplier active, Su Ming believed his progress would accelerate dramatically, and he also yearned to explore alternative cultivation methods. While Qi cultivation alone yielded rapid gains, his body required complementary extreme conditioning. He would need to acquire weighted training gear. He resumed seated meditation in his room until 6 o'clock, then concluded the session with quiet satisfaction. The afternoon's 2 hours, plus another 2 post-dismissal, proved immensely fruitful. His Qi swelled nearly 1/3 beyond its midday volume, and his total combat power finally surged past the 50-point threshold, reaching 52. Crossing 50 points feels like a complete bodily metamorphosis, not just enhanced strength, but heightened clarity across all senses. Su Ming marveled inwardly. This was a profound sensory refinement. Perception now flowed effortlessly. No longer did he need deliberate concentration to detect others' auras or subtle shifts in his surroundings. Rising, he practiced basic forms in the living room, fists cutting sharp arcs, kicks snapping with crisp force. The wind of his strikes roared like a subsonic bassline. His explosive power and speed had both leapt far beyond prior limits. Now I finally understand why I stood no chance against Son Gohan before. With my present strength, I could effortlessly dismantle my former self. Su Ming reflected quietly. True, his growth wasn't the kind of meteoric, game-breaking surge seen in Legends. Yet each incremental advance resonated with visceral, undeniable authenticity. With the current intensity of Qi he possessed, it seemed he could completely envelop his body and make himself float. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Once upon a time, he had dreamed of flying, and now, with the improvement of his strength, it was no longer just a dream. Recalling the original plot, there was a clear teaching of the sky dance technique, particularly the simplified version taught by Sun Wufan to Bidalai, which served as an excellent reference. Furthermore, the basic qi cultivation methods also included foundational control of qi in this aspect. The sky dance technique. This was an essential skill to master. In battles between strong opponents, especially after reaching a certain level of power, they would no longer be confined to the ground. Just as he was about to try a protest from his stomach made Su Ming stop. The significant breakthrough in his strength caused him to forget what he was supposed to do at this time. If he waited any longer, the cafeteria would soon close. Grabbing his phone, Su Ming quickly left the teacher's dormitory and headed to the school cafeteria. Along the way, he encountered several stunning female teachers filling the cramped elevator with delightful fragrances. To be fair, the female teachers at Qingxing High School were not only beautiful, but also possessed excellent figures. After exchanging a few words with them, Su Ming managed to escape to the cafeteria amidst their playful banter. Most of the teachers living on campus were single. Like men, women also quickly gathered information about new males, especially if they were outstanding. In a sense, women could be more aggressive than men. Su Ming was young, physically fit, and good-looking, naturally endearing him to the women around. Since he arrived a bit later, the cafeteria was nearly empty except for a few teachers on duty still having their meals. Su Ming came late to avoid the crowds, thus eliminating the need to queue. He did not fuss over his meal, simply taking some food. He quickly finished and returned to his dorm. People always yearn to climb higher, even knowing that no matter how hard they try, they will only be cannon fodder. When the plot unfolds, they are unwilling to resign themselves to being ants. He devoted more time to cultivation, striving to become stronger. Although Su Ming could go outdoors, he preferred to achieve this in the privacy of his home to avoid drawing attention. After all, being able to float with the help of qi did not mean he could fly. How high he could float and how fast he could fly were intimately related to the strength of his qi. At the very least, Su Ming could confirm that it was good enough for him to be able to float now. If he truly wanted to achieve free flight, not only would he need to train, but his strength must also exceed 100. It is worth noting that the sky dance technique first appeared during the 22nd martial arts tournament executed by Tianjin Fan. In the original story, it was a secret technique exclusive to the Crane School, but it was limited to the Crane Hermit. Tianjin Fan learned it, and while Jiaozi seemed to have the ability to float in the sky, it leaned more towards a superpower. Since it was executed by Tianjin Fan and later passed on to other Z warriors, it is evident how stringent the requirements for mastering this move were. It's important to note that even someone like Tao Bai could not learn it. Standing in the living room, Su Ming positioned himself in the middle, attentively sensing, guiding, and controlling his qi. Su Ming had already become quite proficient in the 3 basic elements. This was also thanks to the system, and anything rewarded by the system came with a certain degree of proficiency. As the qi gradually spread from within him, Su Ming endeavored to relax his mind, allowing the qi to fully envelop him, forming an invisible membrane. This also served as a form of protection for himself. This layer of invisible qi could block some external attacks. At least ordinary people would not be able to breach it. Having reached this point, Su Ming began to control his breath, lifting himself off the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Until after several seconds, Su Ming suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if he had grasped the key. An invisible wave of qi was released like a gust of wind beneath his feet, and he slowly floated upwards, completely leaving the ground. I did it. Succeeding in his first attempt at cultivation made Su Ming exceptionally excited. He initially thought it would take numerous tries, but now it seemed he succeeded on the first go, not any worse than the Z warriors. Su Ming overlooked the system's cultivation multiplier assistance. Regardless of the cultivation method he practiced, it all increased exponentially. Overwhelmed by his excitement, Su Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain on top of his head. Undoubtedly, he had let his guard down and bumped into the ceiling. Fortunately, he did not exert too much force, otherwise the ceiling would have been shattered. If such an incident occurred, it would be quite embarrassing. Su Ming remembered a stunning beauty lived above him. Upon returning to the ground, the solid feeling under his feet felt somewhat different than before. This sensation gave Su Ming a unique feeling, as if his understanding of qi had deepened further. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the sky dance technique without a teacher, elevating martial arts cultivation to a higher level. A random basic technique extraction reward has been triggered, which includes all basic cultivation methods, techniques, and skills from the Dragon Ball world. Does the host wish to extract? The system's voice suddenly rang in his ears, leaving Su Ming slightly stunned. In the next moment, his emotions became even more excited. In other words, not only can he gain rewards for punishing evil and promoting good, but he could also trigger rewards through his own efforts in discovering skills from the original work. Then if he were to create his own unique techniques, would the rewards be even greater? Extract. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to extract. For his first reward extraction, although he only received the 8-handed fist, it was still an enhancement to his strength. Holding the belief that even the smallest ant is still meat, any reward is good. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic fist technique, Inch Fist, stored in the system's storage space, available for the host's use at any time. Inch Fist. In the Dragon Ball world, is there such a fist technique? Hearing the reward, Su Ming felt slightly incredulous. Although he was not versed in martial arts, he had heard of it before. However, upon further reflection, he understood. After all, the overall plot of the first part of Dragon Ball was drawn from Chinese martial arts culture, where various fist techniques abound, so the emergence of an inch fist was not surprising. Speaking of which, the original work did not mention the names or outlines of various fist techniques. In reality, they had already been embodied in the variations of the techniques during battles, such as Baji Quan, Xing Yi Quan, and so on. Opening the system's storage space, Su Ming found the inch fist and began to use it for learning. With the proficiency provided by the system combined with his current strength, Su Ming felt his power increase once again. Not to mention other aspects, simply the control over strength that inch fist provided opened Su Ming's mind. In the past, he only knew to use brute force. Even if he was aware of the need to harness skill, he could not do it easily. Now with the inch fist, his mastery over strength became more precise. Combat power 54 points. Indeed, as he mastered more techniques, his strength increased, and so did his combat power rating. It was the growth of true strength that elevated his combat power, not the other way around. Combat power did not dictate strength. This numerical value was merely an objective metric for assessing one's actual prowess. He could hardly wait to test it, to unleash his martial arts without delay. Su Ming eagerly savored the exhilaration of ascending strength, then leveraged the system-granted proficiency in fist techniques to deepen his comprehension further. This state bore a striking resemblance to sudden enlightenment. Before he knew it, an hour had slipped away. Within the confines of his room, Su Ming practiced his forms. Space was limited, yet barely sufficient. Still, to advance further, he would require far greater training space. After this session, he was drenched in sweat, yet felt utterly invigorated. Such vitality was utterly foreign to the man he had been before his transmigration. He showered, rested briefly, then resumed cultivating qi. The sensations awakened by mastering the flight art had deepened his insight into qi. Now cultivation proceeded with extraordinary efficiency, doubly effective, profoundly rewarding. In the blink of an eye, midnight arrived. After hours of relentless practice, his internal qi swelled dramatically, and his body, tempered ever more rigorously by this dense coalescing energy, grew markedly stronger. His combat power surged from 54 to 60 points, just enough to meet his own rigorous standard. The challenger interface refreshed. This time his opponent was the newly introduced Ox Demon King. The confrontation imposed immense pressure upon him. He had not anticipated the Ox Demon King's combat power reaching 60 points, exactly matching his own. Compounded by his overwhelming physical size, Su Ming found himself utterly outmatched at first. Only through prolonged, grueling attrition did he gradually discern the Ox Demon King's vulnerabilities. His colossal frame granted him unmatched raw power, but simultaneously constrained his mobility, rendering his speed vastly inferior to Su Ming's. Seizing that opening, Su Ming emerged victorious, even as he sustained grievous injuries. Ultimately, though formidable, this newly appeared Ox Demon King had long neglected his martial cultivation. He was far from his prime. Had he stood at his peak, victory would have been impossible. Like elder son Gohan, were he not aged his foot already in the grave, how could his combat power possibly be only 50 points? Upon defeating the Ox Demon King, his cultivation acceleration multiplier soared to 8-fold, and he gained invaluable battlefield experience. Facing such foes again, he would no longer be overwhelmed as he had been this time. Truth be told, Su Ming longed to fight the Ox Demon King at his zenith, but whether such an encounter would ever come to pass remained uncertain. Given his current rate of progression, changing daily, the incremental rise of roughly 10 points per day belied its true significance. At this stage, even a 10-point gap represented a chasm. The moment has come. He drew a deep, steadying breath. Without hesitation, Su Ming challenged elder son Gohan once more, this time resolved to win at all costs. Through days of rigorous training and repeated trials, he had steadily ascended. Now, with combat power exceeding elder son Gohan's by 10 points, he refused to believe defeat still lay within reach. Once again, the familiar landscape of Paozu Mountain unfolded before him, and there standing as ever was the same figure. "You've returned." "I have returned." Simultaneously, elder son Gohan and Su Ming spoke. Elder son Gohan studied Su Ming closely, his gaze alight with quiet admiration. Su Ming, unsurprised by the greeting, replied directly, "This time will be different. Your trial, this barrier, shall be shattered by me." Excellent. Confidence is commendable, but it must be backed by skill. With a gentle smile, elder son Gohan lowered his arms from behind his back, rolled up his sleeves, and assumed the foundational stance of martial arts. "I beg your instruction." Without pause, Su Ming roared, and launched himself forward, his foot striking the ground with explosive force. Having just endured life-or-death combat with the Ox Demon King, no warm-up was needed. His assault was sharper, fiercer, immediately unleashing the 8-hand fist technique, catching Son Gohan entirely off guard. Startled Son Gohan responded instantly with rapid parries, and began retreating steadily. The more ferocious Su Ming's onslaught grew, the faster Son Gohan fell back. When the 8-hand fist sequence ended, Su Ming showed no surprise at its failure to land. His eyes flared, and he struck with a devastating inch-fist blow. At point-blank range, the condensed power erupted, launching Son Gohan violently backward. Though Son Gohan crashed to the ground, Su Ming remained vigilant. He held no illusion that a single punch could truly defeat Son Gohan. With each battle, countless surprises had taught him this truth. Even in old age, Son Gohan's strength remained unwavering, at precisely 50 points. Soon under Su Ming's watchful gaze, Son Gohan rose, grimacing in apparent pain, though his injuries were in truth minor. That strike possessed remarkable force. In the art of fist techniques, you have indeed advanced, but your inch fist remains at only the first level. Its explosive power is formidable, yet lacks concealed momentum. Add but one layer of hidden force, and this old man would never rise again. Son Gohan's words stunned Su Ming. One blow, and he had already gauged the depth of Su Ming's mastery. "I never expected victory to come easily. Let us continue, and teach me more of the way of martial arts." With solemn focus, Su Ming pressed the attack. His battle with Son Gohan stretched on for a long, arduous time. Only after exhausting every technique at his command did Su Ming barely prevail, not through decisive victory, but by enduring his youthful stamina, outlasting elder son Gohan's waning vigor. Emerging from the challenge realm, Su Ming felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. This clash with Son Gohan had laid bare profound shortcomings and revealed an entirely new path toward strength. Cultivation could not be confined solely to chi refinement. To truly excel, he must refine his physical martial arts with equal rigor. The modest proficiency granted by the system was insufficient, and mere 1 or 2 battles could not forge mastery. Only sustained, unwavering discipline over time would suffice. My cultivation acceleration has now reached 10-fold. What unprecedented effects might this yield? He had experienced 7-fold enhancement. 10-fold marked another monumental leap forward. He did not begin cultivating immediately. Instead, he studied the challenger interface. Son Gohan's entry now bore the mark "Challenge Completed" with a reset button beside it. Without hesitation, he selected reset. Instantly, a new entry appeared. Hard difficulty challenge: defeat Son Gohan, returned from the netherworld. Cultivation acceleration multiplier increased to 20-fold. Once again, it is Sun Wukong. Moreover, it is Sun Wukong, returned from the underworld. From 10 times to 20 times, it is yet another monumental leap. Murmured to himself, Su Ming calculated in his heart. It seems that the ordinary difficulty level increases at a rate of 1 times, while the difficult level escalates by 10 times, and the hell level difficulty is undoubtedly a 100-fold increase. It may seem easy to cross, but in reality the difficulty is extremely high. To succeed in a short time is almost impossible. Previously, he casually thought that it would be great to spar with Sun Wukong again. At least he could learn more. He didn't expect to meet the peak period Sun Wukong. With one more opportunity for a challenge, Su Ming pondered for a moment and chose to ignore the challenge, with Master Roshi planning to spar with Sun Wukong, returned from the underworld. However, he is unsure if this Sun Wukong is the same one he fought before. If it is, then it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to his future strength. Of course, he wouldn't challenge now. He still has 1 day left. Even if he can't make a significant breakthrough in this day, he at least needs to try this 10-fold training increase and face it with greater strength. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 9 in the morning. Su Ming awakened from his meditation, his eyes holding an invisible deterrence. After a night of hard training, in just 8 short hours his combat power broke through from 60 points to 75 points. The improvement compared to yesterday's training was astonishingly rapid. It can only be said that the 10-fold training speed is terrifying. At this rate, any other training he undertakes will yield extraordinary results. Feeling the overwhelming aura within him, it was indeed a significant transformation for Su Ming. When he challenged Sun Wukong last night, he thought he was already strong enough. Now if he faced his past self, he could easily suppress and defeat him. It is no exaggeration to say that he could easily crush his 60-point self with just one hand. However, while his strength has indeed increased, it has only been in the intensity of his aura. Although his body has been reinforced again after the enhancement of his aura, it has actually been quite limited, and he has made no progress in other combat techniques. I cannot neglect my martial arts, or my combat ability will suffer. I need to step out soon to find a suitable place to train. Talking to himself, Su Ming got up and went to the kitchen to cook 3 packs of instant noodles. It was too late, and the school cafeteria was closed on weekends. He casually ate something to fill his stomach and took this opportunity to clear his mind, pondering over his upcoming plans. There is no rush for the challenge against Sun Wukong. He would continue training as much as possible to improve himself, and then proceed with the challenge in the evening. Perhaps with the current training multiplier by evening, his combat power could reach 90 points, or even 100 points. The speed of becoming stronger is increasing rapidly, and Su Ming is no longer the same as he was a few days ago. He has developed a greater sense of confidence. Although the Z fighters of this era are powerful beyond his comparison, as long as he is given time, he believes that even if he cannot complete the system's main quest, he can still grow stronger. After finishing the instant noodles, Su Ming did not leave the school, but rather had a sudden idea to go to the rooftop of the dormitory building. This thought came to him when he recalled the original plot. After all, in the original story, Sun Wukong would often use the rooftop of the school as a landing point after getting a disguise, then enter the school to attend classes. As he imagined, the space here is quite large and clean, indicating that it is often tidied up. On one side against the railing, there are quite a few plants likely cultivated by some people. Standing at the edge of the rooftop fence and gazing at the school, he couldn't help but feel his mind racing with some rather inappropriate images, having watched too many anime and comics. He shook his head, casting those chaotic thoughts aside. From here, he could see the entire school and the surrounding scenery. This dormitory building has 17 floors. While it may not compare to those high-rises with dozens of floors, it is still quite tall. I must say the school on weekends is not much different from usual. On the contrary, it is livelier, because there are no classes, and everyone can engage in various club activities on the playground during these 2 days. Young people are full of vitality without the burdens of life. Coming back to reality, Su Ming calmed his mind. This place is nice, he just wonders if it will be disturbed by others. However, it doesn't matter much. As long as he pays attention to the changes in his aura during training, he can sense if anyone is coming up. This is something that can be easily achieved once one has a certain mastery over their aura. With enough space, Su Ming no longer hesitated and began training. First, he warmed up using basic fist techniques and footwork to quickly heat up his body, then proceeded to intense training to achieve the true effects of cultivation. As his strength increased, he had mastered the basic fist techniques and footwork to the limit. Next, he naturally progressed to further applications of the 8-hand fist and the mastery of the inch punch. Based on the 8-hand fist, Su Ming had actually long since surpassed this realm. After all, the execution of the 8-hand fist relies solely on extreme speed. The speed reached a point where it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, appearing as if 8 hands were attacking simultaneously. Now Su Ming could instantly transform into 10 arms to strike, or even 12 or more. With speed so fast that it is hard to see, the faster he is, the more absurd things he can accomplish. Then moving on to the inch punch, following Sun Wukong's advice, he added hidden strength on top of the inch force, using double or triple force for even more terrifying effects. Su Ming is not foolish. As a transmigrator, he once lived in an era of information explosion, so he certainly has many ideas. However, executing them is not an easy task. Otherwise, those martial arts masters could easily create a new martial art. In the blink of an eye, the sun had moved from the east to the west. Since he started training, Su Ming has not stopped constantly addressing his own shortcomings and continually improving his combat techniques. After several hours, although there wasn't much improvement in combat power, Su Ming could clearly feel the understanding of combat methods and the refinement of his fist techniques. Combined with the tenfold training increase, this is the effect brought about by the augmentation. Regardless of any training, the rewards are tenfold. Having finished the training in martial arts, Su Ming began the training of his aura. At this time, his body was in the best condition. Although he was somewhat fatigued, the effect would be even better. Su Ming had felt this after training for the past 2 days. After engaging in physical exercise that consumed stamina, cultivating his aura not only allows recovery, but also significantly refines his body. After several hours of practicing chi cultivation and the sky dancing technique, Su Ming finally concluded his training as darkness fell. He had no choice but to end it as someone had arrived at the platform. Although they were familiar faces, a man and a woman, both teachers, Su Ming politely greeted them and left. As for their purpose for coming, Su Ming found himself uninterested. Checking his combat power data, it had already reached 81 points. Although it seemed like only a 6-point increase, this enhancement was substantial. Despite his lack of combat experience, Su Ming could fully control and utilize it. In less than a day, his combat power had increased from 60 to 81 points of progress that greatly satisfied Su Ming. Of course, this was not Su Ming's greatest achievement. He had also mastered a certain degree of proficiency in the sky dancing technique, allowing him to float and fly effortlessly in the sky. Although his speed was not very fast, it was undoubtedly a significant leap forward. Ultimately, it stemmed from his own fear, which prevented him from flying quickly. If he were to exhaust his strength, he would fall. With his current physical condition, even if he were to drop from several stories, he wouldn't die or suffer serious injuries, but the fear would still linger. This fear of heights would need to be cured through greater strength and more training in the future. Returning to his room, Su Ming quickly took a shower, changed clothes, and then left the school. He considered himself somewhat of a homebody, and now due to his training he hardly ventured out unless necessary. This time he merely stepped out to have a meal and relax a bit. Balancing work and rest, Su Ming realized that he had been mentally strained from continuous training without a moment of relaxation. Although his strength was constantly increasing, it had indeed placed a heavy burden on him. After dinner, Su Ming strolled around the mall and bought some supplies he needed before returning to his dormitory. He did not encounter any robberies or roadblocks, which left him a bit disappointed. Having experienced a previous incident where he gained something unexpectedly, he felt a sense of anticipation for another surprise, perhaps another chance to draw a technique. By around 11 at night, after returning, Su Ming consolidated his cultivation. It was now or never to challenge again, or else the opportunity would refresh. Ding! Multiplicative challenge initiated, difficulty hard. Opponent Sun Wukong returned from the underworld. Complete the challenge, current cultivation multiplier increased to 20 times. As the system's voice echoed, Su Ming held his breath until the surroundings completely transformed. Here was the place of the fortune teller. After experiencing challenges against various characters, Su Ming had begun to grasp the type of opponents the system arranged for him and the scenes that would shift. We meet again, young man. Before Su Ming could speak, Sun Wukong, wearing a mask with a halo, took the initiative to greet him. Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, then a smile of joy appeared on his face. He needed no further words. He already recognized this Sun Wukong as the one from before. The system was indeed remarkable, seemingly simulating opponents based on his intentions. Nodding at this Sun Wukong, Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he noticed his combat power value 120 points. Truly, he was indeed the Sun Wukong returned from the underworld, matching Su Ming's initial predictions perfectly. Sun Wukong did not make the first move, but his aura was already evident. The pressure he exerted was completely different from the feeling brought by Master Rashi. Sun Wukong's presence was more direct and overwhelming. For the first time, Su Ming felt the weight of power exceeding 100. With his current strength, the pressure was immense. Had he challenged with a combat power of only 60 points before, he would have been entirely intimidated. Even now, Su Ming found himself in a difficult position. After several hours of training that night, his combat power had reached 84 points. If you don't make a move, then the old man won't hold back. As Sun Wukong's voice sounded, he transformed into a blur and disappeared, crossing several meters to appear right before Su Ming. So fast. Su Ming gasped, his body instinctively reacting in an instant. He suddenly retreated, but Sun Wukong did not give him the chance to escape, launching forward with a swift step. Bang! With a loud thud, Su Ming felt a tremendous force sweep over him, losing control as he was sent flying. Only after flying nearly 10 meters did he manage to regain control, performing 3 backflips to absorb the impact. Just as he steadied himself for barely a second, Su Ming's vision blurred, and Sun Wukong was already right in front of him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a swift punch, channeling immense explosive power towards Sun Wukong, even compressing a layer of hidden strength. However, the next second, Su Ming felt no tangible impact. The Sun Wukong before him transformed into a blur, gradually fading away. That was a shadow punch. The voice came from behind him. Before he could react, Su Ming felt a sharp pain in his cheek, and his mind went blank. His body uncontrollably tumbled several meters, crashing to the ground, and then sliding across the surface for several more meters. He was left questioning life, utterly incredulous. Not only could he not retaliate, but he couldn't even see Sun Wukong's movements. Was this the true pressure that came after surpassing a combat power of 100? Su Ming fully understood. No wonder Master Rashi treated him like a toy. If he truly wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as child's play. Sun Wukong's ferocity in attacking him stemmed from the fact that his strength was no longer that of a novice. He was no longer in that frail state. In fact, this type of battle was exactly what Su Ming needed, rather than continuing the old probing fights where others had to give him chances. Slowly rising from the ground, Su Ming endured the pain. Continue. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully elevated his energy, surging forth like a wild beast. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly and effortlessly blocked Su Ming's attack, knocking him down to the ground with a few punches and kicks. Previously, when he challenged the elderly Sun Wukong, the sense of achievement was immense. Now the despair was equally profound. Challenge failed. Host has returned. Back in his room, Su Ming's consciousness gradually returned. The negative emotions generated during the battle were not easily dispelled, and the heart-wrenching pain would linger in his memory. It was certain that he felt unwillingness, but this was reality. He had to accept it. Only by doing so could he progress further. My methods are too singular. I haven't even mastered a profound skill. Previously, I merely relied on overwhelming strength and my youthful body to outlast the elderly Sun Wukong. Murmuring to himself, Su Ming continued to take deep breaths to calm his emotions. Learning skills from the original work without a teacher also has a certain probability of triggering system rewards. By doing good deeds and punishing evil if effective, one can obtain opportunities to draw methods in a short time. In terms of direction, Su Ming naturally leans towards the second option. After all, it is very difficult for him to replicate what he learned from memory, and even if he can do it, it requires gradual cultivation over time. As for the sky dance technique, the reason he learned it so quickly is not only due to the multiplied cultivation rate, but also because there are records in the basic Qi cultivation method along with simple cultivation methods provided in the original storyline. With a decision made, Su Ming did not rush to implement it. After all, it was already midnight and he needed to rest. He lay quietly on the bed waiting for the system to refresh challenge characters after midnight. Son Gohan, who returned from the underworld, would be no match, and Master Roshi goes without saying, but ordinary level challenges might not be impossible. If he cannot make a significant leap at once, he can only improve gradually. Time passed slowly, and in the process of waiting, Su Ming fell into a deep sleep. Having not slept the previous night, even though he had been meditating and cultivating, it still consumed energy. Coupled with the intense training during the day and his previous battle with Son Gohan, he was already exhausted. The next morning, when the sunlight shone on his face through the window, Su Ming woke up. He had been in such a deep sleep that he felt nothing when he closed his eyes and opened them again. It was already bright outside. The restorative effect was surprisingly good. Su Ming felt completely relaxed, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. If he had to use a metaphor to describe it, it would be like being under anesthesia, his body completely entering a state of unawareness without even dreaming. Getting up, he first moved his body and then opened the system's character challenge interface. Ordinary level challenge: defeat Yamcha from the 21st martial arts tournament, increasing the cultivation multiplier to 11 times. The second Yamcha. And it was Yamcha from the time of the martial arts tournament. Su Ming was a bit taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Based on Yamcha's performance in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, he seemed quite weak, but in reality his strength was not to be underestimated. If it weren't for encountering the Master Roshi impersonated by Chung Long at the start, he could at least have a decent match with Krillin, even forcing Goku to use a bit of his true power. Considering the opponent refreshed based on his current strength, this Yamcha's combat power would definitely not be less than 70 or 80 points. It makes sense. If he had no combat power at all during his first participation in the martial arts tournament, how could he raise his strength to compete with Tien Shinhan in the 22nd tournament, whose combat power was 180 points? With calculations in mind, Su Ming did not immediately challenge. He first went to wash up and then made himself some breakfast to fill his stomach. After finishing, Su Ming still did not challenge Yamcha. The 3 challenge opportunities each day were precious, and if he failed an ordinary level challenge, it would indeed be a waste. It wasn't that Su Ming overestimated Yamcha, but he was being more cautious just in case. After all, there was still plenty of time. The refresh would occur after midnight, so there was no rush. Taking his phone and wallet, Su Ming left the school. Since it was the weekend, he planned to follow the thoughts he had yesterday and try his luck in Satan City, while also getting to know the city better. He couldn't remain confined to the small world of the school forever, as sooner or later he would have to step outside. Acting on his thoughts was also Su Ming's habit to avoid regrets from hesitation. On the street, Su Ming was already very familiar with this area, so he naturally passed through, heading east. He vaguely remembered that on the day he first crossed into the Dragon Ball world, he came along this road, and with the guidance of passers-by, found Orange Star High. In the blink of an eye, today marked the 7th day since his crossing, and he had begun to establish a foothold in this world. The road was wide, bustling with traffic, and Su Ming even saw several hovering vehicles going back and forth. If he were to bring one of those vehicles back to his world, it would certainly cause quite a stir. On both sides of the street, tall buildings stood. Various shops lined the roadside, colorful and diverse with a dazzling array of goods. Su Ming also saw a tall building marked with the Universal Capsule logo. Through the transparent glass, he could see that the crowd in the lobby on the 1st and 2nd floors was quite large, likely because new products were being released. As the most unique item in the Dragon Ball world, the Universal Capsule could be considered an unparalleled product. Continuing forward, Su Ming was also familiarizing himself with Satan City using his phone's map. Unconsciously, Su Ming returned to the second-hand shop he had aimlessly found when he first arrived in this world. The watch he sold was still displayed in the counter, clearly left there due to its unknown brand, and had not been purchased, as the owner had placed it in a corner. Su Ming used some persuasion to buy the watch back, giving an additional 500 berries as compensation. In fact, he could have forced the shopkeeper to sell it back at the original price. With his current strength, he could easily do that. However, since he came to this world, the shopkeeper had helped him to some extent, otherwise he would have been at a loss back, then even if he wouldn't starve. Wearing the watch again, Su Ming left the area and returned to the starting point of his crossing. Even though it had been less than 7 days, it felt like a lifetime to Su Ming. People really do change. If it were still the day he crossed over, or just a few days prior, if he could go back, he would choose to return home without hesitation. Thinking to himself, Su Ming felt a surge of emotions. He had already embarked on this path of becoming stronger and could not turn back. As his strength increased, and he became stronger, the sense of achievement it brought him was something that nothing else could give. In other words, he was no longer the same person he was when he first crossed over. Even if he were told the answer now, he would still be unable to compare with the Z fighters from the original work, no matter how hard he tried. But at least he could master superhuman strength and do things ordinary people could not. In other words, the previous world was indeed safe, though a plain life could see him through. But that kind of simplicity was no longer what he sought. This world is fraught with danger. Earth will surely explode more than once in the future. But he has become strong enough to thrive better in this world. Just like Yamcha, who was indeed unfortunate in the original work, but in reality his life on Earth was quite wonderful. The Z fighters just don't understand. As he mused, Su Ming suddenly shuddered. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged toward him from the distant horizon. To him, the sensation was like that of a mouse confronting a cat. Every hair on his body stood on end. Such immense energy. Who is it? Su Ming was stunned. He focused his mind and exerted every ounce of will to steady his own aura. Had this aura been directed at him, he would surely have been paralyzed with fear. His consciousness sank as though into an abyss. No. He felt himself a mere grain of sand beside a planet hurtling past. Su Ming knew. Only the Z fighters could radiate such power. Yet he had no idea whose aura this truly was. It was neither Krillin's nor Yamcha's. Their energies he had sensed before in the hyperbolic time chamber, and he would never forget them. A frog who had lived all its life at the bottom of a well had finally glimpsed the vast world beyond. The fleeting confidence he'd just begun to nurture was instantly extinguished. High above the sky, 2 figures streaked forward, one large, one small. The elder soared using the flight technique. The child sat atop a radiant golden cloud, none other than the cloud somersault. Perched upon the cloud somersault was Son Goten, whose features were indistinguishable from those of young Son Goku. Flying alongside was Son Gohan, now a strikingly handsome young man. "Brother, if you go to school soon, will I still get to see you every day, yeah?" Goten asked, leaning over the edge of the cloud somersault as he gazed up at his elder brother. Unlike Gohan, who had endured hardship in childhood, Goten grew up carefree and utterly innocent. "Don't worry, Goten. Even when I attend high school, I'll return home each day." Gohan smiled warmly. He had already planned it carefully, leaving earlier each morning, avoiding detection by limiting use of the flight technique, though the cloud somersault remained perfectly safe and swift. Hearing his brother's words, Goten beamed with delight. "That's wonderful. I thought we'd be separated." Gohan laughed heartily, ruffling his younger brother's hair, then glanced ahead toward the sprawling metropolis. "We've arrived at Satan City. Let's descend. We mustn't fly within the city limits. Though I personally see little harm in it, we must honor Mother's and Bulma's wishes. Goten, when you ride the cloud somersault outside, always take care not to be seen." "Yes, brother." At his brother's reply, Gohan nodded and led the way toward an unoccupied corner on the city's outskirts. The cloud somersault possessed sentience. It followed closely behind Gohan. Once they touched ground, it quietly ascended back into the heavens, awaiting its next summons. "But brother, wouldn't it be easier to buy gifts directly in West City?" Goten scratched his head, puzzled. A child raised without hardship naturally matures more slowly in temperament than one forged through trials, and Gohan was already a full-grown man. "We're visiting Aunt Bulma, so we ought to bring local specialties from elsewhere, not mere formalities. Last time Aunt Bulma mentioned a uniquely renowned pastry shop here in Satan City. I recall where it is. We'll pick up 2 boxes today." Though Gohan wasn't especially adept at social niceties, he remained the sole member of the Sun family who instinctively observed them. No reminders needed. That was why everyone in the original timeline cherished him: intelligent, courteous, discerning, poised, and unfailingly warm in speech. He embodied every virtue. Stepping out of the alley, Gohan guided Goten onto the bustling main street, where the colossal sign of Satan City loomed overhead, adorned with Satan's portrait. A wry smile crossed Gohan's face, a quiet sigh of reflection. Goten knew nothing of this, but Gohan understood all. Had it not been for Mother's and Bulma's urgent counsel, that people like them ought to remain unseen, he would certainly have acted long ago. He sought no title of savior, cared nothing for fame or glory. Yet the triumph over the androids in Cell had been wholly usurped by Satan. At the time, outrage rippled through them all. After all, Father had sacrificed his very life. Persuaded by Bulma's dire warnings about global panic, they reluctantly acquiesced. After all, they were merely ordinary humans. Or rather, for peace's sake, they hoped to prevent further catastrophe. So long as Satan left them undisturbed, his presence was ultimately inconsequential. Bulma, having endured too many crises, feared that revealing the warrior's strength would incite worldwide terror. So she fiercely shielded them from public view. She believed this secrecy would spare Earth future calamities. Yet the Majin Buu incident unfolded regardless. Only after Majin Buu's defeat did she relinquish such concerns, embracing spontaneity and finding unexpected ease in doing so. Most crucially, Son Goku had returned to life. The shadow that had hung over them had lifted. "Let's go, Goten," Gohan said, turning to his brother and stepping forward. He strode ahead. Goten, after lingering a moment to study Satan's portrait, hurried to catch up. Meanwhile, across the street, the Sun brothers remained unaware that someone, Su Ming, stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Never in his wildest imaginings had he expected this twist of fate, to inadvertently return to the very starting point of his transmigration precisely as Gohan and Goten arrived in Satan City. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, but his body refused to obey, rooted rigidly in place, unable even to take a single step. In theory, Su Ming could devise endless strategies, but faced with reality, he was utterly at a loss. He breathed deeply again and again, striving to calm himself. Watching the brothers fade into the distance, he abandoned all hesitation, dashed across the street, and began tailing them. Simultaneously, he urgently probed his system with his spiritual sense. "System, appear. Tell me who these two are. If this is age 749, does it make sense for Gohan and Goten to be here, already this grown?" It was an accusation, even though he knew the system was inert, merely semi-intelligent. Ding. Current time. Age 749. Age 749. Ding. System detecting temporal spatial anomaly. Initiating correction. Ding. Correction complete. Temporal coordinate confirmed. Age 749. Ding. Please complete your primary quest without delay. Take the first step across dimensions. Ding. Static. A sudden burst of interference made Su Ming's heart lurch violently. Yet moments later, the system's voice stabilized once more, resuming its calm, steady tone. Ding. Detected that the host is at a time-space distortion node, recalculating the time point. Ding. Recalculation successful, confirmed that the host is currently in the year 774 of the AI era. A new main quest has been issued: become best friends with Sun Wukong, and the host must join the Z fighters and gain the recognition of at least 3 fighters. Completion reward: top-tier Chi cultivation method, 1 opportunity to randomly draw a high-level skill and 1 time travel card. Although the system was stuck and nearly crashed, it has acknowledged that the current time is the year 774 of the AI era and opened a new main quest without modifying the original one. This means that the 2 main quests can proceed simultaneously without conflict. Become best friends with Sun Wukong and join the Z fighters, requiring recognition from at least 3 fighters. Although this main quest is still very difficult to complete, it is different from before. At least he can try. For him, now the basic level of the primary Chi cultivation method is already incredible, and if he obtains the top-tier Chi cultivation method, it's hard to imagine what kind of effects he could achieve under multiplied training. 1 opportunity to randomly draw a high-level skill. High-level cultivation methods, techniques, skills, etc. undoubtedly belong to the level of ultimate skills. But that's not the most important part. The third reward: 1 time travel card. It allows for a 1-time fixed point or random travel between worlds, and it comes with a return ticket. Using the time travel card, one can travel back to their original world, then use the return ticket to come back. However, fixed point travel can only go to worlds that one has previously traveled to. To reach unknown worlds, one must use random travel akin to drawing skills. This is an unknown realm. In any case, his future will not be limited to the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Su Ming's mind. Finally, there is new hope, no longer limited to just one path, but he must remain optimistic and look ahead. Calming himself, Su Ming saw Sun Wukong and Sun Goten about to disappear at the end of the road and hurriedly quickened his pace. Starting anything is difficult, although he still doesn't know how to get acquainted with Sun Wukong and Sun Goten and establish a friendly relationship. Even just being familiar is good. Trailing behind, Su Ming did not appear too anxious. He pretended to be an ordinary person, restraining his aura fluctuations. Despite his excitement and thrill, he did not want to attract any unintended attention. He didn't want any accidents. If he were seen as stalking or having ulterior motives, it would be difficult to gain their trust later on. Having been through many trials in society, and as a traveler, Su Ming knew how sensitive Sun Wukong was at this time. Moreover, everything must be done step by step, being overly eager would inevitably lead to counterproductive results. Unknowingly, Su Ming followed Sun Wukong and Sun Goten to a large square in the city center. The flow of people was immense. Fortunately, Su Ming had mastered sensing qi quite well, or he might have truly lost them. Hiding within the crowd, Su Ming constantly pondered and simulated various scenarios for initiating contact. Hypothetical situations were created only to be thoroughly overturned by himself, eventually returning to square one. In the end, it boiled down to the fact that without any unexpected occurrences, approaching someone who doesn't need help is exceedingly difficult. It requires both opportunity and timing. What if I directly told Sun Wukong about my identity as a traveler, knowing all the future developments of this world? Suddenly, such a bold thought arose in Su Ming's heart. Yet as soon as this thought was born, he kicked it out of his mind. He couldn't be that foolish, revealing his entire background to Sun Wukong. If he had a time travel card and enough strength, it wouldn't matter to expose himself. As a weakling without any self-defense strength, claiming to be from another world and telling the Z fighters that they are merely fictional characters is unimaginable. Ultimately, this thought came from having read too many novels with excessive plot spoilers. For example, the protagonist travels to a certain world and directly informs the main cast of future plot developments, which is indeed entertaining, but when it comes to oneself, it's far from simple. The Z fighters likely wouldn't do anything to him. After all, the original work depicts them as kind-hearted individuals. But the depths of this world are much murkier than they appear. Knowing how special his existence is, would those in power ignore him? Not to mention the powerful beings hidden in the shadows. Just consider the god of destruction, the angels, and those supreme officials, and the Omni King. Thinking of these made Su Ming shudder. Perhaps in the future, when he gains some strength, revealing a bit of information wouldn't have too much of an impact, but he must never expose his identity too early, unless it truly comes to the point of revealing everything. For some reason, Su Ming suddenly felt a sense of crisis. In a few years, when the god of destruction and angels arrive, would they recognize his identity at a glance? After all, his soul transference might not be able to hide the truth, let alone the fact that he is not a native being of this world. Otherwise, Su Ming wouldn't have been so purposefully trying to cling to Sun Wukong, hoping to reach the King Kai's world with him and the East Kai before the Earth explodes, thus avoiding the crisis of the planet's destruction. Otherwise, when the Earth explodes, the beings on this planet will indeed report to the afterlife. But he is not a being of this world. Dying doesn't necessarily mean he will go to the afterlife, and the dragon might not even be able to resurrect him. Su Ming, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. Are you here to go to Dad's martial arts dojo? Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Su Ming turned to see it was Biddy Li. What a coincidence. Su Ming then realized that this was indeed the location of the Satan martial arts dojo. P.S. The first phase has ended, and the second phase begins. I originally needed some transition, but found it too cumbersome, so I deleted it all. From now on, the pace will gradually accelerate, the plot will catch up bit by bit, and excitement will be added amidst the shocks. Happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd take a stroll. Miss Bulma, you've just finished training. Su Ming smiled faintly, his gaze drifting once more toward where Sun Gohan stood. Bulma's interruption had obscured Sun Gohan and Sun Goten behind the crowd. Their silhouettes vanished from sight. Though Su Ming knew they were just ahead, he could no longer see them. I train here every weekend. Today's session is nearly over, Bulma replied, then quickly noticed Su Ming's attention was elsewhere. A flicker of mild offense crossed her expression. What are you looking at, teacher Su Ming? Slightly displeased at being ignored, Bulma followed his line of sight, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Hearing the sharp edge in her tone, Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. He turned back to her and said, nothing much, just thought I glimpsed someone I knew. Must have been mistaken. Is that so? Bulma murmured softly, her skeptical inflection carrying the quiet weight of an interrogator honed by years confronting suspects. Eager to shift focus and avoid further entanglement, Su Ming feigned glancing at his wristwatch before offering a polite perfunctory farewell. Miss Bulma, I'm afraid I must depart. I have pressing matters to attend to. Next time I visit, I'll certainly stop by your martial arts dojo for a proper look. Until then. Without waiting for her reply, he strode briskly past her toward the front. Bulma frowned. This newly appointed physical education teacher had not only brushed her off, but done so with palpable indifference despite her initiating the exchange. She sensed his evasion clearly, yet they were little more than teacher and student with no deeper familiarity to justify protest. Just as she prepared to leave, mildly irritated, her wristwatch chimed. An urgent police dispatch flashed across its screen. She answered immediately. The call confirmed that law enforcement required her immediate assistance at a reported incident site. Having extricated himself from Bulma, Su Ming pushed through the crowd, hastening towards Sun Gohan and Sun Goten. Yet an unseen resistance seemed to repel him. Each time he neared, strangers would inexplicably materialize before him, blocking his path and slipping opportunity through his fingers. It wasn't until he reached the entrance of an opulent pastry shop that he finally encountered them face-to-face, Son Gohan and Son Goten emerging just as he arrived. The carefully rehearsed words died on his lips. The moment he registered their battle power readings, his breath seized, his chest tightened, as if suffocating beneath sheer staggering disbelief. 40 million. 9 million. A cascade of zeros, a torrent of digits. It defied comprehension. According to canonical chronology, Son Gohan had ceased training entirely for 7 years. His strength should have waned significantly. Yet if this were his current baseline, how formidable must his peak have been 7 years prior? Over 100 million. How preposterous. Yet even this figure implied that assuming a standard Super Saiyan transformation with a 50-fold multiplier, his power would surge to 2 billion. And that was merely the first stage. What of full-power Super Saiyan? Or the second stage, canonically amplifying base power over 100-fold, propelling 40 million directly into the realm of 4 billion. Granted, 4 billion paled in this era. Su Ming vaguely recalled that Majin Buu's foundational power ran into the trillions. This was Son Gohan's present might. As for Son Goten, Su Ming could scarcely believe it. At only 7 years old, his battle power approached 10 million, a truly staggering threshold. Moreover, he had already mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, meaning his amplified power soared to 450 million. No wonder his canon feats were so extraordinary, jointly challenging Android 18 alongside Trunks at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and later fusing to unleash terrifying cataclysmic force. If Son Goten possessed such power, then Trunks, canonically stronger, must exceed 10 million. Little wonder Vegeta spoke of him with such rare, unguarded admiration. An old epic had ended, a new age dawned. One whose power tiers leapt far beyond former limits. Frieza, the tyrannical galactic emperor, once boasting 120 million, was now utterly irrelevant. A child could obliterate him without effort. Stunned, Su Ming remained rooted in place, while Son Gohan and Son Goten exchanged puzzled glances, unsettled by his unnerving stillness. To avoid awkwardness, Son Gohan gently guided Son Goten aside and offered courteously, "Excuse us. You go ahead." His voice broke Su Ming's daze. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, Su Ming did not move. Yet those behind him grew impatient. "Are you entering or not? If not, step aside. Honestly, what's with blocking the doorway? Kids these days really lack basic courtesy." Amidst the chorus of complaints, Su Ming exhaled quietly, not angered but bemused. He simply stepped aside and joined Son Gohan and Son Goten at the edge of the crowd. Son Gohan, too, flushed slightly, conscious that regardless of cause they had indeed obstructed passage. Once the crowd dispersed inside, Son Gohan seized the chance and led Son Goten away, only to pause moments later when Su Ming called out to them. "Don't rush off, Son Gohan, isn't it? And this young one must be your brother. Am I correct?" His premeditated script had dissolved in the whirlwind of the encounter. Now he opted for directness, cutting straight to connection. Never mind convention. He would not let this golden opportunity slip away. Waiting until Son Gohan enrolled would be far too late. Even if completing the main quest remained impossible for now, establishing acquaintance and cultivating goodwill would pave the way for smoother rapport once Son Gohan entered Orange Star High School. At Su Ming's question, Son Gohan halted mid-step, momentarily stunned. Son Goten tilted his head curiously. "Brother, he knows you." Son Gohan nodded, meeting Su Ming's gaze with quiet wariness. "Hello, I'm Son Gohan, and this is my younger brother Son Goten. May I ask who you are?" Relief softened Su Ming's shoulders. Though Son Gohan's vigilance was unmistakable, he responded calmly, "I know you, but you don't know me. Rest assured, I mean no harm." Maintaining a warm, reassuring smile, Su Ming wielded his knowledge as both shield and bridge. "You've matured considerably since 7 years ago, but I recognized you instantly. Still, credit goes to your brother. He bears the same likeness as Son Goku, the warrior who defeated the great demon King Piccolo. In my eyes, you and your father remain the true saviors of this world. Brother, this big brother knows our dad." Sun Wutian was truly innocent, with no ulterior motives. After all, he had the heart of a child, lacking any sense of wariness. Sun Wufan was different. His vigilance remained unyielding, and he became even more serious. This person suddenly appeared before them. He was a stranger, yet he seemed to know them well, and appeared to be fully aware of their circumstances. He not only claimed that they were the true saviors of the world, but also recounted how their father had defeated Demon King Piccolo in his childhood. It should be noted that even he only had a vague understanding of what had happened back then, lacking the specific details. Through his sense of breath, he realized that this person was no ordinary individual. Although the intensity of his aura was average, it was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Was he truly as he appeared, or was he concealing his true strength? Sun Wufan could not be sure. Dad did indeed defeat Demon King Piccolo, but that was a long time ago. As for the savior, and all it should be Mr. Satan, after all it was because of Mr. Satan that Earth was not destroyed by the android cell. Sun Wufan's words took Su Ming by surprise. In the original story, Sun Wufan was portrayed as rather naive and honest, which was quite different here. This Sun Wufan not only had clear logical thinking, but also deftly shifted the focus, placing the blame on Satan. Su Ming understood that Sun Wufan was concealing his true self and his family and did not immediately expose him. Simply put, this behavior indicated a lack of trust in him. They were indeed just passing acquaintances. If one day Su Ming were to walk down the street and suddenly encounter someone who spoke of his past, he would also brush it off and not delve deeper. Shifting his thoughts, Su Ming did not press the issue, but looked around and said to the two brothers, "Let me treat you to some milk tea. This place is crowded and not suitable for a proper conversation." Before Sun Wufan could refuse, Sun Wutian exclaimed in delight, clearly tempted by the prospect of milk tea, his face full of anticipation. Seeing his brother like this, Sun Wufan could not outright refuse. He also wanted to understand who Su Ming really was. "I'm really sorry my brother is like this, it's actually not necessary. No worries, your brother is very cute just like your dad when he was young, he's quite likable." Su Ming smiled. The mention of his own father caused Sun Wufan to look surprised once again. He speculated whether this person had known his father for a long time, but he felt that it didn't seem likely as Su Ming did not appear very old. Even if he was a bit older, he couldn't be over 30. If his father's time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber was not counted, he would be 37 years old now. Su Ming was unaware that in Sun Wufan's mind, he was already labeled as almost 30. If he knew, he would surely complain, "Am I really that old?" Under Su Ming's lead, the three of them arrived at a corner of the square where there were many vacant spots, allowing for undisturbed conversation. After asking about Sun Wufan and Sun Wushan's preferences, Su Ming bought milk tea and a variety of snacks, and also got a large ice cream for Sun Wutian. "Don't be shy, eat up. If there's not enough, just order more," Su Ming said generously. Despite not having much money himself, treating the two brothers was certainly within his means. "Thank you, I'm really sorry about this." Sun Wufan politely accepted the milk tea. "Thank you, big brother." Sun Wutian also responded politely, then began to eat heartily. He truly did not hold back. "By the way, I still don't know your name. From what you said earlier, it seems you know a lot about our dad. Were you friends with him?" Sun Wufan asked tentatively. Upon hearing this question, Su Ming smiled, inwardly glad that he had asked. "Just call me Su Ming. I currently work at Qingxing High School as a physical education teacher." Su Ming intentionally revealed a piece of information, then took a sip of milk tea, and added, "You don't need to be so nervous. I told you I know you, but you don't know me." Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan grew even more curious, but for a moment, he didn't know how to follow up. After all, the invitation for milk tea was clearly a gesture of goodwill, and if he asked too bluntly, it would be inappropriate. However, a high achiever is indeed a high achiever. Sun Wufan quickly organized his words and inquired, "Speaking of which, there are very few people who still remember the events involving Demon King Piccolo. Dad once saved the Earth, but soon after he was forgotten by everyone." "Yes, but there will still be some who remember like me. I won't forget that it was Sun Wukong who defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved the Earth. It's a pity I never had the chance to meet him, otherwise I would have definitely become a good friend of your father." As he spoke, Su Ming chuckled. This was not mere bragging. Had he traveled to the year 749 of the Age of Gods, he would surely have joined Sun Wukong in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Fast forward to the present, and Sun Wufan would have to call him uncle. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan seemed to have understood. Su Ming's knowledge of his father likely stemmed from having experienced the events involving Demon King Piccolo, where he had also been saved by his father. Of course, he would not voice it aloud. Dad is a hero, but unfortunately he passed away 7 years ago. I saw your father and you during that global live broadcast 7 years ago. Besides that, there were also those martial artists who displayed their formidable strength at the World Martial Arts Tournament. You were all together." Su Ming seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan's inner confusion received a greater resolution. Through their exchange, he learned that Su Ming had such detailed knowledge because of the live broadcast. However, he still found it hard to believe, as at that time he and his father had transformed into super scions, which was vastly different from their normal appearance. After Cell was dealt with 7 years ago, Satan became the savior of the world overnight. At that time I thought it was nonsense. The ones who defeated Cell were you and your father, right? No. It should be you from 7 years ago, as you were the ones who fought Cell until the end. Although I did not see the conclusion. Su Ming deliberately probed with a mysterious tone. These words caused Sun Wufan to evade his gaze, momentarily unsure of how to respond. However, since Su Ming already knew, he could only admit it gracefully. "Since you know, it would be better not to spread it around. The Earth is currently developing well. If others were to learn of our existence, it would surely cause quite a stir. Sun Wufan said, his tone unavoidably carrying a hint of evasion. This indicated that he had lived quite cautiously over the years. Through a round of communication and by treating them to milk tea and snacks, Su Ming and Sun Wukong, along with Sun Goten, managed to establish a friendly relationship. Although this establishment was merely in his perception, at least they had gotten to know each other. As for further developments, that would take time. Standing still, Su Ming watched as Sun Wukong and Sun Goten departed before sitting back down. There was nothing he could do to hold them back. During their conversation, Su Ming learned that Sun Wukong and Sun Goten were heading to West City, stopping in Satan City only to buy pastries from a certain bakery to bring to Bulma. Mentioning Bulma made Su Ming feel somewhat uncomfortable. One could say he arrived in this world too late. If it were the year 749 of the Age of A, and if he had joined the search for the Dragon Balls from the beginning, what would have happened if he had met and gotten to know Bulma first? With so many thoughts swirling, it was futile to ponder now. Not to mention Bulma, even with Android 18, it seemed hopeless. Unless the Dragon Ball world he traversed to was not the original timeline, the plot might differ slightly. However, judging by the current situation, everything seemed to align with his understanding, and there should be no unexpected occurrences. But how can I know the progress of my relationship with Sun Wukong? Not leaving immediately, Su Ming pondered deeply, also inquiring the system. Ding. To assist the host in quickly pursuing their target, a hidden function for affection progress has been activated. The host can view the relationship progress with various characters here, and upon reaching certain levels, corresponding special rewards will be granted. As the system's voice echoed, Su Ming sat up straight. This was more like it. Otherwise, how would he know what stage he was at? If it were just about becoming friends, it would be much simpler, and he wouldn't need to care so much. Following the system's prompt, Su Ming opened the affection progress interface. Unlike the cultivation modules list, the affection interface displayed chibi characters. Besides seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Goten, Su Ming also noticed Videl. Currently, only these three individuals were available for viewing on the interface. So only important characters are acknowledged by the system. Ordinary people do not count. Ordinary close friends, best friends, life and death friends must reach the third level. Current relationship progress with Sun Wukong, familiar strangers. Does not meet the criteria for ordinary friends, no rewards available. Current relationship progress with Sun Goten, familiar strangers. Does not meet the criteria for ordinary friends, no rewards available. Current relationship progress with Videl, familiar strangers. Does not meet the criteria for ordinary friends, no rewards available. This is what is called ignorance until you see it, a one look, and it's shocking. I had idealized things too much, thinking I had reached the standard of friendship, only to find out him not even an ordinary friend, just a familiar stranger. Su Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The road ahead is long and arduous. No wonder the system didn't give him a hint. He thought the system was slow, but it turned out he was the one who had unrealistic expectations. This world is real, yet he had overly regarded himself as a real person, treating the people in this world as mere paper figures. In reality, everyone is the same. As a traverser, he possessed a lot of information and had the advantage. If it were me, I wouldn't easily trust others or treat them as friends. Su Ming murmured to himself. Just then a commotion nearby interrupted his thoughts. A blonde man was rushing towards him, dragging a woman's handbag. A large, robust woman was shouting from a distance. Robbery in broad daylight. Su Ming shifted his focus. The purpose of coming out today was to see if there were still rewards for punishing evil and promoting good. This blonde man was running straight towards him, clearly trying to escape down the path behind him. A task reward delivered to his door. Extending his foot, Su Ming was still sipping his milk tea. This small action caused the rushing blonde man to trip and fall badly. Damn it, you little brat, how dare you mess with me? I'll kill you. The blonde man groaned in pain, but quickly reacted, getting up to attack Su Ming. Watch your mouth. Who do you think you are? Su Ming stepped forward, his aura suddenly shifting. Although he hadn't truly fought anyone in the real world, the fierce spirit trained in the challenge space was not fake. Su Ming had even killed before. With Su Ming's intimidation, the blonde man's confidence rapidly diminished. However, being a thug, he quickly realized he couldn't stay here any longer and attempted to flee. Su Ming would not let him go. Moving swiftly, he placed a hand directly on the blonde man's shoulder. With a loud bang, the blonde man fell to his knees, stunned. Shit. With his temper flaring, the blonde man tried to struggle, but he found he couldn't get up at all, as if a mountain were pressing down on him. Before long, the large, robust woman ran over, panting heavily. After catching her breath, she first snatched her handbag back, and then slapped the blonde man. Daring to snatch my bag, I'll kill you. When the woman got angry, she truly showed no mercy. Su Ming even felt scared and stepped back as a crowd had gathered around to watch the commotion. Soon security personnel from the square arrived and took the blonde man away. Thank you, handsome, for helping me get my bag back. If you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. The woman's words sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. Especially when he saw the flirtatious glint in her eyes, he immediately felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly excused himself to leave. If you don't have time for a meal, at least leave a contact number. The woman clearly did not want to let go easily, but by then Su Ming had already run far, leaving her awkwardly stamping her feet. Su Ming was left in disarray, having gained nothing and almost drawing the attention of such a woman. He truly couldn't understand why stopping a robber from snatching a handbag didn't count as punishing evil and promoting good. Previously, Su Ming had indeed contacted the system and confirmed that doing certain things could trigger rewards. However, the system did not provide a clear standard, only stating it was based on its evaluation. Thus, this level of punishing evil and promoting good was apparently not enough for a reward. Comparing it to the incident where the brawny man robbed him, Su Ming felt overwhelmed. Could it be that he had to be robbed first and then retaliate for it to count as punishing evil and promoting good? Su Ming felt it wasn't that simple. Perhaps it was because the brawny man had a knife which posed a threat to life that the classification was different. Leaving the square, Su Ming was still lost in thought. Was his level insufficient to trigger the system rewards? As he walked down the street, a sudden commotion erupted straight ahead. There were screams and the sound of bangs that were deafening, along with the shattering of glass. Su Ming's attention was drawn, and he looked ahead. Upon closer inspection, a group of fully armed bandits wielding firearms had entered a bank. A thought flashed through his mind: robbing a bank. Such events seem to only happen in the Dragon Ball world. In any normal world, this would not be so brazen. With bandits rampant, such absurd occurrences often take place in the bustling city center. Though intended to highlight the future role of Gohan as a masked Saiyan superhero, it was indeed chaotic. Theoretically, Satan City was still the city where the savior Satan resided. The bandits, knowing of Satan's existence, seemed to deliberately come here to seek a sense of presence. Is prison food better, or is the treatment in confinement better than being an ordinary person outside? Su Ming didn't know, nor did he want to know. What he cared about now was that this was an opportunity for a test. The previous yellow-haired person couldn't trigger the system rewards, which could be explained as having minimal harm and insufficient level. Now these bandits wielding guns were clearly more threatening than the burly man who had robbed him last time. If there were no rewards for this, it would seem somewhat unreasonable unless one deliberately does benevolent acts that aren't recognized by the system. With my current strength and body intensity facing firearms, even if hit, it would only hurt a bit, I think to myself, as if to encourage myself. Despite my strength reaching this level, I had never truly experienced the power of firearms, so there was still a hint of trepidation. I wouldn't fear a handgun, but the opponent held a large-caliber automatic rifle clearly possessing some high lethality explosives. To avoid possible risks, I can only strike decisively to eliminate them. Gaining courage, Su Ming was about to act when he suddenly paused. Rushing directly to deal with these bandits seemed too conspicuous. In unnecessary circumstances, it is better to conceal my identity, though otherwise many troubles will surely follow in the coming time. Looking around, Su Ming quickly found a trendy clothing store. Fortunately, this area wasn't too affected by the armed bank robbery. Although everyone was looking up, no one was scared enough to close their shops and flee. It gave Su Ming a strange feeling, as if the people here were accustomed to such robbery incidents and had grown used to them. Su Ming entered the store and bought a few clothes for cover, especially an inconspicuous black hoodie, which had a hood that could somewhat obscure his hairstyle and appearance. Then he went to a nearby eyewear store, purchased a pair of sunglasses that adequately covered his face, and then to a neighboring retail shop to buy a mask. Finally, avoiding the crowd and surveillance, he arrived at a secluded corner to change. This could be considered fully armed. Without revealing his true appearance, no one would know his identity, nor would they know it was him who acted. At the bank's entrance, two burly men wearing black masks held submachine guns, occasionally demonstrating their firepower, deterring anyone from approaching. One cannot help but say that the people in the Dragon Ball world have truly big hearts. They don't run away, but rather stand afar to watch the commotion, not considering that if they were hit by stray bullets they could die. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. What Satan City, what nonsense Satan, only those ignorant fools would worship him as the savior. If he dares to show up, they'll turn him into a sieve. One of the bandits vented his inner emotions without restraint. Though his words were arrogant, they rang true. Satan really does not dare to appear here. The former Satan might have had some power, but ever since he became the savior by defeating the android cell, he had only been putting on a show, treating serious cultivation as a thing of the past. Otherwise, his daughter would not surpass him. All right, don't waste bullets. The police are already on their way. Brothers, is everything ready? Another burly man reprimanded his companion and then pressed the intercom, asking his accomplices inside the bank. However, before he received a response, he was suddenly startled. The bank's glass door was smashed open and a figure flew out from inside. It was their accomplice. This person fell heavily to the ground, having lost the ability to resist. Following that, two more screams echoed from inside the bank, and two other bandits flew out, collapsing on the road, their fates uncertain. What's going on? What happened? The two men were dumbfounded, looking back at the bank. Before they could react, one of them suddenly saw a figure in black rushing towards them. The newcomer was Su Ming, who entered the bank in his own way, then struck from within. Bang! With a dull sound, the man was sent flying by Su Ming's punch, landing 10 meters away. Boss, who are you? The previously arrogant one gasped in shock upon seeing his boss lose consciousness and collapse, hastily raising his submachine gun. Seeing this, the eyes beneath Su Ming's sunglasses flashed with cold light, his aura radiating out. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets from the submachine gun poured out at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Ordinary people would be unable to react under such gunfire, but for Su Ming, he could see it clearly. Now I can be completely unafraid. With a series of hand swings, Su Ming sneered inwardly. By the time the magazine was empty, the man looked at Su Ming as if he were a monster, then frantically began to change the magazine. Su Ming would not give him the opportunity. Loosening his tightly gripped hands, dozens of deformed bullets fell to the ground. Boom. Suddenly charging in, Su Ming delivered a knee strike that sent this person flying. Blood spilled from the man's mouth as he crashed into a sturdy stone pillar, nearly shattering the pillar at the bank's entrance. Eliminated? No, not yet. Su Ming's peripheral vision caught sight of someone still seated in the driver's seat of the bandit's vehicle. The person was already stunned. Upon noticing Su Ming looking over, a chill ran down his spine, and he immediately attempted to start the car to flee the scene. But Su Ming would not give him the chance. He preemptively struck, leaping onto the front of the SUV, then smashed the windshield with a punch, directly yanking him out and throwing him onto the ground. Spare me, spare me. I was forced. This person fell to the ground, fear prompting him to beg for mercy. Go tell that to the police. Su Ming shot him a cold glance, then yelled to the security personnel inside the bank, "It's all taken care of. Why not come out and help tie them up?" Ding. The host has successfully subdued the rampaging bandits, fulfilling the righteous duty of punishing evil and upholding justice. As a reward, one random foundational cultivation technique from the Dragon Ball universe is granted, encompassing all basic martial arts combat forms and skills. Would the host like to draw? It's here. A surge of delight welled up in Su Ming's heart. As he'd suspected, the earlier blonde thug had simply been too weak to trigger the system. Drawing complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the foundational martial technique Afterimage Fist. It has been stored in the system's inventory space and may be deployed at will. Afterimage Fist. Had he obtained this technique at the very beginning, he might well have dismissed it as trivial. Yet after witnessing Son Gohan wield it, Su Ming held no such illusions. Though admittedly, even within the Dragon Ball canon, this technique would eventually fade into obsolescence during later arcs. Deeply satisfied, Su Ming fervently hoped such opportunities would recur again and again, until he had exhausted every foundational technique the Dragon Ball world offered and mastered them all. He immediately activated Afterimage Fist. As the system transmitted proficiency data, his command over the technique rapidly matured to a formidable level. At that moment, Su Ming stood motionless while the bandits were swiftly bound by the bank's security personnel, working in unison. Though several lay unconscious, or worse, and blood still seeped from fresh wounds, no one hesitated in dealing harshly with those who had threatened their very lives. Thank you for your aid. The police should arrive momentarily. May we know the name of this hero? The head of security bowed deeply before Su Ming. Yet Su Ming had no desire to invite further complications. He had intended to depart immediately, but paused only because the system's chime had sounded. Indeed, the wail of approaching police sirens echoed clearly in his ears. No need, he replied curtly, and without hesitation launched himself skyward using the flight technique. Fortunately, his mastery over ki had grown markedly over the past few days, allowing him to sustain simple aerial flight. Now he understood why in the original narrative Son Gohan often took to the skies after performing heroic deeds. Given the circumstances, crowds already surging around the scene, how else could one vanish swiftly? Upon witnessing Su Ming soar into the air, onlookers froze in stunned silence. The assembled crowd gaped, utterly speechless. Human flight was sheer fantasy in this era, unthinkable, impossible. Perhaps 2 decades ago, during the golden age of martial arts, a few might still have believed. Technological advancement had propelled humanity forward, yet paradoxically it had also bred a kind of intellectual atrophy. When something defied entrenched scientific consensus, people instinctively recoiled from it with profound skepticism. Only after Su Ming departed did the police finally arrive, piecing together the sequence of events before loading each bandit into a patrol car. Then another figure appeared. It was Videl. Having learned of the incident through her own channels, she had assumed, after resolving a minor disturbance across town, that this bank robbery would offer her a chance to shine. Instead, she arrived only to find the crisis already resolved. A masked hero, Videl murmured, chin resting thoughtfully upon her fingertips. Her delicate features were captivating even in repose, but when deep in contemplation, an ineffable aura radiated from her. Alas, her formidable presence intimidated most men. Miss Videl, the situation here is now under control. We're standing down. An experienced senior officer addressed her directly. Noticing her lingering uncertainty, he added gently, truth be told, Satan City, gaining a new masked superhero isn't unwelcome. It means you won't have to shoulder every burden alone. Superhero. Videl raised an eyebrow skeptically. Yes, the veteran officer affirmed. Based on preliminary intelligence, the individual flew away and even caught submachine gun rounds barehanded. That sounds like a superhero to me. His tone was earnest. Flew. Videl's lips parted slightly in disbelief. Catching bullets held no mystery for her. She herself had intercepted handgun rounds before. She hadn't yet attempted to catch submachine gun fire, but having faced armed bandits wielding such weapons, she could effortlessly evade their volleys. After concluding her conversation with the officer, Videl watched silently as the police hauled the bandits away, still dazed. The notion of flight stirred long-buried memories. Though she'd never taken them seriously before, and her father always insisted they were mere stage tricks, this encounter shattered her assumptions entirely. I recall footage my father left behind. Those who fought Cell could fly. Far from the scene, Su Ming landed discreetly in an unobserved corner, swiftly removed his facial disguise, and sealed it within his system inventory. Worth noting, over recent days Su Ming had rigorously tested the boundaries of what the system's inventory could store and what it could not. Through repeated experimentation, he confirmed the inventory employed a unique authentication protocol. Only items formally recognized as belonging to the host could be stored, while anything alien to him remained irretrievably excluded. From the moment of his transmigration, he'd tested this principle inside supermarkets, only to find nothing would register since none of the labeled merchandise bore his ownership, even if clutched firmly in his hands. The system was astonishingly powerful, yet constrained by this curious limitation, a fact Su Ming still grumbled about to this day. Unclaimed objects, however, posed no such issue. For instance, a random stone plucked from the roadside could instantly bear his mark and be absorbed into inventory without resistance. Mastering Afterimage Fist has undeniably elevated my strength, but my combat power index remains unchanged. Reflecting inward, Su Ming redirected his focus to his own cultivation. In prior instances, acquiring new techniques invariably yielded measurable gains. The sole plausible explanation was that as his base strength increased, each incremental rise in combat power grew exponentially more difficult. Afterimage Fist was formidable indeed. If he'd learned it when his combat power hovered between 10 and 20, it likely would have boosted him by 1 or 2 points. Onward, I must not waste time. I require more techniques, more skills. Having uncovered the patterns, Su Ming resumed his vigilant search. He now hoped, fervently, for more bank heists or kidnappings to unfold across the city today. Even if rewards triggered only sporadically, a single success among several would suffice. The more tools he amassed, the faster his strength would ascend. Encounters with Sun Gohan and Sun Goten had ignited in him an unquenchable thirst for transcendence. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, his acts of righteous intervention would soon ignite a media storm. His exploits as the masked hero and the masked superhero dominating trending topics across Satan City, becoming the subject of endless chatter over tea and dinner. News outlets and private agencies alike launched exhaustive searches, offering lavish bounties in their desperate quest to uncover his identity. The night deepened in a certain alley of Satan City. A man dressed in black held in his hand a burly bald man over 2 meters tall. The scene was utterly shocking and unbelievable. Despite the black-clad man's height of 1.8 meters, the difference was too great in comparison. If the roles were reversed, it would have been more acceptable. Behind the black-clad man, there were 2 young and beautiful women with voluptuous figures. The bald man had targeted them while they were walking at night, leading to an attempted robbery of both money and virtue, which ultimately failed due to the appearance of Su Ming. Indeed, the man in black was none other than Su Ming. After a good half a day, he had already forgotten how many things he had done. In summary, if it were truly recorded, even Su Ming himself might not believe it. Not every act of punishing evil and promoting good would yield rewards from the system. Up until now, Su Ming had only accumulated 4 opportunities for basic technique extraction. Aren't you leaving? Do you plan to stay here and be held at knife point for money and virtue again? Although both women were quite beautiful, their current pale and frightened expressions were pitiful, yet Su Ming was completely disinterested. Women. They would only slow him down in completing his tasks. After hearing Su Ming's harsh words, the 2 women immediately reacted. The blonde woman quickly grabbed the blue-haired woman's hand, and after saying thank you, fled the scene at once. With the 2 women gone, Su Ming shifted his attention back. Feeling the bald man in his grip, struggling with diminishing strength, he finally released him, allowing him to fall to the ground. Though he hadn't physically attacked the bald man, simply choking him to the point of suffocation had nearly killed him. Although the bald man had some strength with a combat power rating of 6, he remained an ordinary person. Even with good physical qualities, prolonged deprivation of oxygen would threaten his life. The instinct for survival caused the bald man to cough rapidly and breathe heavily in an attempt to calm the panic of near death. Su Ming waited in place for a long time without hearing the system's notification sound, slightly frowning and letting out a sigh. Did the system rewards not trigger again? As expected, such acts of punishing evil and promoting good were utterly useless. Su Ming felt a bit disappointed, but had no other choice. Doing nothing would make it even more impossible to trigger rewards. At least doing something offered a glimmer of hope. He turned and left the alley, not caring what would happen to the bald man afterward. Su Ming glanced at his watch, realizing it was almost 9 p.m. It's about time to head back, he murmured, and then soared into the air, flying toward the direction of Chengxing High School. Today had been quite fruitful. Not only did he encounter Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian, which led to the system's repair, but he also received the technique extraction reward from punishing evil and promoting good. His control over power, judgment of strength, perception of chi, and application of the sky dance technique had all improved dramatically. Having mastered the sky dance technique skillfully, he could now surf freely in the sky. The more he used it, the higher his proficiency became, gradually overcoming his initial fear of heights. Returning to the school dormitory had become much simpler. He could directly fly to the rooftop terrace and descend from the top, saving a lot of unnecessary time. He learned it from Sun Wukong. Upon returning to the dorm, Su Ming quickly washed up and changed his clothes. Taking advantage of the moment, he opened the system's storage space to perform the extraction of basic techniques. Since he did not extract immediately, these rewards would automatically be stored in the storage space, visibly appearing as a green book with a question mark label totaling 4. The host could extract them at any time or keep them stored. Initiating basic technique extraction. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic cultivation technique, Hard Qigong, now stored in the system's storage space and available for use at any time. Hard Qigong. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. In the next second, he unhesitatingly began to utilize this Hard Qigong. With the proficiency transmitted by the system, Su Ming grasped this technique to a certain extent and fully understood what it entailed. The so-called Hard Qigong was actually the technique used by Tenshinhan in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament to enhance his Bodhi's ability to withstand blows. Tenshinhan used Hard Qigong to strengthen his body to withstand Yamcha's attacks. By using a unique breathing method to mobilize the qi within the entire body becomes tense and reinforced, significantly increasing the Bodhi's ability to withstand blows and greatly enhancing endurance. Su Ming murmured to himself. It seemed somewhat mediocre, but it was nonetheless an extraordinary technique. Continue extracting. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of basic martial arts from the Crane School, now stored in the system's storage space and available for use at any time. Basic martial arts from the Crane School. Su Ming quickly chose to use it, as experiencing it personally would allow him to better understand the power he had mastered. After a brief moment, Su Ming awakened from his understanding. It's definitely not as good as I imagined. This set of basic martial arts from the Crane School consists of basic punches and kicks, not encompassing all the techniques of the Crane School. Su Ming whispered softly, then extracted once more. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic technique Solar Fist, now stored in the system's storage space and available for use at any time. Use Comprehend Evaluate. Then for the final extraction. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic skill Finger Beam, now stored in the system's storage space and available for use at any time. Skill. The first skill had appeared, causing Su Ming to momentarily halt his breath. He then directly used it. Soon the method of using the Finger Beam, along with the proficiency granted by the system, brought a look of ecstatic joy to Su Ming's face. He condensed qi and directly shot a powerful penetrating beam from the tip of his finger. Though he had already grasped the use of qi to a certain degree and could likely condense energy bullets if he tried hard enough, the Finger Beam was different, giving him tremendous insight. In a sense, the techniques of qi bore similarities to one another, so he might be able to create his own technique by slightly altering the direction and condensation method of qi based on the Finger Beam. Su Ming eagerly wanted to test the power of the skill, but being indoors at the moment, he could not simply run to the window and unleash the skill outside. Suppressing the impulse within him, Su Ming calmed down before checking his combat power value. 90 points. At last he had ascended to a new level, but considering he had learned 4 new skills consecutively, this increase was not particularly remarkable. In the time that followed, Su Ming did not immediately challenge anyone, but chose instead to consolidate his strength and engage in some cultivation. By 11:30, he still had 2 hours left for cultivation. Perhaps after cultivating for a while he would experience a significant improvement. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Although the results were not as good as Su Ming had hoped, there was indeed some enhancement. The manifestation of his combat power value had risen from 90 points to 93 points. Only 7 more points remained to break the 100. Su Ming eagerly anticipated what it would feel like to have his combat power exceed 100. It's time, he muttered as he opened the interface for the Cultivation Multiplier Challenge. Ding. The Multiplier Challenge has begun. Difficulty normal level. Opponent Yamati from the 21st Martial Arts Conference. Upon completion of the challenge, the current cultivation multiplier will increase to 11 times. The system's voice echoed in his ear until the scene before him changed. Su Ming held his breath and focused, his expression serious. He was eager to know if this Yamati was the same one he had killed. If it was, it would be interesting. It would escalate to a true life-and-death battle. Once he clarified the environment of the challenge space, Su Ming inhaled sharply. Because this time the system simulated not only the entire venue of the martial arts conference, but also the presence of Yamati along with the crowd of onlookers. Su Ming even spotted familiar figures among the crowd, such as Bulma, Oolong, and Puar. It was like another world. However, the atmosphere around was eerily silent, as if everyone outside the arena had been completely isolated with not a sound to be heard. Finally here. Last time I died at your hands, this time it won't be so easy. Yamati suddenly spoke, bringing Su Ming back to reality. Upon closer inspection, Su Ming immediately assessed Yamati's combat power value. 80 points. This was roughly what he had predicted initially. So it really is you. The system's ability is indeed impressive. Su Ming couldn't help but praise the system, then raised his aura and assumed a stance. Enough chatter, take this. Yamati's attack came in an instant. It was completely different from their first encounter back then. What was their strength? Indeed, the speed is quite fast. In the face of Yamati's assault, despite having 13 points higher combat power, Su Ming did not underestimate him. With punches and kicks unleashed, Su Ming engaged with Yamati. Compared to Yamati's ferocious assault, Su Ming's movements appeared wide and full of openings, yet he effortlessly blocked all of Yamati's attacks. As the first round of confrontation concluded, Yamati quickly retreated without pursuing further. You've certainly become smarter since last time, and with your increased strength, you're even more cautious now. Su Ming praised him. The real battle has just begun. To come and take my move, Wolf Fang Fist. Adadadada. Yamati's second wave of offensive was even more ferocious. Experiencing the power of the Wolf Fang Fist for the second time was indeed much stronger than the first encounter. Whether in speed, strength, explosive power, or the cunning of the attacks, it was truly like a mad wolf pouncing on its prey, capable of executing any move. No, not just one but many. Su Ming struggled to maintain his rhythm, and by the end he was unable to fully evade the onslaught. In a moment of crisis, Su Ming directly employed the Phantom Fist, avoiding Yamati's pursuit, while shifting to Yamati's rear to gather strength and look for openings after his attack. This was something he learned from Sun Wukong. Yamati did not expect Su Ming to use the Phantom Fist, and when he thought he had succeeded, his fist felt no tangible impact, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Indeed, you have improved and become much stronger. But I have progressed even more and am even stronger, Su Ming said with a hint of mockery as he struck. With a dull thud, Su Ming's kick landed squarely on Yamati's cheek. Whoosh! Yamati lost control of his body, hurtling backward and finally crashing against the wall outside the arena. The fight was over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Yamati of normal difficulty from the 21st Martial Arts Conference. Current cultivation multiplier increased to 11 times. After 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. The system's voice sounded, and Su Ming stood on the arena without moving, continuing to observe his surroundings. Until the 10-second countdown ended, Su Ming returned to his room. He had intended to rush outside the arena to see if those people were real, but ultimately gave up on that thought. Even if they were alive in the challenge space, so what? His time in the challenge space was also limited. If he had sufficient strength and skills like instant transmission, he might attempt to exploit a bug. For instance, instant transmission to Corin Tower within 10 seconds to obtain some senza beans. Of course, this was merely a thought, as he wasn't sure if there was an air wall present. If there was, it would mean that the simulated space was just a small fragment. Just like in a game where the scene seems vast and spectacular, but is actually just a game texture. After challenging Yamati, Su Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and continued to challenge Sun Wukong, who had returned from the underworld. Compared to yesterday's challenge, his strength had greatly improved today, and his means were far beyond what they were yesterday. Facing Sun Wukong, who had returned from the underworld, Su Ming was not like he was against Yamati. After the battle, Su Ming gained more insights and felt more of his own shortcomings. It wasn't just in combat techniques, but also in the disparity in realms. If it were a battle of equal strength, Su Ming felt he might not win unless he resorted to some tricks or caught his opponent off guard. Otherwise, overcoming this Sun Wukong would still be full of challenges, especially since if he repeated the same move, Sun Wukong would catch the openings immediately. This was Su Ming's Achilles heel. He needed more battles to gain combat experience. It is worth mentioning that the finger light technique was indeed powerful, nearly causing even this Sun Wukong to stumble. Unfortunately, he couldn't truly deliver a killing blow. He could only severely injure his opponent, and using this technique would rapidly deplete his own energy. After challenging Sun Wukong, who had returned from the underworld, Su Ming used his third challenge opportunity to challenge Master Roshi. 2 days after the last challenge, facing Master Roshi with his current strength, Su Ming felt the gap in strength more profoundly. Although Master Roshi still treated him playfully during their encounter, Su Ming indeed felt an oppressive force from Master Roshi that Sun Wukong could not provide. P.S. Seeking a wave of monthly votes. Next, the protagonist will begin to soar. Time quickly passed midnight, and the challenger of the cultivation multiplier once again refreshed. As Su Ming had anticipated after Yamati, it was indeed Klin. Without a doubt it was, because his strength was stuck at this threshold, so the system would not refresh stronger opponents. After all, it was just an ordinary level. Additionally, the combat power was around 80 to 90 points, which was rare in the early stages of the original work. The only one whose strength might match was the peak period of the Bull Demon King. However, Su Ming felt that the Bull Demon King would not appear again, as with his current strength, he could definitely surpass 100 points in a day. Indeed, the stronger the strength, the greater the difficulty of cultivation improvement. But after defeating Klin, he could raise the multiplier to 12 times. The effect of the previous tenfold cultivation increase was so powerful, and now that it had risen by 2 times, in such circumstances, cultivating for a day, not to mention surpassing the Son Goku, who returned from the underworld, he could definitely achieve nearly 110 points of combat power. Facing Klin from the 21st Martial Arts Conference, Su Ming had no hesitation. Having defeated Yamati from the 21st Martial Arts Conference, even though Klin's strength was slightly stronger than Yamati's, he was confident he could win. As Su Ming had expected, Klin's combat power was indeed 10 points higher than Yamati, reaching 90 points. To defeat Klin, Su Ming had to exert quite an effort. Fortunately, he had previously fought Klin and understood the original plot, knowing Klin's weaknesses. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to win. Ultimately, it was still the body of an adult defeating the body of a child. After defeating Klin, Su Ming gained a certain understanding of the basic martial arts of the Turtle Hermit style. After all, learning the basic martial arts of the Crane Hermit style, although the two martial arts have essential differences, there are indeed many similarities. In any case, both the Crane Hermit and the Turtle Hermit were taught by the martial arts master, so they can be considered as sharing the same origin. It's a pity that Klin could not fully display the basic martial arts of the Turtle Hermit style. Otherwise, he could have taken this opportunity to comprehend the techniques of the Turtle Hermit school. Perhaps after learning it on his own, he could trigger another system reward. Wouldn't it be better for Son Goku and the Turtle Hermit to comprehend it? Indeed, there was no other way. Son Goku's martial arts style did have some shadows of the Turtle Hermit style, but it had already developed into a completely different system. The Turtle Hermit had never taught him any martial arts techniques. Otherwise, with the improvement of his own strength, he could naturally learn more through combat. Time flew by. The next morning, as a teacher, even though he was a physical education teacher, Su Ming had to report to the school building. One must say that with the improvement of his strength, Su Ming somewhat regretted becoming a teacher. If he had known that this would be the situation right after his transmigration, or if he could rely on punishing evil and promoting good to reverse rob some money, he wouldn't have been trapped in the school. However, it is what it is. Perhaps this is fate's best arrangement. One must see things through to the end, especially since Son Goku will definitely enroll in Orange Star High School in the future. Arriving at the teacher's office, Su Ming saw Freddy and Sharp. After greeting each other, they chatted about Rick and teased him. Just then, Rick yawned as he entered the office. "You guys are just sour grapes. Oh, I've been really tired these past few days," Rick said, both happy and pained, sitting down while holding his waist, a look that every man could understand. Seeing this, everyone began to tease him, especially Freddy, who couldn't help but feel envious. Being a middle-aged single man, he had an immense desire for matters of love, but had never met anyone suitable. "Take it easy, you'll end up dying in a woman's belly sooner or later. How about I introduce one to you? I just added a woman with a large chest and curvy hips. Her figure is especially stunning." Rick's words made Freddy's face flush. "How come you have such good luck with women?" Freddy pretended to push him away, but was actually leaning closer, glancing at Rick's phone. "So what do you think?" Rick grinned. Not bad. Are you really this kind-hearted? Freddy's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. The two of them exchanged words on introducing beautiful women, and Sharp Curious joined in turning it into a discussion among three people. Su Ming felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. He was temporarily indifferent to such matters. After casually responding to their teasing, he seriously began to look over the week's lesson plan. One class in the morning, one class in the afternoon. Unless something unexpected happened, it was going to be like this every day. It looked easy, but was actually quite troublesome. In fact, it was just the four of them, the physical education teachers, sharing the workload. Since Su Ming and Sharp were new, each only needed to take responsibility for 5 classes. One class averaged 2 lessons a week. By the way, have you heard about the masked hero? Suddenly Rick's words caught Su Ming's attention. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I was planning to talk to you about it. Freddy had a sudden look of realization. Sharp on the side pinched his chin deep in thought. It is said that the masked hero is not only powerful, but can also fly. Many people witnessed it at the time, and quite a few even recorded videos. I wonder if it's true. It was truly astonishing. I was nearby during the bank robbery and saw the masked hero fly away, or it left me so shocked that I couldn't speak. From what I've seen in the news online, after the masked hero dealt with the bank robbers, he appeared in other parts of Satan City that same day, cracking down on various criminals with ill intentions. While Freddy spoke, he took out his phone to show various news videos. Su Ming stood by listening and watching. All he could think was that he had become the masked hero, and the speed at which this information spread was astonishing. It had become common knowledge. No wonder he had heard some students discussing superheroes and the like on his way to the office. He hadn't paid attention at the time, but now as these three talked in such detail, wasn't it about him? What's wrong? Su Ming, didn't you know? Rick glanced at Su Ming and asked. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was slightly taken aback, then hurriedly smiled. Of course I know. I could just happen to be out for a stroll yesterday and had the fortune to see it from afar. It was indeed shocking. He suppressed his emotions as he spoke. Upon realizing he had been regarded as a masked superhero, the situation had stirred up quite a commotion, leaving Su Ming somewhat bewildered. Who would have thought he would suddenly become a hero in the eyes of the public? If it weren't for everyone's discussions about his deeds, he could hardly fathom the reality. The most absurd part was that some people exaggeratedly promoted him, leading to his transformation into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms within just half a day. It is no exaggeration to say that there were at least 10 different versions. One could only think of the original son, Wukong, who never seemed this outlandish. Watching an animated series is one thing, but genuinely experiencing this world is another concept entirely. Throughout the day, Su Ming tried his best to maintain his composure and not let the noise of the discussions affect him. Only after returning to his dormitory did the world quiet down, allowing Su Ming to focus on his cultivation. Although there was plenty of time during the day, he could only engage in some basic cultivation of qi, unable to calm his mind, resulting in poor training outcomes. In numerical terms, he had only increased by 2 points, reaching a battle power of 95. Initially, he had hoped to utilize the daylight to bring his power close to 100 points, ideally reaching 98 or 99. Reality told him it was not that simple. Of course, if he weren't disturbed by others, or if this incident hadn't influenced him, he should have been able to achieve that. For now, he could only wait for the situation to gradually fade away. As long as the masked superhero he portrayed did not appear for a while, the hype would naturally dissipate. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed since he returned to the dormitory. Su Ming concluded his qi cultivation. At this moment, his strength had indeed improved somewhat, but the amount of qi did not show a significant increase, as if he was stuck at a certain level and needed some external force to help him break through. Looking at his battle power value, he had unknowingly reached 99 points. No wonder he felt suddenly blocked, as if he couldn't move an inch. That number alone gave the impression of having reached a limit. Without hesitation, Su Ming organized his thoughts and went downstairs to the cafeteria for dinner. During the meal, he engaged in some simple reflections and plans. Then, rather than returning to his dormitory, he went to the rooftop of the dormitory to train. At this time, there was indeed no one around, so Su Ming made no waste of time engaging in both martial arts training and physical conditioning. Speaking of which, the weighted training equipment he ordered online had yet to arrive, needing 2 or 3 days for delivery. Otherwise, he could have worn it for training. Su Ming had actually gone to a physical store, but there were no suitable items, and the prices of some goods were ridiculously high. Thus, he ultimately chose online shopping, which was indeed much cheaper. To put it plainly, Su Ming did not need branded goods that were aesthetically pleasing. He only required effective results. Moreover, the physical items in the store did not meet his minimum requirements. For example, the weighted clothing had a maximum of only 50 pounds. Su Ming's minimum requirement was over 100 pounds. In a few hours overnight, fortunately, other than an old teacher coming up to tidy the flowers and plants, no one disturbed Su Ming. Battle power exceeded 108 points. Under the influence of a 12-fold training multiplier, the rapid progress of his training left Su Ming in disbelief. His strength grew increasingly formidable, and his skills advanced further. It wasn't until 11:30 at night that Su Ming returned to his room, simply washed up, rested, and with a refreshed spirit challenged the resurrected Sun Wukong once again. It is worth mentioning that after breaking the 100-point barrier, it truly represented another realm. It was akin to the difference between having a battle power of 50 points and one before it. They belonged to entirely different levels. In this battle, Su Ming did not lose by a stroke of luck. He overcame Sun Wukong using the light from his fingertips. Even though he was entirely at a disadvantage during the fight, as his strength met the threshold with increasing tactics and a deeper understanding of martial arts, Su Ming gained the capital to contest with Sun Wukong. Youth favors the young. Even if Sun Wukong was deceased, his body remained that of an elderly person. At the same level of strength, Su Ming's power was indeed somewhat greater, so it was by this slight advantage that he managed to close the gap in strength with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's combat skills were masterful, and his fist techniques were exquisite, far beyond Su Ming's reach, but in the end he could not withstand Su Ming's desperate fight. Through increasingly numerous challenges, Su Ming gradually realized that he should approach every challenge with all his might rather than a mindset of playfulness, especially when facing difficult challenges, even hellish ones. Defeating Sun Wukong raised the training multiplier to 20 times. Following that, the challenge opponent was reset, and it was no longer Sun Wukong, but a new adversary appeared, the youthful Piccolo. After defeating him, the multiplier could increase to 30 times. As his strength became sufficiently formidable, the difficulty also began to multiply. No, it should be said that it was originally a doubling increase. The first difficult level was the elderly Sun Wukong with 50 points of battle power. The second difficult level was the resurrected Sun Wukong with 120 points of battle power. Thus, the third difficult level was Piccolo with a battle power of 260 points, which could hardly be considered surprising. In comparison, the current hellish difficulty of Master Roshi was not much at all. Even in a muscular state, he only had 180 points of battle power. Su Ming thought to himself, this was a benefit provided by the system, granting him a month to challenge, and only after a month would the challenge opponent automatically refresh. Otherwise, if the opponent refreshed daily with his increasing strength, it would have been troublesome. Now the difficult level is Piccolo. Who would the hellish level be after the refresh? What level of power would it be? The Piccolo from the beginning of Z? Or perhaps Raditz with a battle power of 1500? In any case, with his current strength and the 20-fold training multiplier, surpassing Master Roshi in a short time was no longer a dream. As long as he successfully completed the challenge, then boosting the training multiplier to 100 times was a certainty. With a 100-fold enhancement, he believed his strength would increase even faster. As the clock approached midnight, Su Ming quickly chose to challenge Piccolo, using up his last opportunity for the day. With Piccolo available for challenge, it was only natural to witness just how terrifying this formidable boss from the early part of the original work truly was. Regardless of anything, he had crushed an era instilling fear in the martial arts world of Earth for hundreds of years. The scene shifted abruptly, and Su Ming found himself in a desolate wasteland. Before him stood the youthful Piccolo, restored through a wish to Shinran. The ground was littered with the petrified body of the deceased Shinran, and the Dragon Balls had long since turned to stone. If only it could restore itself automatically. Seeing the Dragon Balls turn to stone, Su Ming couldn't help but entertain this thought. Soon he had no time to ponder further, for Piccolo burst into wicked laughter, unleashing an extremely evil aura. Facing the mighty Piccolo, this was the first time Su Ming felt terror. It was not merely the sense of power disparity, but an unimaginable, overwhelming killing intent. His perception of Qi had sharpened, making the awareness of this malevolent aura even clearer. Although Qi was formless, to Su Ming it seemed that an invisible black aura surrounded Piccolo's body, clawing and gnashing, eager to devour him. Damn it! Am I so cowardly that I can't even muster the courage to move? Su Ming clenched his fists in frustration. His unwillingness was certain. After the fierce battle with Sun Wukong, his combat power had indeed broken through 108 points, reaching 110 points. Even though Piccolo's combat power was 260 points, that gap was simply too vast. Human insect appearing before this king is truly seeking death. Well, let's use you to test the power of my rebirth. Feel it well? Hee hee. Piccolo's smile was laced with a bloodthirsty flavor. In an instant, he transformed into a green light, swiftly crossing the distance between them. Su Ming gasped in shock. His heart raced rapidly, and with keen eyesight and perception of Qi, he roughly deduced Piccolo's trajectory, preemptively crossing his arms and clenching his fists in front of him. This subconscious action, prompted by a premonition of danger, was to maximize his safety. However, Piccolo had no intention of attacking his face at all. After a feint, Piccolo mocked as he kicked out with great force. The sound of bang echoed. The terrifying might was something Su Ming could not withstand. The kick struck his head, and before Su Ming even felt the sharp pain, his brain crashed, darkness enveloping him as he fainted. When he awakened, Su Ming lay on the floor drenched in sweat. Although his body was unharmed, the psychological damage was particularly severe. Fortunately, he had been honing his willpower during this time. Knowing he would die if he couldn't defeat them, he still challenged Sun Wukong and Master Roshi with all his might. The difference was that while Sun Wukong and Master Roshi fought simply to defeat him, Piccolo truly intended to kill him. Damn it. Just wait, one day he'll kick you to death too. Su Ming held a grudge. Not really, but being kicked to death did make him furious. Piccolo's strike ignited a powerful desire for victory within him. He got up, lay on the sofa for a moment, and due to excessive sweating, he felt thirsty and drank 3 bottles of mineral water. Until shortly after midnight. Normal challenge defeats Sun Wukong of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Training multiplier increased to 21 times. The challenger refresh revealed that after Yamcha, it was Krillin, and after Krillin, it was Sun Wukong. It really was a cycle. If his strength remained stagnant at this level, and he couldn't progress quickly, the opponents he would face next would likely be limited to the level of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament. My current strength is still too weak. I need to become stronger faster. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming's desire to grow stronger surged even more. At this moment, he couldn't even defeat Sun Wukong from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, so he had to quickly increase his strength. What kind of effect would a 20 times training multiplier yield? Previously, with only a 12 times training multiplier, he had raised his combat power from 95 points to 108 points in a short time. Su Ming felt that the current effect would be even better. Without hesitation, he first sat cross-legged to cultivate qi. Having crossed a level, he faced absolute suppression, and his desire for strength made him unwilling to waste time resting. In fact, he wasn't tired at all. He hadn't consumed much stamina during the day, and instead, he had been conserving his energy. In the first half of the night, although he had been training his fists and body, the exhaustion from this could be quickly recovered. He didn't feel tired, on the contrary, he felt invigorated. Ultimately, this was the benefit of his growing strength and increasing qi. He truly felt that even if he did nothing for 3 days and nights without sleeping, he wouldn't bear too much burden. During the cultivation session, in the blink of an eye, less than 3 hours had passed. When Su Ming opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within, particularly piercing. If he were to lock eyes with someone, he could definitely completely intimidate them. Combat power 130 points. Hiss. Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. In such a short time, the qi within him had only circulated a few times. Although he could clearly feel a significant increase in qi, he hadn't expected the effect to be so great. A 10-point increase. If the effect of cultivating qi was so outstanding, what kind of results would physical training bring? Without hesitation, Su Ming began his workout. Basic movements would yield significant results once the quantity was met. For example, push-ups, pull-ups, and handstand push-ups. In the past, he would have complained, but after trying it himself, he no longer questioned it. Once the quantity was met, any training method would be useful. Unfortunately, the weighted equipment had yet to arrive, and he didn't have any gravity training room or such training artifacts. Otherwise, after a day's training, he would surely see an increase of at least several tens or even hundreds of points in combat power. Time flew by, and it was now 7 in the morning. 4 hours of intense training could be said to be a complete transformation. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Su Ming would never have imagined it. For instance, doing 1,000 push-ups raised his combat power by 1 point. He casually practiced a few rounds of martial arts, and his combat power increased by another point. Su Ming's strength advanced rapidly, and at this moment his combat power reached 145 points. A full 25 points of progress. Just 6 or 7 hours ago, he wouldn't have been a match for Sun Wukong from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, but now he had already surpassed the combat power of that time's little Goku. In fact, his current combat power had already exceeded the normal level of Master Roshi. Should he challenge now? Of course, Su Ming wasn't foolish. His strength and combat power had indeed reached this level, but merely reaching it didn't mean he had full mastery over it. Moreover, he had to pass the test all at once without allowing any accidents to occur. Relying solely on his current strength was still far from enough. At this pace, in the next day or two, I will completely surpass Master Roshi. A few days later, Piccolo would definitely not be my opponent. Su Ming sighed in his heart. He just didn't know how much harder it would be to improve to a higher level. After pondering for a while, Su Ming stopped overthinking, entered the bathroom to take a shower, changed into new clothes, and left the dormitory to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. P.S. Thanks to Duan E for the 100 Chidian coin support. I humbly request the big shots to bookmark and follow, as it's crucial during the new book period. Thank you. Throughout the day, Su Ming engaged in no training except for the morning and afternoon classes, instead opting for a balance of work and rest to relax. A night of training combined with challenging opponents left him mentally strained. Continuing to train might yield good results, but Su Ming did not wish to exhaust his body. The journey ahead is still long. Having initially grasped the means to grow stronger, he realized that being eager for quick results might not be beneficial. Originally, Su Ming felt that being a physical education teacher was somewhat of a waste of time, but suddenly a new idea emerged to experience life. Sometimes engaging in other activities after training could serve as a good transition. However, having a class in the morning and another in the afternoon feels rather cumbersome. After a few days, he plans to discuss with Freddie and the others to exchange classes. He could opt for only afternoon classes or just the morning ones. For him, morning classes are preferable as it would allow for more activities in the afternoon and he wouldn't have to stay at school all day. He was curious about what Freddie, Rick, and Sharp thought. If it came to it, afternoon classes would also work, allowing him to use the morning for other pursuits. The logistics and delivery speed in the Dragon Ball world were surprisingly fast. What he thought would take 2 or 3 days to arrive had all come today. After moving everything back to his dorm, the 2 guards at the gate initially wanted to help, but found the items too heavy to lift. Inevitably, they inquired out of curiosity about what Su Ming had purchased. He did not hide it, as it was nothing shameful. Upon learning that it was equipment for training, the 2 guards did not press further, but reminisced about their youth, when they too had considerable strength. There was a sense of vanity, but Su Ming would not expose them. Once back in the dorm, he immediately unboxed and inspected his purchases. Weighted clothing, weighted straps, weighted belts, dumbbells, and a 1,000-pound rock among others. Although the quality was average and the workmanship rough, the weight was indeed substantial and the price was cheap. Su Ming chose a set style of weighted clothing similar to the martial arts outfit of Sun Wukong. According to the shop owner, such heavy weights must be made into several different items. A full set made of pure metal would be impractical for wear. Su Ming could understand this, which is why he referenced the design of Sun Gohan's weighted clothing. Holding the black weighted outfit in his hands and squeezing it carefully, he could feel it was not bulky, but had a thick layer. It couldn't compare to Sun Wukong's weighted clothing crafted by the divine Piccolo and Bu, which was beyond the capabilities of Earth's craftsmanship even at this stage of technological advancement. Perhaps such items exist, but Su Ming currently lacked the funds and did not wish to seek out those overpriced custom shops. Wearing the 60-kilogram outfit, Su Ming clearly felt a significant restriction in movement, as if a large stone was pressing on his chest, making his breathing considerably heavier. Fortunately, this constraint did not hinder his ability to move normally. It was simply due to the weight. As the shop owner had said, the internal filling of the weighted material was a special substance that would change irregularly with his movements, which turned out to be true. He also picked up 2 wrist weights of 10 kilograms each and 2 martial arts shoes. After putting them on, Su Ming understood why the original Sun Wukong only wore weights up to this limit. In hand, it might feel like 100 kilograms was merely average, but wearing it felt entirely different. He did not remove the 100-kilogram weighted outfit. Some training methods provided in the original text would surely have a significant effect on him now, so apart from showering, he intended to keep it on. As long as others could not tell, he could wear it throughout the day in class. The weighted clothing posed no major issues, so Su Ming turned his attention to the other equipment. If he felt the weight was insufficient, he could add the weighted straps, with each strap weighing 10 kilograms and the weighted belt at 25 kilograms. There were also dumbbells ranging from 20 to 50 kilograms. Especially that pitch-black 1,000-pound rock, which was his most expensive item, weighing a full 1,000 kilograms, styled after the weight block created by Whis for training Sun Wukong and Vegeta after they arrived in the God of Destruction realm. Su Ming tried to lift it, and even with his current strength, it was extremely difficult to raise it with just the power of his arms and wrists while wearing the weighted clothing. However, after some attempts, Su Ming managed to master a few tricks and finally lifted it. Roughly estimating, he felt that his current strength was at least several thousand pounds. Otherwise, there was no way to lift such a cumbersome object using this method. Training his body while wearing weights proved to be significantly more challenging than usual. For instance, before wearing weights, Su Ming could easily perform 1,000 push-ups, perhaps just breathing heavily for a moment before continuing. Now doing 1,000 push-ups left him sweating, and his arms felt sore with his breathing becoming quite heavy. Though he was exhausted, the results were remarkably outstanding. After 2 consecutive hours of basic training, Su Ming noticed a clear increase in his strength as the pressure on his body intensified, causing the qi within to circulate and accelerate the refining process, which also led to the automatic condensation of more qi energy during physical training. The qi became more condensed, no longer resembling its previous form. It was as if once the concentration reached a certain level, he could effortlessly condense qi energy into an attack. Battle Power 153. Just 2 short hours of training had raised his battle power by 8 points. This was the effect of a 20-fold increase in training while underweight. Indeed, this level of strength was nothing in this era. Such an increase was negligible. Yet with such rapid progress, Su Ming felt he had completely surpassed the speed at which the Z warriors grew stronger. The feeling I just had should be correct, let me give it a try. Raising his hand, Su Ming took a deep breath to calm himself and began to refine the Qi energy with all his effort. During his previous training, his understanding of Qi deepened, and he wanted to see if he could condense an energy blast. In fact, Su Ming had attempted this yesterday, but had not truly reached the standard of an energy blast. Now that his strength had reached this level and the concentration of Qi had reached a certain standard along with his experiences during training, Su Ming believed he could succeed this time. As the Qi continuously gathered into his palm, a golden light appeared. Congratulations to the host for mastering the basic skill of Qi Bomb without a teacher. Your martial arts prowess has ascended to a new level and you have received a random draw for a basic cultivation technique, which includes all foundational training methods, moves, and skills from the Dragon Ball world. Would the host like to draw? As the voice of the system echoed, Su Ming's eyes brightened. Indeed, this counts too. Although it was merely a basic Qi Bomb, any new breakthrough would trigger a reward from the system. Draw. Transformation technique. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. The sudden appearance of an unexpected skill was indeed quite astonishing. Opening the system's storage space, Su Ming glanced at the introduction of the transformation technique and realized that it was the technique mastered by Oolong and Puar. Speaking of which, this transformation technique is in some sense the dream of countless individuals, right? Even Su Ming had once fantasized that if he mastered such a technique it would mean he could do whatever he wanted. However, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Just as he was about to learn, he suddenly sensed the instability of the Qi Bomb in his hand and quickly refocused his attention. Fortunately, it did not explode directly, otherwise, even if this temporary home could be preserved, it would still be damaged. Su Ming had no doubt about the power of the Qi Bomb, as even the weakest Qi attacks in the original work were unimaginably powerful. Moreover, the Qi brewing within this Qi Bomb was no less than what Su Ming had when he manifested the energy beam. Carefully examining the Qi Bomb in his hand, Su Ming exerted great effort to control the balance of the Qi. Next, I must first digest this thing. Gathering the Qi Bomb was merely a means. Now he needed to transform and absorb the energy within it, or rather to decompose it. Otherwise, he would have to detonate the Qi Bomb, for he would need to maintain control continuously, which would consume his Qi. At such a moment, no one could teach him. Su Ming could only rely on himself to explore and attempt. Among the methods for cultivating basic Qi, there were only instructions on how to cultivate Qi, gather Qi, control Qi, and some simple foundational application techniques. For instance, there were no detailed tutorials on gathering energy blasts, let alone how to dissolve a Qi Bomb that had already been formed. Although his combat power value was only 153 points, it seemed the basic Qi cultivation method was already becoming insufficient. It was likely due to a widening perspective. Su Ming believed that in the higher-level cultivation methods the records must be much more detailed. Unconsciously, the system quest flashed through his mind. The supreme Qi cultivation method should be the complete version of Qi cultivation. He wanted to obtain it, but for now it was still too difficult. Right now he could only rely on luck and see if the system could reward him with high-end drawing opportunities. Alternatively, he could attempt to break through and gradually improve, perhaps even create a higher-level cultivation method. From beginner to advanced. Just thinking about it was thrilling. It might not be impossible. The Z fighters also explored and cultivated by themselves, becoming their own guides. Just like him, now the basic Qi cultivation method did not include means for substantial attacks through Qi manifestation, but he had managed to figure it out. Taking a deep breath and emptying himself, Su Ming, after trying various methods, finally began to find a way to dissolve the energy blast. He transformed the substantial energy back into Qi and then absorbed it back into his body. Although there was significant consumption, midway, Su Ming suddenly realized that this method was also a brilliant way to refine his own Qi. Until the energy blast completely vanished from his hand, Su Ming quietly reflected on the experience he just had. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes. Although there was no sudden enlightenment or direct upgrade, he had indeed grasped some tricks. Shifting his attention, Su Ming once again looked at the transformation technique in the storage space. Use. The moment he learned the transformation technique, Su Ming's mind directly received the usage method along with a certain level of proficiency. A smile crept across his lips as he silently murmured, "Transform." With a bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped Su Ming's body, and in an instant he transformed into another person. Son Gohan. Not only did his appearance change, but even the clothes he wore transformed into those of Son Gohan. Is it really this powerful? It was impossible to tell any difference. Su Ming approached the mirror and struck various poses in front of it. Having seen it, before he could confirm there were no discrepancies. Of course, he couldn't fully ascertain how it was under the clothes, as Su Ming had not checked. All he could say was that the appearance was identical. Not to mention Son Gohan was indeed quite handsome with a physique that Su Ming couldn't compare to. What a pity that my aura hasn't changed, so for any expert it would be easy to recognize. Moreover, transforming consumes chi continuously. Su Ming muttered to himself. Then another thought flashed through his mind. Transform. With a bang. Another cloud of white smoke appeared, and when Su Ming reappeared, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan Son Gohan. Although he had never seen it, he could use his imagination to refine what he looked like after the transformation. With golden hair and blue eyes, he was the majestic Super Gohan. TSK, this is the Super Saiyan, but what a pity that I'm just wearing it. If I could possess the soul of a Saiyan. With that thought, Su Ming shook his head. He was quite satisfied with who he was now and did not want to carry the memories of becoming someone else. Even if Saiyans were incredibly powerful, he still held on to his principles unless he were given Saiyan bloodline on top of his current foundation. Of course, this was just a thought. Then, transform. With a bang, another transformation occurred. At this moment, Su Ming was no longer Son Gohan, but had become Videl. Why does this girl have such a good figure? I remember she's only 18 years old now, right? It was hard to imagine, as the original work depicted her so modestly that it was impossible to tell. This transformation technique was definitely not meant to deliberately turn into this way. Then he reached down. Indeed, there was nothing there. So this transformation technique could completely turn him into a woman. The wicked thought made Su Ming shiver involuntarily. He quickly transformed back into his original self. Returning to his original self was much better. After taking a good look at himself, Su Ming calmed down. He had to admit that the transformation technique was indeed useful, but for him at the moment it seemed of little significance. This is how the transformation technique works. Perhaps in the future I can use the transformation technique to disguise myself while punishing evil and promoting good. For Su Ming, it would be great if there were a technique for creating clones. Clone technique. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Su Ming's mind. The four-body fist of Tianjin Fan, isn't that just a clone technique? And then there's Piccolo's demon clone, which is a similar skill. Oh right, Krillin also knows a form of clone technique different from Tianjin Fan's four-body fist, and not the same as Piccolo's clone. If I can master one of those, could I potentially accomplish the work of several people? Just considering splitting into 4, 1 for teaching students, 1 for cultivating chi, at home 1 for training outside. And as for the last one, while taking a break wouldn't be a problem, right? Balancing work and rest. Ideas began to flow, and Su Ming suddenly returned to his former self. Indeed, operating this way is quite outrageous. Ordinary people would struggle with the burden it brings, but he is no ordinary person, plus he has a system. If Naruto can use shadow clones to train, why can't he use this clone technique to double his efforts? Wait a minute. Connecting the dots to Naruto, Su Ming had another epiphany. Speaking of which, the types of skills and techniques in the Dragon Ball world are quite limited. With his current strength, he can definitely explore skills from other worlds, simply substituting chi for the energy of those other worlds. In this age of information explosion, the various ideas he had before crossing over now seemed to be constrained by the Dragon Ball world. Having crossed into the Dragon Ball world, especially with the existence of the system's crossover card, means that all the anime novels and films he knows exist in this universe. Thus, many cultivation methods from other worlds can also serve as references. I stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self? This thought suddenly flashed through Su Ming's mind as he stared blankly at the mirror. He had been overly cautious after crossing over, feeling immense pressure. Now gradually loosening up, Su Ming was starting to recall what he was like before, even though he could never fully return to that self. As the thoughts in his mind became more fluid, Su Ming grew bolder. As a traveler, he doesn't need to rely entirely on the system's power. The memories stored in his brain are a vast treasure. As long as he uses them wisely and makes appropriate adjustments, he could reap unexpected rewards. In no time, Su Ming arrived outside the school for a meal. Since he had trained a bit late, the cafeteria was already closed. But it didn't matter, he intended to go out anyway to see if he could gain some basic techniques through punishing evil and promoting good. Even though he had many new ideas, it still required time to put them into practice. Taking the opportunity to punish evil and promote good while earning some system rewards would also be convenient for him. The harvest wasn't bad. He encountered thugs fighting and a knife-wielding robbery and murder, both triggering system rewards. He didn't acquire any remarkable techniques, but he did receive a set of basic martial arts, the basic martial arts of the Turtle Hermit style. Another was the drunken boxing of the Turtle Hermit. Drunken boxing is not worth mentioning. While there are some tricks, this kind of technique would only work against weaker opponents at this level. Against a peer-level expert, if the opponent is intent on killing, there is no other use for drunken boxing aside from being a trickster. As depicted in the original story, when the Turtle Hermit used it, it merely caused Sun Wukong a headache, and he would soon break the technique. The night deepened as Su Ming utilized the sky dance technique to fly away from Satan City. His strength growing, Su Ming became increasingly adept at using the sky dance technique, and his flying speed increased. Even with a 100-kilogram load, he felt no lack of control. While he couldn't compare to jet fighters, nor could he match the flying speed of the Z-Warriors or the flying Nimbus, he was not too slow either. The area near Satan City is surrounded by vast plains and mountains. He arrived at the Longxi Mountains, which can rival the Western Plains, seeking a quiet and deserted mountaintop. The reason for coming here was naturally to cultivate without restraint. No longer needing to hold back, even controlling a chi blast was unnecessary. Ultimately, the key is to test its power and use it to study new techniques in the outside world, triggering system rewards as much as possible. As for challenging Sun Wukong and the Turtle Hermit, Su Ming still plans to wait. While his current strength has reached 155 points through mastering the basic martial arts of the Turtle Hermit style and drunken boxing along with a deeper understanding of Qi, it is still far from enough to defeat the Turtle Hermit. Defeating Sun Wukong from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament is certainly within reach. Unless, of course, Sun Wukong transforms into a giant ape, as in the original story. Theoretically, if he can eliminate the little Wukong, such a scenario would be impossible. Otherwise, the tenfold increase in power after Sun Wukong's transformation into a giant ape would be terrifying enough to crush him. Ultimately, the original Turtle Hermit was fortunate not to want to harm Wukong, choosing to destroy the moon with a wave instead. Otherwise, he truly couldn't compete with the giant ape transformation of Sun Wukong. Of course, the power increase of a young Sun Wukong transforming into a giant ape might not be as significant. He could only think this way. After all, 139 points of combat power multiplied by 10 equals 1390 points. Not to mention the old turtle, even Raditz would take a few hits. Steadying his mind, Su Ming raised his hand to gather a chi blast. Although it was the second time, he had already gone through it once and grasped the method. Of course, he couldn't achieve the level of the Z-Warriors able to release it at will. After all, his proficiency isn't high enough. Gathering it is truly troublesome and requires extreme control. It took Su Ming a good 20 to 30 seconds to form the chi blast. After feeling the intensity of its energy, he glanced around and selected a stone about 10 meters in size, tossing it. On the first throw, Su Ming nearly failed to launch it. It felt as if it were sticking to his hand, connected to his own chi. Thankfully, he succeeded. The chi blast shot out, crashing directly into the boulder. Boom! Bang! The continuous booming sounds were deafening. Su Ming was stunned. He didn't expect this chi blast, which he hadn't fully concentrated on, to possess such terrifying power. The explosion unleashed a wave of scorching flames, debris scattering in all directions, some even rebounding onto him, causing a sharp sting. It didn't break the skin, but it stung him, clearly indicating that the aftershock of the explosion was extraordinarily frightening, as if each fragment was a bullet. If he had taken it heat in, it would have severely injured him, if not worse. By the time the dust settled, the boulder had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a massive crater. P.S. A new month has begun. I humbly request a wave of monthly support to boost the rankings. After testing the power of the energy sphere, Su Ming finally came to his senses after a long while. He walked to the darkened ground above the pit, where the smell of gunpowder hung thickly in the air, intensely pungent. Su Ming could even feel the residual heat lingering in the air, a testament to the terrifying high temperatures generated at the moment of the explosion. Thinking back, it was not so absurd that those terrifying beings in the original work would be obliterated by energy attacks. He murmured to himself, if the energy sphere at this level is already so powerful, how much destruction could be caused if the energy conversion concentration is increased? And what about the energy wave? Now reflecting on it, the Turtle Hermit in the original work had a combat power of 139, and with one wave of the Kamehameha, he destroyed the moon. Comparing that to his current power of 155, it seemed this level of power wasn't much at all. Perhaps the Turtle Hermit in his wave state exceeded 139 points, but it should be around the same combat index as is now, right? So if I could use the Kamehameha and my energy level was a bit higher, could I also destroy the moon? He couldn't help but raise his head to gaze at the moon in the sky. Although it wasn't a full moon, its outline was clearly visible. Frankly speaking, it was quite absurd. After all, the moon is so far from the Earth. Su Ming had always wondered how fast the Kamehameha's attack speed must be for the Turtle Hermit to destroy the moon within such a short time. Perhaps the moon was not that far from the Earth at first. Su Ming recalled the comedic scenes from the original work. After defeating the Rabbit Army, Sun Wukong sent the Rabbit Army's leader to the moon with his Rui Bang. Though that part of the story was comedic, it could be interpreted as an indication that in the original Dragon Ball world, the moon was initially quite close to the Earth. After the incident of the Turtle Hermit destroying the moon, did Kami Piccolo then move the moon further away after restoring it? As for later, when Piccolo destroyed the moon with a single blast, that was understandable since Piccolo's power post Raditz was already quite formidable. Shaking off his thoughts, Su Ming began to develop new skills. Since the energy sphere could trigger system rewards, it meant the energy wave could also trigger system rewards. Having learned how to condense the energy sphere for attack, the principles of the energy wave should be quite similar. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming immediately began his actions. With the amount of energy stored within his body, he could at least unleash 5 more energy spheres of that power. Thus, condensing the energy wave shouldn't pose too much of a challenge. Time passed gradually. Through practical attempts and continuous failures, Su Ming finally grasped the method of unleashing the energy wave after more than half an hour. What he originally thought was similar to condensing an energy sphere, but in reality, it was entirely different. The energy sphere was a fixed form that erupted instantly. The energy wave, on the other hand, required gathering enough energy and then releasing it, achieving a sustained energy attack. Upon completing the release of the energy wave, the system's notification sound rang out once more. Just as he had learned the energy sphere without a teacher, mastering the fundamental skill of the energy wave rewarded him with an opportunity to extract a basic technique. Su Ming also gained a new martial art technique, the energy compression fist. He learned to condense energy and compress it, attacking invisibly with his fists. It was somewhat akin to an instant burst of kinetic energy. However, while the burst required contact with the opponent, the energy compression fist allowed him to strike from a distance after compressing the power, enabling an invisible attack. After demonstrating this skill, Su Ming understood the principle. This technique was something he could entirely create on his own. With his current strength, using energy combined with his fist's power for a ranged attack could indeed achieve the effect of striking from afar. Of course, the system's learning came with proficiency, and it wasn't something that could be achieved with just a few attempts. Now that he had mastered both the basic energy sphere and the energy wave and received all the rewards he could, the next step was to see if he could manifest the Kamehameha through his understanding of that technique. Kamehameha. It ran throughout the entire Dragon Ball plot, used by the protagonist from the beginning all the way to the final kill move. Recalling Sun Wukong from the original work, he learned it just by watching the old turtle perform it once. Su Ming thought that even if he was not as talented with his current power, he should be able to perform it without much trouble. To be honest, in the original work, it wasn't just little Wukong and little Krillin. There was also Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and others who all learned the Kamehameha through their own insights. Stabilizing his energy, Su Ming adjusted his own rhythm. Although he wasn't in the best state, the energy within him was still sufficient to execute the technique. Combining the basic turtle school martial arts he had mastered, Su Ming first threw a series of punches to find the feeling. It was not only about understanding the flow of power, but also about carefully sensing the changes in energy that followed the movements. The reason the Kamehameha was used by Sun Wukong until the very end was that as the user's strength increased, the power of the technique grew greater. Of course, it also required a deep understanding of the technique and perfect control over the energy. After a set of punches, Su Ming found a surge of excitement. He then took a deep breath and steadied his body. With both hands making circular motions, finally settling at his waist, the energy throughout his body flowed into the palms of his hands through the control of his will. This feeling was incredibly marvelous, completely different from condensing a regular energy wave with one hand. It was as if he was condensing the energy sphere and the energy wave at the same time. In short, Su Ming felt that his power had burst forth to its peak, even surpassing limits. The energy continuously transformed into substantial power, and at that moment Su Ming's hair and clothing began to flutter, and a faint glow appeared on the surface of his body. As a deep blue energy sphere materialized in his palms, the energy rapidly gathered, compressed, and refined into shape. Until the energy reached a critical point, all of Su Ming's energy was infused into this energy sphere. Now, gritting his teeth, Su Ming exerted force with both hands, pushing forward, and the energy sphere suddenly expanded violently, growing 2 to 3 times larger. In an instant, the energy was forcefully released, transforming into a beam of light that shot into the sky, illuminating the entire night, until it finally struck a higher mountain peak. In an instant, boom! The deafening explosion resonated, mountains shook, flames soared into the sky, and Su Ming's eyes were affected by the blinding white light, instinctively raising a hand to shield himself. After a long while, when he could finally see the scene before him, Su Ming gasped in shock. The entire mountain had been reduced to countless fragments under the assault of this energy beam. Terrifying to the extreme. Congratulations, the host has learned the Advanced Skill Turtle School's Kamehameha Wave through self-teaching. Your martial arts cultivation has reached a new level, and you will receive a random high-level technique extraction, which includes all advanced cultivation methods, techniques, and skills from the Dragon Ball world. Would the host like to draw now? Before he could react, the system's voice echoed, filling Su Ming with ecstatic joy. No longer was he bound by the prefix of beginner. The triggered rewards were now high-level. Indeed, the system's rewards corresponded appropriately. The effort put forth would yield corresponding returns. Draw. Extraction complete. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Advanced Skill Planet Destruction Bomb, which has been stored in the system's storage space and can be used at any time. Seeing this name, Su Ming's heart tightened, and he shivered involuntarily, exclaiming inwardly, "What the hell?" Without hesitation, he opened the system's storage space and saw the introduction to this advanced skill. Planet Destruction Bomb, also known as the Death Energy Bomb, abbreviated as the Exploding Star Bomb. A high-end skill mastered by the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, it gathers energy with his fingertip to form an incredibly massive super energy bomb. Although its power may not rival a supernova, this technique has appeared multiple times in the original work, first used to kill Bardock and annihilate planet Vegeta, and the second time against Sun Wukong during the Namek Saga. So this is the Planet Destruction Bomb. Does being at this high level include skills of this caliber? Su Ming felt that his original thoughts were all misguided. His previous worldview was somewhat shattered. This was the Planet Destruction Bomb, a unique skill of Frisia's family in the original work, specifically used for blowing up planets. When this move first appeared, how intense was the feeling of oppression? Only after reaching the artificial human Saga did it become somewhat extravagant, as the average Earthling had transcended to a super scion. However, its power was still considerable. Silently chanting to use it, Su Ming learned the Planet Destruction Bomb. With the proficiency granted by the system, Su Ming became even more excited. Not only had he learned this skill, but the insights gained from mastering the skill also brought significant breakthroughs in other areas. It was as if the path he had previously wandered without knowing how to proceed suddenly became clear. The fog lifted and his understanding of Qi deepened. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming swiftly sat cross-legged and began to meditate on cultivating Qi. At this moment, he was already in a state of extreme exhaustion, having been completely drained by a single Kamehameha wave. Understanding Qi, condensing Qi, cultivating Qi. Unlike previous cultivation, this time the Qi refined through the skill was of a higher concentration. To meet the minimum requirements for casting the Planet Destruction Bomb, the proficiency provided by the system included methods for condensing higher purity energy. He found a breakthrough opportunity in the cultivation of Qi techniques. Although he could not reach a higher level, he had touched the edge of a breakthrough, and the effects of cultivation were significantly better than those of the beginner Qi cultivation methods. In just over half an hour, Su Ming had already awakened. His body was filled with immense Qi, and with every move it felt as if he could split mountains and crack the earth, exuding overwhelming strength. Combat power 188 points. Just from this operation, his combat power had increased by 33 points. Of course, this was also due to the training multiplier of 20 times. Otherwise, it wouldn't have resulted in such a significant breakthrough. With my current strength, not to mention dealing with King Piccolo, I should be able to handle Master Roshi right. Su Ming mused. The confidence brought by his enhanced strength would not easily cool unless he faced another setback. The feeling of blood boiling drove Su Ming to further pursue self-taught skills. There were so many skills in the original work, many of which were similar to the Kamehameha wave. He could certainly create variations and trigger system rewards. As he learned more skills, the speed of his strength improvement would only accelerate. Upon reaching a certain realm, the intensity of his Qi would also indirectly strengthen his physical body. Organizing his thoughts, Su Ming first demonstrated the Planet Destruction Bomb. It turned out that his version could only condense to a diameter of 2 meters, unable to expand further. His strength was too weak, so reaching this level of intensity was already quite impressive. At least he was certain that this blast would instantly reduce the mountain beneath his feet to fragments. There was no need to test its power. Su Ming didn't want to cause too much commotion, so he seized the opportunity to proficiently convert the condensed energy back into Qi and absorb it. Although this process consumed a lot, it was nothing significant for him at present. This move would be his ultimate trump card in the future, and he couldn't afford to use it lightly. The same applied in the challenge space. After all, the consumption was too great. With his current strength, he could not cast such a large energy bomb twice. Dismissing the Planet Destruction Bomb, Su Ming took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, finally feeling relaxed. With my current foundation, perhaps I can try to enhance the intensity of the finger beam to reach the level of the Dodon Ray. When he first learned the finger beam as a basic skill, Su Ming had this thought. Not only the Dodon Ray, but he even imagined Frisia's Death Beam. However, reaching Frisia's level was something Su Ming did not dare to contemplate at this stage. The Dodon Ray, as the unique ultimate skill of the Crane School, was described quite simply in the original work. Su Ming had mastered the basic boxing techniques of the Crane School. Thus, he could roughly discern some techniques for channeling energy, all of which would facilitate the flow of his Qi. Just like the Turtle School's boxing techniques, Su Ming also learned the Kamehameha wave through this understanding. Of course, it is not excluded that reaching a certain level of strength allows for easier mastery of the initial versions of most techniques. Subsequent upgrades of techniques would require further cultivation. I just don't know if a technique like the Dodon Ray counts as an advanced skill. In the Earth Saga, it was a powerful skill that could break through solid barriers. It could not be directly countered by the Kamehameha wave. However, after the Z Saga began, no one used it anymore. Regardless, he had to try. If the Dodon Ray didn't count as an advanced skill, surely the Death Beam would. In any case, at the very least, he could enhance the intensity of the finger beam. Perhaps he could attempt to condense the Death Beam using the method of condensing the Planet Destruction Bomb, which might yield even greater power. Skills and development. Unbeknownst to him, time had already reached 10 o'clock at night. With various attempts at developing the finger beam, Su Ming finally made a breakthrough, having figured out the technique to deploy the Dodon Ray. The finger beam is the finger beam, and the Dodon Ray is the Dodon Ray. If he hadn't figured it out himself, he might have been trapped in his original thoughts. Unfortunately, my strength is still too weak, otherwise I could harness the intensifying light at my fingertips to reach the power of a death beam. Having completed the self-study of the Dongdong wave, I once again received a chance to draw a high-level technique, yet Su Ming still found himself troubled by the failure to refine the death beam. One must have a long-term vision. Although Su Ming is not an ungrateful person, knowing all the plot lines of the original work while being in the Majin Buu saga, he naturally cannot be compared to someone who has traveled back to the beginning of Dragon Ball. Drawing a high-level technique. Ding. Draw complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the high-level technique 4 Bodies Fist, which has been stored in the system storage space and can be used by the host at any time. It was like a pillow arriving just as one felt sleepy. The martial art that Su Ming desired the most was so easily drawn. However, he did not expect that the 4 Bodies Fist actually belonged to the category of high-level martial arts, so if it weren't for the chance to draw a high-level technique, even if he triggered many basic technique draws, he would not have been able to obtain this skill of duplication. He opened the system storage space to learn and use it. The sensation brought by the 4 Bodies Fist was quite absurd. It must be said it was completely different from the concept of duplication that Su Ming had. Duplication is based on the main body creating duplicate entities from nothing and endowing them with certain power and cognitive abilities. Duplicates can act independently, but they are always duplicates and cannot become the main body. The 4 Bodies Fist, however, is different. It is truly a division of 1 into 4. Su Ming simultaneously divides his power and spiritual energy into 4 parts, controlling 4 individuals at the same time, with any one of these for being both a duplicate and the main body. As long as not all 4 are simultaneously destroyed, he will not perish. In summary, this has once again overturned Su Ming's understanding of martial arts skills. After mastering it, he naturally needed to demonstrate its power. After completing the division into 4, Su Ming could clearly experience the wondrous sensation of controlling 4 at once. All 4 are the main body. He can choose either the primary or secondary body. Even if the chosen primary body unfortunately gets destroyed, the spiritual entity can quickly move to the secondary body, allowing this body to take the leading role. No wonder after Tien Shinhan used this technique in the original story, Goku did not treat the 4 bodies technique as a mere duplication and did not specifically search for Tien Shinhan's main body, but chose to defeat all 4 Tien Shinhan at once. Su Ming silently calculated in his heart, recalling the details from the original work. It can be seen that Goku is truly a genius in combat. Even though his realm was higher than Tien Shinhan's at that time, his insight allowed him to see through the weaknesses of techniques in a short time. In any case, this technique is more beneficial to Su Ming. Because if it were just an ordinary duplication, perhaps the cultivation wouldn't yield good results, but now this is undoubtedly advanced and can indeed be used for the training of one becoming 4. This means that now he can cultivate with 4 bodies simultaneously, achieving an effect that is 80 times. Of course, calculating this way is actually incorrect. It should be the addition of 4 times a 20-fold cultivation boost. The so-called 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20 indeed equals 80. However, 80 to begin with is just 80. Calming down, Su Ming suddenly had an interesting thought, that is to try battling against himself. Another application of the 4 Bodies Fist is indeed feasible. This is also the best way to test one's own strength. After all, the one who knows oneself best is oneself. Moreover, after dividing into 4, the power is distributed, and the actual individual strength is no longer accurately reflected by mere numbers. For instance, after learning the Dongdong wave and the 4 Bodies Fist, Su Ming's combat power reached 198 points. But after the division into 4, each of the 4 had a combat power of 150 points. Thus, saying that a combat power of 198 points divided into 4 does not mean that the values would split into 4 parts. It makes sense. If the combat power were divided into 4 parts, Tian Xinhan would not have used the 4 bodies fist at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament seeking unnecessary trouble. Simply put, at that time, Tian Xinhan's combat power should have been comparable to that of the young Demon King Piccolo, and if his 260 points of combat power were divided into 4, each duplicate would only have 65 points of combat power. How weak. Therefore, ultimately, the values only reflect an aggregate and do not represent the absolute. After a round of sparring, Su Ming gained a deeper understanding of the 4 bodies fist. In the end, he did not continue to maintain the 4 bodies, but returned to 1. Next, it was time to recover as much as possible and then conduct the character challenges for cultivation multiplication. First, he would challenge Master Roshi to gain a 100-fold cultivation boost, and then defeat Goku, thereby gaining an additional multiplication. Otherwise, this 1-fold increase would be overshadowed by Master Rose's 100-fold boost. To be fair, even now Su Ming still finds the system's approach overly harsh. If the challenge success merely increased by a single fold for ordinary levels, 10 folds for difficult levels, and 100 folds for hell levels, that would be great. The system has its calculation model, and Su Ming can only accept it as this is essentially an auxiliary cultivation module. Time quickly passed to after 11 in the evening. Su Ming restored himself to peak condition, and his combat power rose to 199 points, just a step away from breaking 200. At this moment, it felt much like when he was at 99 points of combat power breaking through to 100 points, it felt like something was blocking him, slowing down his progress. Su Ming needed combat, or a high-pressure breakthrough. Ding. Initiating the multiplication challenge difficulty, hell level. Opponent first appearance of Master Roshi. Challenge complete. Current cultivation multiplication increased to 100 times. Su Ming quietly waited until the surrounding environment stabilized completely. As always, he felt a gust of sea breeze blowing in. Standing on the beach not far in front of Su Ming was Master Roshi. Activating the combat power detection function, the 139 points of combat power were once again observed by Su Ming. For his past self, this was an almost insurmountable number, but for his current self, it was no longer a concern. With 199 points of combat power, even if Su Ming's martial arts realm was not as high as Master Roshi's, his strength had undoubtedly surpassed that of Master Roshi. We meet again, young one. Master Roshi leaned on his staff, smiling. It was different from the last time. Clearly, Master Rose's tone had changed. Perhaps Master Roshi sensed that his strength was extraordinary. This time I am here to defeat you. Su Ming treated Master Roshi as a real opponent. Master Roshi nodded and did not act, but continued to scrutinize Su Ming seriously. If you want to defeat me, it's not as simple as just saying it. At the gesture of the turtle sage, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several meters and appeared before the turtle sage, launching a punch. Faced with Su Ming's direct assault, the turtle sage was filled with shock, his expression grave and unmoving. He maintained his composure even as Su Ming's fist stopped before him. He truly was unafraid that Su Ming's punch would knock him down. Why don't you dodge? Su Ming asked. It was merely a test of martial arts, yet he hadn't expected the turtle sage to see through it. Regardless of whether the turtle sage dodged or not, Su Ming would hold back his punch, ensuring it wouldn't land on the turtle sage. However, remaining still and dodging are 2 very different concepts. His refusal to dodge indicated that he had already seen through Su Ming's intentions. If he moved, then at this moment the turtle sage would not only be surpassed in strength, but also not far behind in realm. The turtle sage remained silent, which only made Su Ming more serious. Now he resembled the Tianjin fan from the original story when he first faced the turtle sage. It's been a long time since I've truly moved. This old body needs to loosen up this time. As the turtle sage spoke, he began to stretch, disregarding whether Su Ming would strike. He planted his turtle staff into the sand and removed the heavy turtle shell. The original story mentioned that little Wukong and Krillin trained with him bearing a 20-kilogram turtle shell. Later, after they got used to it, the turtle sage gave them his shell, which weighed 40 kilograms. Though the exact limit of weight was unknown, it was certain that the turtle sage had lived with a shell heavier than 40 kilograms for years. Do you want to take off your weighted clothing as well? After stretching for a while, the turtle sage turned to Su Ming again. Noticing his weighted clothing, Su Ming was not surprised. After all, his weighted suit was crudely made. It could fool ordinary people, but not a martial arts master. To be honest, in the challenge space, the effect of the weighted clothing was the same, and Su Ming just realized it. One could only say the system was impressive. No need with my current strength. If I take off the weight to fight you, it would lose its challenge. Su Ming stated plainly. The turtle sage was not pretentious, nodding. Then let's begin. After saying this, he took off his sunglasses and threw them onto the top of the turtle's staff, where they hung steadily without falling. Such sharp eyesight and control of strength were worth learning from Su Ming. Earlier, I was the one testing. This time you should go first. Su Ming assumed the stance of the Turtle Sage's martial arts, which made the Turtle Sage's eyes light up. Good kid, have you already learned the fighting techniques of the Turtle Sage style? Then I'll test your skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the Turtle Sage became like a shadow rushing forward. The combat techniques of the Turtle Sage style were varied and opened Su Ming's eyes once again. Although Su Ming had mastered the basics, when the Turtle Sage applied them, it was an entirely different concept. Compared to Little Krillin, he was merely a beginner, having learned only the most superficial aspects. Even he had only grasped them at a basic level. This Turtle Sage could indeed guide him in his martial arts cultivation, just like he did with Sun Wukong. Taking this opportunity to learn more, Su Ming imagined that there would not be such a good chance in the future. Having reached this level of strength, the opponents that would emerge in the future would undoubtedly rise to a cosmic level, making the masters on Earth insignificant. The fierce hand-to-hand combat continued. Although he was wearing 100 kilograms of weight, while fighting the Turtle Sage, the difference in strength was apparent, and Su Ming deliberately controlled his power and speed, learning in battle and improving in battle. The situation of the fight continuously shifted, with back-and-forth exchanges from parrying the Turtle Sage's attacks to suppressing him. Su Ming's strength continued to rise, and the deficiencies in his combat abilities were quickly compensated. Once he faced a setback, he would never face it again. The Turtle Sage was astonished by Su Ming's growth, but more so, he felt admiration. To him, it was like seeing the younger generation surpassing him in the original story, bringing joy that martial arts would flourish and reach greater heights. If your fist and foot skills have passed, how will you respond to this move? After delivering a set of punches, the Turtle Sage quickly retreated, then made a circular motion with his hands clasping them at his waist. Seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate and gathered his energy. What a rare opportunity. Please sample my Turtle School Kamehameha. A loud shout once again surprised the Turtle Sage. However, the Turtle Sage soon smiled. The gathering of the Kamehameha was exceptionally smooth, and both of them unleashed their energy at almost the same time, attacking each other. Feeling the other's energy and enjoying the process of the clash, Su Ming was quite pleased. He also absorbed the advantages from the Turtle Sage's mastery of energy. Undoubtedly, in terms of realm, he was inferior to the Turtle Sage, so Su Ming used far more power for this move than the Turtle Sage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the Turtle Sage's Kamehameha. Until the clash ended, energy exploded and canceled each other out. The battle was not over, and the hand-to-hand combat continued. After one clash, both sides had incurred some exhaustion, but Su Ming still retained enough stamina, and the Turtle Sage, being seasoned, certainly would not leave himself with no escape. Heavenly Palm of all nations. In the midst of battle, the Turtle Sage unleashed another of his signature moves. It truly opened Su Ming's eyes and showed him just how terrifying this move could be. Even he suffered tremendous damage, losing his ability to move for a short time. Fortunately, the gap in strength was vast, and Su Ming's mastery of hard Qigong came into play at this moment, using Qi to enhance his defense, thereby withstanding the Turtle Sage's sudden attack. After executing the Heavenly Palm of all nations, the Turtle Sage visibly relaxed for a moment. He thought Su Ming had lost his ability to move and could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly Su Ming seized this opportunity to close in, rapidly delivering a 3-hit combo, plus a quick punch, knocking him to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Hell level difficulty. First appearance of Turtle Sage. Current training multiplier increased to 100 times. In 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. The system's prompt echoed in his ears. Su Ming looked at the Turtle Sage, who lay motionless, a slight smile on his lips as he bowed in thanks. Then, seizing the brief seconds before the countdown ended, he leaped in front of the Turtle Sage's heavy shell and grabbed it. Until the scene in front of him completely vanished, Su Ming returned to the dark peak. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Returning to the cliff, Su Ming muttered to himself. To be honest, he initially didn't believe he could easily defeat the Turtle Hermit. After all, the true combat power of the Turtle Hermit was 180 points. What surprised Su Ming was that the Turtle Hermit had no intention of truly unleashing his power. Perhaps he acknowledged him. After defeating the Turtle Hermit, the cultivation multiplier increased to 100 times. Su Ming hadn't even begun to imagine how terrifying the current cultivation effect would be. The system's prompt sound rang in his ears again, making Su Ming feel incredibly excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge achievement. First, 3 difficulty clearance. Rewards: 1 high-level technique, draw 1 basic technique, draw, and 5 fairy beans. Ding! The cultivation module level has been upgraded to level 2, successfully unlocking the second function, gravity multiplier enhancement. Current gravity multiplier 10 times. Excitement. It felt as if a new world had opened up for him. He had just adapted to the current situation, and then the system's cheat came again. Effort. Don't joke, where's the fun in putting in the effort? With cheats, one becomes invincible, Who the hell wants to work hard? This system both gives him cheats and requires him to work hard. It clearly treated him as a labor force. One high-level technique, draw. One basic technique, draw. The most crucial part was the 5 fairy beans. Just one bean can ensure he won't feel hungry for 10 days. Although it can't heal mental or physical injuries, as long as he isn't dead, it can undoubtedly revive him, restoring his body to peak condition. Then, with the unlocking of the second function of the cultivation module, a new cultivation method was indeed opened for him. Gravity training is undoubtedly the most effective training method for becoming stronger in the early Dragon Ball world. After the beginning of the Saiyan Saga, almost all Z fighters improved their strength through gravity training. Notably, Son Goku's battle power broke through to 900 in just 6 days of training under 100 times gravity, which was truly extraordinary. Of course, this isn't that extraordinary, because later on, after being healed from severe injuries, Son Goku's power jumped from 900 to 3 million, which was when he truly unlocked a super cheat. It was famously said Saiyans' revival from the brink of death greatly enhances their strength. In reality, this is related to potential accumulation. With sufficient buildup, it can be indirectly drawn out. In other words, other races can also grow stronger through combat, but it isn't as evident as it is with the Saiyans. Shifting his thoughts, Su Ming directly controlled the system with his mind. I see this as the gravity training enhancement function, which can be controlled with my thoughts to apply gravity directly, which is certainly convenient. Su Ming murmured to himself. In the next second, a gravity of 10 times was directly applied to his body. Su Ming's expression changed drastically, and the turtle hermit's shell he was holding fell to the ground. His entire body felt as though it was being crushed by a massive mountain, making it hard to breathe. After struggling for a short while, Su Ming nearly lost his breath. Fortunately, he quickly released the gravity, gasping for air. Unprepared, he thought he could easily withstand the pressure from 10 times gravity, but he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, no wonder Son Goku almost stumbled after arriving at King Kai's planet. Su Ming's current strength was far weaker than Son Goku at the start of Dragon Ball. Moreover, he was wearing a weighted clothing of 100 kilograms. If he weren't wearing it, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I thought 10 times was nothing, but seems I was getting carried away. After expressing his feelings, Su Ming began to carefully examine the rules. Unlike the method of increasing cultivation multipliers, the enhancement of gravity multipliers requires challenging higher gravity levels. The mode was similar to the 3 difficulty levels of challenging characters. Normal challenge, maintained for 10 minutes under 11 times gravity to increase the multiplier to 11 times. Difficult challenge, maintained for 10 minutes under 20 times gravity to increase the multiplier to 20 times. Hell challenge, maintained for 10 minutes under 100 times gravity to increase the multiplier to 100 times. So this mode of enhancement depends on what level I can reach with my strength. Unlike challenging opponents, it purely relies on endurance to break through. Of course, Su Ming felt it wouldn't be that simple. If he were to challenge the hell level of 100 times gravity, now, he probably couldn't last even 10 seconds, let alone 10 minutes. In the original work, Son Goku, who had tens of thousands of battle power, nearly lost his life after suddenly activating 100 times gravity. If it weren't for the fairy beans to restore his body, he would have already been done for, being crushed by gravity into a pancake. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Su Ming suddenly shivered and quickly shook his head, dismissing those bizarre thoughts. Not wanting to think about this, Su Ming refocused his attention. Should he experiment with the increase in cultivation multipliers? Now wasn't the time. Su Ming first looked at the weighted turtle shell that had fallen to the ground and picked it up, weighing it in his hands. After confirming it weighed around 40 to 50 kilograms, he sighed a couple of times and then stored it in the system storage space. Perhaps it would be useful later. He then opened the challenge interface for the cultivation multiplier enhancement. At this moment, the hell level difficulty Turtle Hermit had already been marked as challenge successful. Su Ming directly reset it and calmly watched the challenger appear after the refresh. Hell level challenge, defeat Vegeta, who has descended to Earth to increase the cultivation multiplier to 200 times. Su Ming gasped, his brain momentarily stalling. He initially thought that after the difficult level featuring Piccolo, the hell level difficulty refresh would involve opponents with strengths exceeding 1,000 points. It would either be Raditz or opponents of a similar level. Unexpectedly, the worst outcome had occurred. It wasn't Raditz, nor was it Nappa, but the battle power of 1800 Vegeta. Although his strength was rapidly increasing, not to mention the gravity multiplier enhancement function, even his current cultivation multiplier enhancement was 5 times greater than the previous 20 times. This gap was becoming larger. Just as he had opened a new cheat, another bucket of cold water was thrown on him. Was the Turtle Hermit equivalent to Vegeta in hell level difficulty? Who knows how those people would react if they knew about this situation? Vegeta, are you comparing me, the Prince of the Saiyans, to this old man? Turtle Hermit, I truly am unworthy of such insight. Raditz, I'm even less worthy. So doesn't this indirectly tell me that my strength is about to take off? Su Ming had truly experienced the feeling of finding humor in hardship. This was all he could think of now, though otherwise his mindset would collapse. I don't want to put in effort, I just want to cheat. Su Ming felt tears welling up, but he had no choice but to accept. By extracting a high-level technique, Su Ming obtained the Qi Orb of Yamati. By extracting a basic technique, Su Ming acquired the Wolf Fang Fist of Yamati. He felt as if he had fallen into a wolf's den, however these two techniques were indeed quite impressive. Once again, Su Ming's actual combat ability was enhanced. Especially with the application of the Qi Orb, his control over Qi led him to a newfound understanding in areas he previously struggled with. With his strength elevated to a new level, Su Ming's combat power had reached 205 points. This was not merely due to the skills acquired from Yamati, rather it was during his battle with the Turtle Hermit that his combat power broke through to 202 points, and upon learning these two skills it surged to 205 points. Without hesitation, Su Ming continued to challenge the normal difficulty level facing Sun Wukong of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Though there was still sufficient time left for him, he had to take on the challenge. After defeating this little Wukong, he planned to use his final challenge opportunity of the day to face Vegeta. Having seen both highs and lows, if he still pursued nothing and argued with King Piccolo, that would be quite pathetic. How terrifying could a combat power of 1/8 be? The true explosion of power began with Vegeta. As the surrounding environment changed drastically, Su Ming once again found himself on the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Just like when he battled Yamati and Krillin, the only difference was that his opponent was Sun Wukong. Combat power 139 points. Everything matched the intelligence he had gathered with no changes. Facing this little Wukong, Su Ming genuinely felt somewhat hesitant. However, little Wukong was the first to strike, just as he had when he first appeared, so enthusiastic about the fight that it eased some of Su Ming's hesitation. After sparring with little Wukong for a while, easily overpowering him, Su Ming found it truly boring after tasting his Kamehameha and simply raised his hand to defeat him. It must be said that with the increase in his strength, his realm also rose. Battling the Turtle Hermit, and then facing someone of similar strength like Sun Wukong, felt like an adult bullying a 3-year-old child without any pressure. Perhaps the original Turtle Hermit felt the same. He simply maintained a humble demeanor and played well with his disciples. As for the Great Ape transformation, it was unclear whether it was due to the simulation space not supporting it or some other reason, but in any case it was bypassed. The cultivation multiplier increased to 101 times. Compared to the previous 100 times, an additional increase of 1 time seemed trivial. Exiting the normal challenge space, Su Ming organized his thoughts and continued to challenge Vegeta. Entering the Hell-level challenge space, Su Ming arrived on a vast wasteland. At first glance, he saw a rather short figure standing at just 164 centimeters tall, dressed in a rather eccentric manner. When reading the comics and watching the animation before, it never seemed that out of place, but now seeing it in person, it was indeed exaggerated. With that tight, yet strangely styled combat outfit, especially with that peculiar skirt-like feature in the crotch area, he truly resembled a primitive beast. Focusing his attention on Vegeta scrutinizing him, Su Ming was unaware that his behavior displeased Vegeta immensely. "You insignificant Earth native, a mere ant, dare to stand before me. Your courage is commendable, yet utterly foolish." Vegeta's criticism was blunt, vicious, and filled with humiliation. Su Ming's nerves were taut, not daring to retort or even breathe heavily. At this moment, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. It was a reaction to the overwhelming pressure his body was feeling. Was the invisible pressure from a combat power exceeding 10,000 really this immense? Compared to him, King Piccolo was nothing more than a small fry. As this thought formed in Su Ming's mind, he gasped sharply, for Vegeta had crossed the distance and appeared right before him. He wanted to retreat, but his body wouldn't obey his commands. He saw Vegeta raise a hand palm facing his cheek. A strong sense of suffocation made Su Ming feel the approach of death. Under Vegeta's sinister gaze, Su Ming was engulfed by a terrifying energy. Challenge failed, returning to the main world. Back on the mountain peak, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes and began to gasp for breath. The feeling of death was too real. Although it wasn't actual death for him, the mental shock was still incredibly intense. It made Su Ming ponder what would happen if he really died. However, Su Ming would not dwell on this. It was precisely because of the system's existence that he could seize this opportunity to grow. Experiencing this feeling in advance would only serve as motivation for him. If he didn't want to die, he had to become stronger. To dominate his own fate, he needed to be powerful enough that no one could control him. It's about time to head back. Today is over. Su Ming used the sky dance technique to return to Satan City, passing through a night market where he treated himself to a late-night snack as a reward for his hard work and cultivation. Upon returning home, it was just past midnight. The normal level challenge characters refreshed, and this time it wasn't too outrageous. Tian Xinhan from the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament. The difficulty of the hard and hell levels was indeed great, but the opponent refreshed from the normal level allowed him to vent his frustrations. Poor Tian Xinhan became the target for Su Ming to release his pent-up frustrations. Of course, Tian's strength was indeed formidable, whether in combat ability or technique. Unless Su Ming's strength far surpassed his own, it would be difficult to win at the same level. Especially that Kamehameha was so powerful that even Su Ming with a combat power exceeding 200 points felt a chill run down his spine. He nearly got countered by Tian Xinhan, who had only 180 points of combat power. If he had lost, it would have been a tremendous embarrassment. In the end, Su Ming won because once the martial arts tournament arena was destroyed, the battle turned into an aerial fight, where Su Ming had the upper hand with the sky dance technique. It shows how important perspective is. In the early Dragon Ball Earth arc, the sky dance technique was merely developed as a means to fly, never elevated to the level of utilizing it for combat. After defeating Tian Xinhan, the cultivation multiplier increased to 102 times. Time flew by, and it was already daytime. Su Ming didn't continue cultivating through the latter half of the night, but rather washed up and had a good sleep. As he embarked on his path of cultivation, his physical fitness improved, and his strength and mental power grew stronger. Each sleep was deep, completely transforming all his former bad habits. With abundant energy, Su Ming performed the four-body fist, sending one of his bodies to the teaching building to report in and give a class, while he set about carrying out the training he had planned for himself. The realization of freedom through his clones was indeed true. Especially when he could control them simultaneously, it was incredibly formidable. The practice of chi cultivation is in progress. With 3 bodies cultivating simultaneously, the terrifying effects of the 100-fold enhancement are evident. Originally possessing a combat power of 205, Su Ming's power for each body was only between 160 and 170 after 1 minute and 4 seconds. Now, after just a few hours of morning practice, the combat power values of the 3 avatars have already surpassed their previous levels. With a solid 220 combat power, if the 3 avatars were to merge into one, their strength would surpass 250. This is excluding the 4th body currently in the teaching building. Su Ming feels that if all 4 were combined, he would have the strength to rival the young Majin Buu. The enhancement of chi is not merely quantitative, its quality is also transforming, continually strengthening his body. After concluding the chi cultivation, Su Ming did not merge the bodies, but instead began physical training. Initially, he intended to go to the rooftop, but to avoid alarming anyone with 3 identical figures, he decided to train at home. With 10-fold gravity and an additional 100-kilogram load, the effects of physical training are truly astonishing. It is worth mentioning that the essence of the 4-body fist is quite ridiculous. After splitting into for the weighted clothing, is also replicated, not just confined to one body. The principle behind this is something Su Ming cannot yet comprehend, seemingly touching upon some mimicry ability akin to a transformation technique, where not only the appearance changes. Time flies during training, and Su Ming relishes the process. The rapid enhancement of power has him feeling as if he's in a dream. The visible growth is truly extraordinary. With a simple set of physical exercises and various buffs stacking up after just a few hours, although Su Ming is exhausted, he can distinctly feel that each of his forms possesses the absolute strength to crush the young Majin Buu. By the end of the training, Su Ming controlled the 3 bodies to meditate for recovery, and by the time the 4th body returned from teaching, the combat power values of the 3 bodies had already climbed to between 340 and 360. At this moment, the 4 bodies gathered together, each with varying strength, particularly the 4th body that had not practiced, which felt somewhat peculiar. If he hadn't experienced it himself, it would have been hard to imagine. Upon merging, the combat power might exceed 400. Without hesitation, Su Ming began to control the essence of the 4-body fist for merging. As the 4 bodies returned to one, Su Ming's aura changed in an instant. Sharp and formidable, the breakthrough in his breath led to a tremendous leap in his martial arts realm. The aura wreaked havoc, and the strong winds left the room in disarray. Combat power 420. This level of strength can already be compared to the early days of Z, when Sun Wukong and Piccolo had not yet fully unleashed their powers. And this is just the result of 8 hours, less than a full day of practice. Moreover, the most crucial point is that it was achieved under significant constraints at home. From 205 to 420, Su Ming is even certain that if he goes out tonight for further rigorous training, exceeding 500 combat power would be effortless. This is the power I possess now. Su Ming was so excited that he momentarily lost control. He truly felt like he was about to take off. To test his strength and to release this burst of energy, Su Ming unhesitantly undertook a difficult character challenge, once again facing Majin Buu. When he first encountered him, Su Ming felt immense pressure and was defeated in one blow. Now facing him again, it felt completely different. The murderous aura emanating from Majin Bu, which once filled him with dread, now seems utterly devoid of threat. This illustrates the difference between combat powers of 420 and 260. If Su Ming wanted to, he could easily kick him to death. Of course, he wouldn't do that. He still needs Majin Bu to provide him with moves helping him to further enhance his strength. The disparity in strength is so vast that Su Ming can think about other things while dealing with him, even picking up the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone during the fight. After attempting to directly store them in the system's storage space, but failing, Su Ming confirmed that he must complete the challenge to take items with him. Thus, after testing Majin Bu's ultimate move, Su Ming completely defeated him. Overall, this first-generation Demon King can be easily defeated 10 times over with his current cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the difficult level version of Majin Bu Restoration of Youth. Due to the host's current cultivation multiplier exceeding 30 times, the random cultivation multiplier is raised by 8 times, bringing the current cultivation multiplier to 110 times. In 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. Just as described in the rules, exceeding the reward multiplier will grant a bonus increase of 1 to 10 times. Taking advantage of the last moments, Su Ming quickly removed his outer clothing and wrapped the stone Dragon Balls before disappearing from the challenge space. Upon returning to his room, Su Ming first placed the Dragon Balls on the table and examined them closely. Earth Dragon Balls, petrified state, quantity 7. Although they have turned to stone, there's a possibility that he might acquire the ability to restore them in the future. Despite the limited capabilities of the Earth Dragon Balls, they can still grant wishes to a certain extent. In any case, having possession of the Dragon Balls means he has at least one opportunity to make a wish. With a wave of his hand, he stored the Dragon Balls in the system's storage space, and Su Ming began resetting the opponents for the difficult level challenge. Based on the system's tendencies, he had already roughly guessed who the difficult opponent would be. Difficult level challenge: defeat Raditz, who has descended to Earth with the cultivation multiplier increased to 120 times. As expected, Su Ming whispered, previously thinking that the hell level difficulty would be Raditz, but it turned out to be Vegeta. Therefore, with his current rate of strength increase, the difficult level must undoubtedly be someone with combat power exceeding 1,000. As the first mini-boss in the Z storyline, Raditz is undoubtedly the most suitable opponent. Following Raditz, there is no doubt it will be Nappa. Aside from that, Su Ming couldn't think of anyone else suitable as an opponent. Leaving the dormitory, Su Ming first went to the school cafeteria for dinner. After leaving school, he found a secluded corner, used a transformation technique to slightly disguise his identity, and began to fly towards Sichuan using the air dance technique. In the evening, he planned to be even more reckless and see how far he could push himself. With the increase in power, the speed of flight using the air dance technique has become much faster. Su Ming no longer experiences the fear of heights. Unlike before, he no longer worries about running out of energy and falling. Now this level of consumption is easily manageable for him. As night approached the stroke of midnight, Su Ming concluded his training and returned to peak condition. His combat power skyrocketed from 420 to 1250. Breaking 1,000 in combat power, the exhilaration of such a rapid power surge is unmatched by anything else. Every moment his strength surged immensely. An hour of training could elevate his combat power by 100 to 150 points. Su Ming truly experienced what it meant to be on a roll. Unlike the previous boosts in strength, which felt trivial, now it finally had some substance. With his significant improvement in power, Su Ming confidently engaged in a spar with Raditz. This fellow was indeed as depicted in the original work, with exceedingly low combat ability. If not for Su Ming's still insufficient mastery of skills, he might have had a chance to defeat him. Though he ultimately lost, Su Ming seized the opportunity to gain a clearer understanding of his own strength. In summary, with all this accumulation, he felt more hopeful about the future. Even though the Demon Bu would awaken in 2 months, the being he would become then would be far from the one he was now. By that time, whether his combat power could exceed 100 million remained unclear, but at least he would possess considerable power to accomplish many things and avoid disaster. I must not become complacent. I need to strive harder to grow stronger. Who knows if the enhancement effects will be as good later on. With these thoughts, Su Ming organized his mindset. After the metamorphosis of today, he also had concrete plans and arrangements for the future. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already March 17, 774 of the AG calendar. Since the night 7 days ago when his cultivation soared by over 1,000 combat power, Su Ming had been advancing at an astonishing pace. Starting from March 11, Su Ming became more adept at utilizing his 4 bodies fist to divide himself into 4, walking in the city with 1 body, practicing chi comprehension with another, training his physical abilities with a 3rd, and developing skills with the 4th. Almost every day Su Ming achieved unexpected results, and his strength soared from breaking 1,000 to nearly breaking 10,000. The system's training multiplier had reached 151 times. In the ordinary challenge, starting with a combat power of 1,200 against a training opponent, Su Ming continuously defeated the scions from the invasion period, including Tianjin Han Piccolo, and some small villains he remembered vividly. In the hard challenge after defeating Raditz on March 11, he reset and encountered Nappa. Due to insufficient strength, it wasn't until the night of the 13th, when Su Ming exceeded 5,000 in combat power, that he defeated him. Following Nappa on the 15th, he defeated the brothers Wrights and Lacasse, who had a combat power of 7,600. Finally today, Su Ming just overcame the legendary Scion Bardock with a combat power of 1000. The challenge character reset, and this time the opponent was Sun Wukong, who had his potential developed by the Grand Elder in the Namek Saga, with a combat power of 1400. Given Su Ming's current strength, this was another small challenge he could not easily overcome. However, it must be said that with the enhancement of his strength facing stronger opponents, Su Ming no longer had the shaky psychology he once did. This is also why he has been undertaking hell-level challenges, deeply understanding that even though his strength has grown, it is still far from enough. Indeed, he was continually battered by Vegeta, but with each battle Su Ming gained more and more improvements. Combat ability and experience are cultivated and refined through continuous fighting. On another note, until today, Su Ming's second function in the training module had reached a gravity multiplier of 60 times. This was already the limit test that Su Ming could currently endure. While it seemed like just 60 times, the pressure from 60 times gravity was quite substantial, especially since he was now training not only in weighted clothing, but also carrying Master Rose's turtle shell. Each training session, Su Ming dared to set the gravity to only 30 to 40 times for sustainability. Excessive strain could indeed be endured by the body, but the returns were poor. After extreme consumption, he would also risk injury, requiring a long time to recover. Indeed, Su Ming had Senza beans, but he did not want to waste them casually. With only 5 beans, that equated to 5 lives. Moreover, Su Ming had consistently trained using the Four Bodies Fist. Sitting cross-legged atop the mountain, Su Ming absorbed all the gains from his battle with Bardock, further enhancing his strength. Finally breaking through from 9980 to 1000 points. The sensation of surpassing 10,000 in combat power brought Su Ming immense joy. Day and night, he practiced tirelessly, finally reaching his first goal. Although breaking 10,000 in combat power was just the beginning, it signified that he had taken another step forward. At that moment, a notification sound from the system suddenly echoed in Su Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your combat power has reached 1000 points, breaking free from planetary level strength, officially stepping into the universe, completing the initial small goal. Reward: 1 high-level method extraction, 1 random combat power enhancement card, 5 Senza beans, and 1 limited time cross-dimensional experience card. Note: take a break for yourself. As the system's voice faded, Su Ming stood there in a daze, unable to regain his senses for a long time. It wasn't until a gust of wind swept by that he finally took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Have I finally made it through? Although it's only been 17 days since my crossing, from the moment I arrived until now, I have been walking on the edge of a knife, not daring to let my guard down, fearing that I would waste even a moment and regret it in the future. Breaking 10,000 in combat power, how much effort have I put in? The one who understands me best is indeed the system, watching everything with keen eyes. Although this system is a half-baked intelligence, it worries that I might hesitate to use it, so it kindly noted to take a break. After a wave of emotions, Su Ming finally calmed down. This limited-time cross-dimensional experience card was essentially a 7-day tour to another world with a return trip included. Once used, he could go to any world, but he could not return to his original world, equivalent to being unable to pinpoint a crossover. Understanding this, Su Ming then focused his attention on the random combat power enhancement card, which was the most astonishing reward this time. Su Ming vaguely remembered seeing such reward systems in fan fiction of Dragon Ball types before. Could it be that my system has awakened too? This card randomly increases the user's combat power value. With good luck, one could become invincible in a second. With bad luck, it might only add 1 point to the combat power. If we're talking about luck, then I must be blessed, right? After all, I was the one who got to experience crossing over. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to use it. Ding! Successfully used the random combat power enhancement card. Host combat power is increasing. P.S. The first chapter has ended. Oh, let's get ready for the next plot twist. Hee. I earnestly request a wave of subscriptions and monthly votes. Ding! Successfully used the random combat power enhancement card. Host combat power increased by 1,500 points. Current combat power index 11,500 points. The system's prompt sound rang out, and immediately Su Ming felt that his strength had once again received a tremendous boost. This kind of leap is only possible during a major breakthrough. It's truly amazing. Although it only increased his combat power by 1,500 points equivalent to that of a Raditz, it was quite impressive for Su Ming. At least the increase was not a single digit nor a double digit. Even though he claimed to have extraordinary luck, Su Ming was somewhat self-aware. At such times, as long as the combat power index rises by more than 3 digits, it is considered a gain. Extracting advanced techniques. Extraction complete. Congratulations, the host has obtained the complete version of the advanced Qi cultivation method stored in the system's storage space, available for the host's use at any time. Wow! A gasp escaped Su Ming's lips. He never expected that the cultivation method he had been anticipating would suddenly be drawn. The advanced Qi cultivation method. Although his own Qi cultivation method had been continuously improved along with his strength, it had never reached an advanced level. Now that he had obtained it, this was even luckier than a 1,500-point increase in combat power. To be honest, over the past few days, Su Ming had developed skills and triggered extraction methods of the same level. For example, Qi Round / Death Beam and High Energy Compressed Bomb. All of these had reached the level of advanced skills, and the rewards for the advanced extraction methods included Heaven-Piercing, Fist World Shocking Palm, and Mind Communication. Truly, luck comes unexpectedly. This is the advanced Qi cultivation method. It is certainly not comparable to the Qi cultivation method I currently possess. Using the advanced Qi cultivation method, Su Ming felt even more exhilarated. Obtaining a higher-level cultivation method meant that his strength would receive an even greater boost. Originally, as his combat power increased, the rate of progress in his cultivation realm was not as fast as it was at the beginning. Now he could advance further in his Qi cultivation for better results. At least it would suffice before completing the task of becoming good friends with Sun Wukong and becoming a member of the Z Warriors, where he would obtain the top-tier Qi cultivation method. Basic, Advanced, Top Tier. There is even a Divine Power cultivation method, which means that what I currently know can only reach this level, and to trigger higher-level rewards aside from completing tasks, it is quite difficult to achieve. Su Ming thought to himself, delving deeper into his calculations. At least so far, all the skills he had created, and even those he had extracted based on his understanding, were still only at the advanced level. What level would the top tier be? As for the divine level, Su Ming had ideas such as the divine skill mentioned in the original work, the free comprehension technique, and the self-comprehension technique. His thoughts drifted far away, but soon Su Ming snapped back to reality. His gaze was fixated on the limited time crossing experience card. According to the information displayed, it allowed crossing into other worlds for 7 days. For Su Ming, this was an unknown, thrilling adventure. However, seeing the last line of small print on the experience card and the countdown that had already begun, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. He had originally thought that with this crossing experience card, even if it was only for 7 days, he could use it to avoid the crisis posed by Majin Buu. However, the system gave him no loopholes at all. Even before crossing, the countdown for the experience card had already started. Su Ming felt like crying without tears. The explanation rights belonged to the system. Even if he asked, it would be futile. This means that whether he used it or not, the validity of this experience card would be 7 days, and it would expire afterward. To cross, or not to cross? This was a very tangled question. After experiencing one crossing, he came from his ordinary world to the Dragon Ball world. With his current strength, if he went to worlds where the power systems were not high, or to the world of ordinary people, he could indeed walk around freely, definitely overpowering. But if he crossed into other higher-level worlds, although he might gain more, who knows what would happen if he just crossed over. Sometimes the system is really reliable, but at times it can indeed be quite unreliable. Even though only 17 days had passed since he obtained the system after crossing, he had already understood his system well. It's a pity that I cannot pinpoint return to my own world. If I could go back, that would truly be a vacation for myself, wouldn't it? Su Ming could imagine how carefree he would be after returning. Unlike the city in the Dragon Ball world, even though there were unknown powerful forces in his own world, with his current strength, he might not be able to explode the earth of his world, but he could at least be at the level of cleaning up. System, can I know what the strongest existence in the world I cross into will be in terms of combat power level? Thinking too much is not as good as directly asking. Even if the system cannot provide an accurate answer, it is certainly better than guessing on his own. As he posed the question, the system's explanation rang in his ears. Indeed, the answer received was that everything is random. Will the time I experience in another world after crossing be proportional to the time in the Dragon Ball world? Or is it different? Su Ming asked again. This is also a very critical factor. If he suddenly disappears for 7 days and then returns, it would probably cause chaos here. This job is still quite good, and Su Ming does not want to casually give it up. After all, it is also to pave the way for the future. No matter what, he must continue until his relationship with Sun Wukong is established, and then resigned during the martial arts tournament. Ding. Due to the influence of the crossing card, after the host crosses, the time ratio between the two worlds will synchronize, and there will no longer be changes. The system's prompt sound echoed in his mind once more, and Su Ming understood. Leaving for 7 days was a challenging task. However, with such a great opportunity at hand, Su Ming did not want to miss it. In any case, he had at least become strong to this extent. If he was still afraid of the unknown and hesitated, what kind of person would he be? With a decision in his heart, Su Ming activated the sky dance technique and left the training ground in Sichuan, heading toward the school. Arriving at the school, the time was just approaching noon. Originally today was Wednesday, and there were classes in the morning, but after discussions last Friday, Su Ming and Sharp exchanged their schedules, so he only had classes in the afternoon, while Sharp had the morning classes. It's worth mentioning that although Sharp seems not very smart, he is actually quite shrewd. What can be done in the morning? After the morning classes ended from 11 a.m. onwards, he could freely arrange the entire day, so why not take advantage of it? Upon arriving at the office in the teaching building, Su Ming first fabricated a set of reasons explaining that he needed to return to his hometown, allowing Freddie, Rick, and Sharp to make arrangements. Su Ming did not expect that after only a few days of acquaintance, these three fellows would regard him as a close friend. They persistently inquired about what urgent matters he was facing and whether he needed help. They even took the initiative to transfer him money, hoping to assist him. In his previous world, it would have been good enough for colleagues to merely show concern if they encountered difficulties. Talking about money, it hurts feelings, especially since they had only known each other for such a short time. After refusing their good intentions, Su Ming finally found the director, Aisha. Aisha felt quite troubled about Su Ming requesting leave during his probation period, especially since he had only been there for a little over 10 days. However, Su Ming's performance at the school, particularly his teaching abilities, was well recognized, so Aisha granted him a special leave of 7 days. But she also made it clear that although there was a foundation of goodwill, if Su Ming did not return after 7 days, he could no longer continue this job, and he would have to return the salary paid by the school during his probation. Additionally, Su Ming would have his salary adjusted downwards for the following month due to his week-long absence. However, that was secondary for him. A mere 100,000 or so was no longer a significant amount. Recently, he had engaged in numerous acts of punishing evil and promoting good, naturally earning a considerable amount of money in the process. Currently, his account held 1.8 million berries. You can imagine that for an ordinary young person, casually being able to take out 180,000 is already quite a substantial sum. Returning to his dormitory, Su Ming tidied himself up a bit, and after ensuring he had not forgotten anything, he left the school, casually greeting the two gatekeepers. Su Ming had always placed great importance on interpersonal relationships, which was also why others respected him and were willing to get close to him. Was this what it meant to cross over? No. He still needed to purchase some items. After all, this was a journey across worlds longer than any long-distance travel. He did not know what kind of world awaited him after the crossover, so he had to prepare ample supplies. Food, water, daily necessities, clothing, etc. All of these were indispensable. Fortunately, he had some money, otherwise relying solely on that meager salary, what could he do? Su Ming would always be grateful to the burly man who had robbed him. If it weren't for him, he would not have discovered this path to wealth. For him, that burly man was one of the turning points in his life. He spent a full 1,000 at the supermarket buying everything he fancied regardless of the type of food. He then had the supermarket staff help deliver the items to a secluded corner, and after the people left, Su Ming directly stored the goods in the system's storage space. Next, he went to a clothing store to purchase some change of clothes, and naturally, he did not forget to place bulk orders at various food shops. Once prepared, he packed each portion into the storage space. The time within the system's storage space was static, which Su Ming confirmed after multiple attempts. Thus, as long as he stored the food, no matter how long it took to retrieve it, it would remain in the same condition as when it was stored. After completing everything, Su Ming carefully analyzed what items he would need. If he were an ordinary person or of low strength, weapons would be essential, and a vehicle for mobility would be necessary as well. However, with his current strength, he completely did not need these items. In fact, Su Ming always felt a bit regretful that he could not acquire a Rui Bang or a cloud-riding Nimbus in the challenge space, which were early-stage artifacts. Otherwise, they would still hold some utility. With so many resources, it should be enough. Even if I end up in a desolate world, I can still stay for a month or two. If the world on the other side is full of dangers and I cannot protect myself with my strength, I can use the return card at any time. Calculating in his heart, Su Ming turned this way, and that until he reached a deserted place, then opened the system's storage space. Use the limited time crossover experience card. Silently chanting in his heart, in an instant the limited time crossover experience card from the storage space vanished, and Su Ming naturally vanished along with it. It was as if he had never been here. This is the world crossover line. Here is the world of pirates. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. A super war that will impact the fate of the entire world is about to break out. The source of the war stems from the blood of the notorious pirate King Roger, flowing on the execution platform Port Gasti. Ace. Due to the failure of the mission to capture Blackbeard, Ace was handed over to the Marines by Blackbeard as a token of allegiance in exchange for a position in the Warlords of the Sea. The Marines and the world government, after discussions, decided to publicly reveal Ace's identity as Roger's son and broadcast it worldwide, just as they did during the execution of Pirate King Roger. The purpose of doing this was, of course, to lure the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, to come and completely end the reign of the old era. What seemed like a public execution of Ace was in reality a well-planned scheme against Whitebeard. At present, the Whitebeard pirates had over 40 large pirate ships docked in the bay. The main ship, the Moby Dick, had also entered the Bay of Marineford. The Marines and the pirates faced each other, the atmosphere tense. Neither side acted fully, waiting for their respective leaders to give orders. At this moment, the scene was particularly eerie, as when Whitebeard made his appearance, he initiated an attack utilizing the Tremor Fruit's ability to shake the sea, summoning colossal waves capable of submerging all of Marineford. Admiral Kazan of the Marines, in order to prevent the headquarters from being swallowed by the sea, used the Ice Fruit's ability to freeze the towering waves and the entire sea surface. The cold wind was piercing and ice flakes filled the air. The temperature of Marineford had already dropped below zero. For the members of the Whitebeard pirates, all they had to do was rescue Ace regardless of the immense cost. As long as they could bring Ace back, they would be the winners of this war. For the Marines, the pressure they had to bear was immense, especially for the leaders. Because this was not just about executing Ace, but also facing the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. For this war, the Marine headquarters had pulled out nearly all their trump cards, even mobilizing the Warlords of the Sea, authorized by the world government, to participate in the battle. At this moment, 5 of the Warlords of the Sea were stationed on the coast: Dracula, Mihawk, Boa Hancock, Bartholomew, Kuma, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria. Of course, while they claimed to come to help, they were all driven by their own interests. From their standpoint, it seemed they agreed to assist the Marines, but they would not be foolish enough to truly risk their lives for them. Their appearance here was merely a formality. After all, their opponent was Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Who in today's world would dare claim they could defeat him? If they lost their lives due to the world government's call, that would be laughable. However, while everyone had their own ulterior motives, there was one person who looked down on those crooked paths. He was different from the others. Facing Whitebeard, he was rather eager to take action. This person was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. P.S. After reading many opinions from the readers, I spent a day cutting out all unnecessary plots and went straight to the crossover. The first world, a week in the world of One Piece. The aura surrounding Mihawk became increasingly sharp, causing a tingling sensation on the skin of Don Quixote, Doflamingo beside him. The sword intent of the world's #1 swordsman is not something anyone can withstand. Are you planning to make a move? Doflamingo grinned menacingly. I just want to test how far I am from the strongest man in this world. Mihawk said, pulling out the entirely black great sword behind him without changing his expression. Supreme Great Blade 12 Works, Black Blade Knight. His actions stirred the hearts of all the Navy and pirates present, clearly showcasing how much Mihawk's strength and status are valued. Any warrior who sees his eyes would tremble and become immobile. Truly, he is the man known as Hawkeyes. Hancock, also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, stood to the side, giving a high evaluation of Mihawk. With an impressive figure and extraordinary beauty, she stood there like a scenic view unmatched by anything else. Similarly, the 3 admirals at the execution platform were also moved. Kazan's expression changed. He frowned, slightly surprised, yet maintaining silence. He had already revealed a glimpse of his power, and if it wasn't necessary, he did not wish to take further action. This is quite rare, Kizaru said, somewhat surprised, clearly looking forward to Mihawk's impending strike. The Hawkeyes, who usually does as he pleases, actually chose to take the initiative at this moment. Akainu echoed his agreement. In the midst of everyone's attention, Mihawk made his move. He wielded the Black Blade Knight, poised to strike. Faced with the sweeping sword intent, Whitebeard on the Moby Dick clearly felt it, yet he remained calm and composed, maintaining his demeanor. He is the commander and would not waver easily due to any situation. Mihawk is indeed a powerful swordsman, but his sons are no less formidable. As their gazes collided, Mihawk suddenly swung his sword, and in the next moment a green wave powerful enough to split the sea in 2 surged forth. In an instant, all the pirates and navy held their breath, and for a moment the world seemed to fall silent. They could only see the wave approaching the Moby Dick. At that very moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of the Moby Dick, unnoticed by anyone. This person was Su Ming, who had crossed over from the Dragon Ball world. Congratulations to the host for successfully crossing into the pirate world. Calculating time point. Ding. Calculation successful. Current time, see calendar year 1520 July 12. The system's voice echoed in his ears, but before he could finish listening, Su Ming was startled by the massive wave cutting through the air before him. Holy crap! Just having crossed into the pirate world, he hadn't even had the chance to think. This was an enormous surprise. With such close proximity, the first thought was not to dodge, but to use his aura to create an invisible barrier. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Su Ming raised his hand to block, and then gently pushed, sending the wave flying off. The terrifying force caused the ice beneath him to tremble and crack. At this moment, Su Ming had not yet reacted to the situation, but everyone witnessed this shocking scene. The super wave from the world's #1 swordsman was effortlessly swatted away. If this scene hadn't unfolded right before them, who would believe it? At that moment, all the Navy in Marineford swallowed a mouthful of saliva, shocked beyond belief. The three admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Garp, were all left dumbfounded. The pirates, on the other hand, perked up. Though they had no idea who this person was or what was happening, he had blocked the attack for their captain, making him an ally. On the coast, Mihawk's gaze was sharp, his brows slightly furrowed. A piercing glint flashed in his orange-yellow pupils, revealing a strong interest in the person who had swatted away his wave with one hand. It can be said that it had been a long time since anyone could so easily withstand his sword intent. Mhahaha. How remarkable! Hawkeye's slash was neutralized. The combat power on Whitebeard's side is quite formidable. This is getting more interesting. Doflamingo let out a bizarre laugh, filled with schemes and allure. Who was that man, able to block Hawkeye's slash? Hancock, though equally shocked, was even more curious. After all, even she had to avoid Mihawk's sharpness. She also developed a hint of interest in the suddenly appearing Su Ming. He was unknown, seemingly never having appeared before. If it were the captain of a division in the Whitebeard pirates blocking, it would be understandable. Bartholomew Kuma, who had been transformed into a pacifist, locked onto Su Ming with his mechanical eyes and began searching his vast database for information about him. However, even after reviewing all the data in his mind, he could find no information about Su Ming. To be able to block Hawkeye's strike, this guy's strength is truly amazing. If I could turn him into a zombie. Moria, under the moonlight, had set his sights on Su Ming's powerful abilities, giving birth to such thoughts. To him, all powerful beings are targets. As long as they can be made into zombies, his strength would increase. He would never know how foolish this decision was. Hawkeye's slash was neutralized. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Akainu murmured, his expression darkening. He could have used this strike to build momentum, but it was simply neutralized. Even the division commander of the Whitebeard pirates didn't make a move. What is this? On one side is the world's #1 swordsman, while on the other is merely an unheard-of little pirate. How terrifying! These pirates are all as strong as monsters. Kizaru maintained his casual demeanor. On the surface it seemed that way, but in reality his thoughts ran deep. Another one of Whitebeard's newly adopted sons. Based on his displayed strength, he should not be inferior to a division commander, Kazan stated coldly, contrasting the heated attitudes of Akainu and Kizaru with his icy demeanor. It was as if he would strike at any moment. The three admirals continued to speak, while on the other side Sengoku and Garp were also murmuring quietly. In their view, it was too unfortunate to not have discovered such a good seedling earlier to invite him to join the Navy while he was mingling with these filthy pirates. Over at Su Ming's side, after neutralizing Mihawk's slash, his mind remained tense. At that moment, a hulking figure with a peculiar appearance and a lewd expression approached him. Impressive. I was supposed to block that guy's strike from Eagle Eye for my father, but I didn't expect you to beat me to it. Which division are you a newcomer from? Are you interested? Before the big guy could finish his sentence, he started to throw an arm around Su Ming's shoulder. Clearly, he was overly familiar and treated Su Ming as one of his own. Su Ming didn't hear what he was saying. He was deep in thought, recalling the important information mentioned by the system earlier. Feeling someone approach him closely without thinking, he instinctively raised his hand and threw a punch backward. Bang! A tremendous sound followed. It was just a casual strike that sent the big guy flying hundreds of meters into the air, and he ultimately crashed hard onto the Moby Dick. It was Whitebeard who caught this foolish son, preventing him from suffering a second injury and avoiding damage to the Moby Dick. This action not only surprised all the Marines, but even unsettled the pirates. What the hell is going on? Isn't this guy one of them? I see July 12, 1520 Marine Headquarters, Marineford. So I have arrived at the timeline of the Marineford War in the pirate world. After analyzing the situation, Su Ming spoke while surveying his surroundings. The frozen sea, the familiar Marine Headquarters island. In the past, he was not only a Dragon Ball fan, but also a pirate enthusiast. The Marineford War, which left a deep impression on him, was now right where he stood. At this moment, Su Ming also roughly understood what that green slash he faced earlier was. It was the strike from Mihawk against Whitebeard, and he just happened to cross over and stand in between them. Then he just slapped the slash away into the sky. And then, wait. So the guy who greeted me and whom I casually punched away was Diamond Jaws. Su Ming thought to himself and couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Moby Dick. At that moment, Jaws was crouched beside Whitebeard, holding his face and wailing in pain, clearly hurt by his punch. Damn it, that guy. Jaws had a face full of fury, clearly not satisfied after being hit. He was Diamond Jaws, who always believed his defense was unbeatable. Although he didn't have time to activate his Devil Fruit ability for defense this time, that punch nearly knocked him out. Jaws, don't be impulsive. Whitebeard sternly warned Jaws not to act recklessly. Who the hell is this guy? He was able to send you flying so far with just one punch, and he clearly didn't even exert himself. Standing next to them, Marco couldn't help but exclaim after confirming that Jaws was fine. You two step back for now. Jaws, don't move for the time being. Let's wait for the right moment. Our goal is simply to rescue Ace. Whitebeard instructed the two, his heavy gaze fixed on Su Ming, his expression extremely serious. While he was watching Su Ming was also scrutinizing him. The strongest man in the pirate world. Whitebeard suddenly felt old as he sensed an overwhelming terror from this young man. If he knew that Su Ming came from another world, his original worldview would surely collapse. As someone from the Dragon Ball world with a power level exceeding 10,000, although Su Ming was just a minor character during the Saga in this world, he would definitely be a star-level powerhouse. The disparity in world levels is too great, and the difference in power systems is also vast. Is this really Whitebeard? Although he has entered his twilight years, judging from the intensity of his aura, his strength is indeed impressive. I used to underestimate him. Wait, what does that old guy's gaze toward me mean? Damn it, he doesn't want to adopt me as his son, does he? Su Ming felt a chill at the thought of Whitebeard's gaze and linked it to Whitebeard's preferences. Whenever he sees an excellent and young person, Whitebeard always says, "Be my son." Su Ming shifted his focus and no longer paid attention to Whitebeard. He needed to continue communicating with the system. Whitebeard also withdrew his gaze and looked toward the Marine headquarters. The war erupted under the commands of both leaders. Although there were some small interruptions due to Su Ming's arrival, as soon as Whitebeard mentioned their purpose for coming, everyone rushed towards the coast. The pirates swarmed out armed with weapons, stepping onto the ice. Such a scene witnessed in person was indeed incredibly shocking. Are they planning a frontal breakthrough? How utterly foolish, as the Marine Admiral Sengoku scoffed upon seeing this. He then issued orders through the Den Mushi to the Marines managing the main cannons. Artillery unit, target the enemy ships, and all pirates open fire. I want to make sure none of the pirates return alive. With this command, Sengoku continued to relay numerous instructions. Apart from the Marines stationed at the coast, the rest charged out to engage in direct confrontation with the pirates. The battle was fierce, with cannonballs flying through the air in a nearly indiscriminate bombardment. Su Ming was completely unaffected. For him, after determining Whitebeard's strength, he already had a rough understanding of his own power level in this world. To put it simply, I had to tread carefully in the Dragon Ball world, either enhancing my strength or on the path to enhancing my strength. Now that I have arrived in the pirate world, isn't it up to me to decide? Too bad it's just a 7-day tour otherwise. But wait, system, having crossed over to a new world, is there no main quest or anything? Do I really have to trigger it myself? While Su Ming surveyed the scene, he inquired with the system. His gaze kept shifting, stopping briefly on some familiar faces, especially Boa Hancock. Truly deserving of the title of Pirate Empress, she was even more beautiful than in the anime. Finally, Su Ming's gaze settled on Ace, who was at the execution platform. In the original trajectory of fate, this guy was supposed to be rescued and could have lived, but he was provoked by a Kainu and ultimately lost his life while trying to save his brother. If I intervene and change the trajectory of this world's fate, say, by saving Ace, would it trigger a hidden quest? Just as this thought emerged in Su Ming's mind, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding. Triggered main quest, save the fuse of the warport gas D. Ace. Quest completion reward, a random nature type fruit ability. Note, this reward is not a devil fruit. It is limited to fruit abilities and has no side effects upon use. Is that really possible? Su Ming was taken aback by the no side effect fruit ability. So if I were to defeat Whitebeard, the man with the title of the world's strongest, would I also? As soon as this thought was born, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind again. Ding. Triggered main quest, defeat Whitebeard. Quest completion reward, a random superhuman type fruit ability. Note, this reward is not a devil fruit. It is limited to fruit abilities and has no side effects upon use. In that case, I know what I need to do. Su Ming's expression changed, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile that only he understood. Based on the current patterns understood, Su Ming's gaze turned toward the Marine headquarters ahead. If the pirates can trigger the main quest, then surely the Marines can as well. The three admirals of the Marines, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the Hero Garp. As these thoughts settled in, a series of prompt sounds rapidly echoed in Su Ming's ears. Ding. Triggered main quest: defeat the 3 admirals of the Marines Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsalino, and Akiji Kazan. Quest completion reward: 3-color Haki observation, Haki armament, Haki conquerors, Haki. Ding. Triggered main quest: defeat Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Quest completion reward: 1 junior power enhancement card note, can randomly increase combat power by 1 to 1,000 points. Ding. Triggered main quest: defeat the Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp. Quest completion reward: 6 styles, Soru Tekai, Shave Moonwalk Jeppo Shigen. They're coming, they're coming, they're coming. Everything I desire is here. Not to mention anything else, just the 3-color Haki is tempting for Su Ming. Conqueror's Haki can be set aside for now. As for armament Haki and observation Haki, what kind of power would they achieve if cultivated and manifested through the energy of Qi? Armament Haki can greatly enhance one's defensive capabilities and combat strength. Observation Haki allows one to predict danger in advance and evade it. Su Ming recalls that with enough cultivation, one can foresee the future. Even if these abilities don't help me much, this trip won't be in vain. At least these rewards are tangible. Su Ming murmured to himself. After speaking, he began pondering the power system of this world and the hierarchy of combat strength. With the nearby pirates and marines around, he gained some general understanding. It must be said that it cannot be compared to the Dragon Ball world. The combat power values of these goons are truly shocking. Su Ming only saw 7 or 8 with combat power over 100, while most others were in double digits, and he even saw some with single digits. Alright, in the past, he was overly obsessed thinking that even the weakest pirates would have at least dozens of combat power. In fact, there are quite a few ordinary people among the pirates and marines. Simply put, they are cannon fodder. In summary, without sensing their aura, relying solely on the system's combat power detection function, there was no character worth noticing around. As Su Ming was lost in thought, a golden light suddenly illuminated the sky, dazzlingly bright. Once the light faded, he looked up to see none other than Kizaru. Su Ming clearly remembered the specifics of the Marineford War, so he knew that Kizaru had come over to seek trouble and show off. Of course, saying it's showing off is just that he didn't want to sit idly in that admiral position. Finding some tasks to do or engaging someone in a fight seems like he took the initiative against Whitebeard, but in reality, it was just an excuse to slack off and eventually push the mess onto Akainu. How did the online community in Su Ming's world evaluate it? That's right. Akiji and Kizaru were slacking off the whole time. Only Akainu was fighting hard. At a certain distance, the system's combat power detection function could not detect anything, but just relying on aura perception, Su Ming knew roughly what level of strength this guy was at. Compared to him, no, he at least had combat power over 10,000. Entering this world is like a dimensional strike. Just think, Raditz and Nappa coming here could easily wreak havoc. Just as Su Ming looked up at Kizaru in the sky, unleashing his skill, the 8-forked jeweled palanquin, attacking Whitebeard, several marines had somehow rushed to his side, shouting and launching an attack full of killing intent. At a glance, Su Ming saw 4 marines with combat power, not even in double digits, not even reaching 50 points. It must be said that the people in the pirate world are truly fearless. That's real courage. He had just displayed such dominance, yet they dared to provoke him. If even one stronger person had come, he wouldn't have been surprised. Alright, since you want to kill me, I won't feel any psychological burden. It just so happens I can try you out to see if I trigger any rewards. Murmuring softly, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Su Ming. It didn't expand wildly, but in an instant it enveloped and intimidated the 4 marines, pressing them down onto the ice. The 4 marines foamed at the mouth, their eyes rolled back, and blood flowed from their bodies as their blood vessels could not withstand the sudden pressure bursting open. An absolute crushing strength, the 4 died without a doubt. Su Ming felt nothing. After all, he had fought many opponents in the simulation space, and killing was not unfamiliar to him. After waiting for a while with no system prompt sound, Su Ming roughly confirmed that killing some low-level marines or pirates should not trigger any hidden rewards. Still lost in thought, the battle in the sky had also completely erupted. Kizaru's skill was blocked by the immortal Marco, and after a bout of exchanges, Kizaru pretended to be weak, getting kicked back to the land near the bay by Marco. The admiral clashed with the captain of the 1st Division, while other captains of the Whitebeard pirates began to lead their pirates in a more frenzied attack. On the coast, after Kizaru's performance, he did not take the initiative to attack again, calmly giving orders to his subordinates. In any case, the slacking off mode has been activated. For Kizaru, claiming to act to reduce military casualties was just a pretext. The giant army was ordered to move, and all cannons on the shore were aimed at the pirates' ships to cause destruction. The war intensified further. At this moment, Su Ming also stopped daydreaming. Since killing ordinary people was useless, he could only try his best to find heavyweight characters to trigger more main quests. Looking up at Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. Let him come meet me first, this so-called strongest pirate, while conveniently completing the main quest of defeating Whitebeard. How much would his power increase with the fruit ability? Taking a step forward, Su Ming directly performed the sky dance technique, slowly levitating into the air. Those who witnessed this scene were incredibly shocked, but most pirates and marines were engaged in fighting, so temporarily not many paid attention. Naturally, those with certain strength who were still hiding their abilities noticed the situation here. Especially the marines. After all, Whitebeard had always been a key target of attention, too conspicuous. Su Ming flew directly up, hovering in front of Whitebeard, locking eyes with him. Marco noticed and quickly blocked in front of Su Ming, readying himself. Yozu was easily knocked away, and now this person could fly, making him wary, unsure of what ability it was. Father, watch out for this man. Chiyoza, who had earlier been sent flying by a casual punch from Su Ming, now rushed forward and stood protectively before Whitebeard. His body hardened into diamond, a clear sign he'd learned from his earlier defeat, and this time he hesitated not at all. Once again the air grew heavy with tension. Su Ming's sudden ascent into the sky drew the attention of nearly everyone present. Though the battle raged on with escalating ferocity, every heart remained tethered to this inexplicable figure. Gururora. It's all right, Chiyoza, and Maruko stepped back as well. There is no killing intent in him. Whitebeard faced Su Ming with calm assurance, as if some profound certainty had just crystallized within him. And indeed, he relaxed visibly. He had been uncertain before, but now clarity struck. This man was neither marine nor pirate. Had he intended violence, he would have acted already, not waited until now. Su Ming gazed down upon Whitebeard, his spiritual sense having already probed the Elder's essence to its core, while his combat reconnaissance ability simultaneously registered Whitebeard's power level. 1,000 points. Truly formidable, far exceeding Su Ming's expectations. After all, even Raditz had only reached 1,500. Yet judging solely by sensory perception, Whitebeard's actual output seemed markedly lower, no more than 800 or 900 at most. Could it be that the fundamental divergence between these two worlds' power systems causes a discrepancy between my spiritual assessment and the system's numerical reading? Su Ming mused inwardly. In the Dragon Ball universe, a combat power exceeding 1,000 already manifested cataclysmic destruction. Yet according to the canon of the One Piece world, even with his Gura Gura Nomi unleashed at full force, Whitebeard failed to shatter the entire island of Marineford. Thus the true extent of what this 1,000 represented, its tangible efficacy, could only be confirmed through direct confrontation. Seeing Su Ming remain silent, his gaze sharp and unwavering, Whitebeard seized the moment to re-examine the terrifying energy coiled within him. The reality of Su Ming's existence now struck him with visceral certainty, far beyond anything he had ever imagined. An invisible crushing pressure pressed upon him unlike any he had ever endured. It felt as though he, a mere mortal, stood face-to-face with a god towering like a mountain. Hey, don't you dare look down your nose at us like that. Who exactly are you? Maruko's expression hardened, though he had retreated beside Whitebeard, his vigilance remained razor-sharp. Especially under Su Ming's unblinking scrutiny, the weight bore down unbearably, with tensions peaking every second counted. Hearing those words, Su Ming glanced briefly at Maruko, whose Tori Nomi model phoenix was undeniably extraordinary. In his beast form, the legendary phoenix of myth, his entire body blazed with azure flame, granting him a near-natural mental constitution that rendered physical attacks utterly futile. Su Ming wondered what would happen if he struck Maruko directly. Would his Kai-based assaults bypass such absolute nullification? 3 seconds passed in silence. No system alert sounded. Su Ming understood though Maruko was exceptional in canon and possessed formidable strength, he still fell short of triggering a quest. Su Ming dismissed him entirely, deeming it beneath his dignity to take issue with such an insignificant figure. His eyes locked onto Whitebeard as he spoke. You are somewhat stronger than I anticipated, but your body is failing. At best you can muster only 5 to 7/10 of your prime strength. His words carried no restraint, spoken plainly without artifice. And since he made no effort to project them, only the 3 present could hear. Of course, certain individuals, through extraordinary means, might still eavesdrop. To speak so brazenly before Father. Even so, Father could still. Chiyoza, still nursing his grudge, snarled fiercely. But before he could finish, a single glance from Whitebeard silenced him. Su Ming merely glanced back, regarding him as nothing more than an ant unworthy of anger. Whitebeard's weathered face regarded Su Ming with quiet courtesy. My condition is indeed as you say. Yet even in death I may yet rage one last time. His phrasing was courteous, but the implication was unmistakable. Should Su Ming move against him, or worse against his sons, he would resist with absolute unreserved fury regardless of the cost. Su Ming sensed the subtle shift in Whitebeard's aura, his aged eyes sharpening with fierce resolve. Yet Su Ming paid little heed to such defiance and drifted slowly closer. Up close, Whitebeard's body revealed a landscape of grievous, overlapping wounds. A lingering question surfaced in Su Ming's mind: would the sacred Senzu bean heal him? Though Senzu beans held no effect against illness per se, they were peerless restoratives for injury. Whitebeard's ailment stemmed not from disease alone, but from decades of accumulated internal trauma, recurring damage compounded by age. If those wounds healed fully, his affliction would likely abate, though not, of course, the inevitable infirmities of old age. As this thought flickered across his mind, a chime echoed sharply within his consciousness. Ding! Hidden quest activated: heal Whitebeard's wounds. Reward upon completion: 1 random devil fruit, 1 basic combat power enhancement card. Not a main quest. This was a hidden one. Such quests only triggered upon encountering specific individuals, not beforehand, where only main quests would appear. Having deduced the system's underlying logic, Su Ming allowed himself a faint knowing smile. Though Senzu beans were precious, he currently possessed 10, enough to offer 1 to Whitebeard as an experiment. He had no use for devil fruits himself, and would never consume one, but storing it within the system's inventory might prove valuable later. Most crucially, the basic combat power enhancement card promised a random boost of 1 to 1,000 points, according to system parameters. Even defeating Fleet Admiral Sengoku had yielded only such a card. Having experienced its transformative effect firsthand, exchanging a single Senzu bean for guaranteed enhancement was no loss. Decision settled. Su Ming smiled enigmatically. First subdue Whitebeard, then administer the Senzu bean. Thus both main and hidden objectives would be fulfilled seamlessly. Otherwise, complications would multiply. At worst, should the Senzu bean fail to cure Whitebeard's chronic wounds, it would at least heal all recent injuries, ensuring the Summit War's trajectory remained unchanged. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Whitebeard sensed it. His face paled, his body trembled, and he roared urgently to his sons: Maruko, Choza, stand clear. With a sweep of his left arm, his haki blasted them backward. As they watched in horror and dread, he raised his supreme sword Kiketsu, its blade crackling with the earth-shattering power of the Gura no Mi, and brought it down in a devastating cleave towards Su Ming. A faint smile never left Su Ming's lips. He did not fear Whitebeard's strike. He feared only that it might never come. Facing the devastating slash of its Songyun cut imbued with the power of the Tremor fruit, Su Ming enveloped his palm with chi and caught the strike barehanded. The space trembled and the pressure bore down upon him. The sudden effect felt akin to gravity, suddenly intensifying a sensation of being trapped by the very fabric of space. Though there might be differences, it was indeed quite similar. Is this all there is to it? Su Ming silently pondered. In truth, how weak it is. The seemingly domineering attack inflicted negligible harm upon Su Ming. The Tremor fruit's ability was indeed remarkable, capable of directly striking space to cause destruction. Unfortunately, Whitebeard's strength was too lacking. This strike couldn't even break his skin. Calmly enduring the blow, Su Ming left Whitebeard dumbfounded, while Marco and Jozu, pushed back by the overwhelming might, were left utterly stunned. At almost the same moment, countless onlookers were left in shock. First he blocked Mihawk's strike, and now he caught Whitebeard's blow barehanded. In this world, there were hardly a handful of individuals capable of such feats. The pirates were somewhat affected, halting their advance. This also provided the Navy with an opportunity to counterattack, aiming to capture all the pirates. Within the bay, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, Kizuru, and all the vice admirals were left in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Especially Sengoku and Garp, both doubting whether they were seeing things. Who on earth is this guy? What kind of ability does he possess to block Whitebeard's attack barehanded? Sengoku internally shouted in disbelief. To take action so close and completely block it. The ability of the Tremor fruit seemed entirely ineffective. Could it be that he really has aged? Is he unable to keep up? Garp internally lamented. Meanwhile, the Shichibukai, who had been waiting at the bay without acting, were also shocked. Mihawk, with his eternally stoic expression, showed a hint of emotion, feeling an inexplicable surge of battle intent ignite within him. Initially, he thought this person was merely strong enough to warrant attention. Now he recognized that this unknown existence was even stronger than he had imagined. Such a character he yearned to confront. Hidden. On the Moby Dick, Su Ming easily gripped Whitebeard's Songyun cut, then instantaneously released it, flicking a finger. A loud clang echoed as weapons collided. Whitebeard felt as if his hand gripping the Songyun cut was about to tear apart. With his strength, a strike with nearly 80 to 90% of his power failed to inflict damage on his opponent. Instead, he could barely maintain his grip on the weapon. His opponent simply did not take him seriously. The gap was too vast. Even at his peak, he could not match this person's strength. Where on earth did this monster come from? It felt as though he appeared out of thin air. Whitebeard was shocked within. A monster, no doubt. To be called a monster by him, one could imagine how terrifying he must be. You took my strike, now you shall receive one in return. As the words were spoken, almost instantaneously the atmosphere shifted and Whitebeard's eyes widened with a sense of impending doom. At this moment, Marco and Jose's terrified shouts fell on deaf ears. Whitebeard stared at Su Ming as he raised his hand, pointing his sword at his own chest in a feigned manner. As he moved, the qi within Su Ming circulated, and an invisible force transformed into potent energy continuously gathering at his hand. A second later, his fingertip morphed into a fist, and Su Ming unleashed a kind-fused punch. The invisible energy surged forth like a shockwave, piercing through Whitebeard's chest. This strike appeared to be just a single wave of energy on the surface, but in reality, it contained 3 hidden forces. Whitebeard's eyes glazed over, and the intense pain caused his veins to bulge, blood spewing from his mouth. Even having activated his haki to enhance his defense in the previous moment, he could not withstand it. Under Su Ming's gaze, Whitebeard staggered twice, yet with his indomitable will he forced himself to lean on the Tsungyun cut without falling. This scene genuinely astonished Su Ming. After all, he had exerted some effort into that punch, at least reaching 10% of his power. Whitebeard's ability to withstand it was a testament to him being the strongest man of the bygone era. Ugh, ha. Heavy gasps escaped Whitebeard's lips. As his body reached its limits, his vision blurred. Old man. Marco, seeing this, was about to unleash his powers to assist, but was stopped in his tracks by a single glance from Su Ming. Josu was in the same predicament. Su Ming did not wish to be disturbed while on his mission. Moreover, he had no intention of killing Whitebeard or truly harming them. Even though they were pirates, they were still on the side of the protagonists. A great opportunity. Kill Whitebeard. Let's strike together and slash. The 2 giant vice admirals who had been dealing with other pirates paid no mind to whether they could intervene after witnessing the situation. Taking advantage of their size, they swiftly crossed the 100-meter distance. One wielded a massive axe to strike down, while the other swung a broadsword. In a crisis, the hearts of the pirates raced to their throats as Marco and Josu attempted to move, but their bodies refused to obey. And within the attack range, Su Ming raised his eyes, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance at the 2 giant vice admirals. These 2 flies are truly large. As the words fell, an unparalleled aura erupted from Su Ming's body almost instantaneously. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying gust of wind swept in all directions, the atmospheric pressure expanding, sending the 2 giant vice admirals flying. This aura, reminiscent of Conqueror's haki, was overwhelmingly intimidating, directly toppling a large swath of nearby Navy and pirates. Marco and Josu held their breath, their minds nearly going blank. Whitebeard, however, slightly regained consciousness due to Su Ming's display. However, he was still forcing himself to stand, utilizing his own means to elevate his remaining combat strength. If it ended here, the plan to rescue Ace would be considered a premature failure. Without him, how could the Whitebeard pirates withstand the powerful forces of the Navy HQ? You have already lost. Having withstood my strike, you deserve the title of the strongest in this world, for to me your world is rather primitive. Facing Whitebeard, Su Ming remarked calmly, followed by a faint smile. Of course, if you wish to fight to the death, I can accommodate you. Whitebeard was taken aback, staring blankly at Su Ming. After a long time, he suddenly realized that Su Ming was merely testing his strength, and he had also discerned the opponent's identity. From a higher-level world. Beyond their world, there truly existed other worlds. Gurura, I admit defeat, esteemed powerful one from another world. If it weren't for the crucial moment of our battle with the Navy, I would have surely treated you with utmost hospitality. Whitebeard acknowledged his defeat. Even if he did not want to admit it, there was no way around it. The reality was laid before him. It must be said that Whitebeard was quite astute. Though he was old, everything he did carried profound meaning. Admitting defeat at this moment could help him avoid this super powerful being and perhaps even gain assistance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Defeat Whitebeard. A random superhuman fruit ability has been stored in the system's storage space and can be used at any time. The system's notification sound rang out, and Su Ming finally restrained his aura. This victory in this manner could also be considered as completing the system's main quest to defeat Whitebeard. Of course, he did indeed strike down the opponent, so it couldn't be considered cheating. As for the random superhuman fruit ability, he wondered what kind of power he would draw. Su Ming was not in a hurry and chose not to draw immediately, planning to use it all at the end. He took out a celestial bean from the system's storage space and looked at Whitebeard with a mysterious smile. Open your mouth. My. Whitebeard was taken aback. On either side, Marco and Yozu, whose auras had been suppressed, finally regained their mobility. Their hearts were already shaken beyond measure, and they heard Su Ming's words, realizing that this was a powerful being from another world. If even their father was not a match for this person, what could they do? However, they were still anxious and worried as they did not know what this person intended to do. Just as Whitebeard's astonished mouth was slightly agape, Su Ming casually threw the celestial bean into his mouth. Swallow it. This is a celestial bean, a holy medicine from my world for healing injuries. Just one can cure any wound, he said, and Whitebeard looked incredulous. Feeling the bean in his mouth, Whitebeard hesitated for a moment before decisively swallowing it. If the other party wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be this complicated. Even if they wanted to control him, there were simpler methods, so this thing was indeed for healing. After consuming the celestial bean, Whitebeard's body suddenly swelled, and his injuries not only healed completely, but even his previously listless old face suddenly regained vitality, and his gaze became sharper. This feeling, it actually really healed. Shocked and astonished. Just one bean in such a brief moment made him feel sensations he had only experienced in his youth. His strength not only returned, but the hidden pain that had plagued him for many years vanished in an instant. After so many years, his body had never felt this light. Gulalalala. I never imagined that one day I could return to such a state. It is truly something to yearn for. The world you reside in actually possesses such a miraculous healing medicine. It seems that this celestial bean must be an extremely precious item. Once this war ends, if I am fortunate enough to survive. No. Even if I meet an unfortunate end, my sons will surely repay you on my behalf. The Whitebeard pirates are at your disposal. Whitebeard expressed his gratitude to Su Ming. Calm and experienced. Even after truly healing his physical injuries, Whitebeard did not become overly excited. In his words, he threw out a temptation to draw closer to Su Ming. On the other side, Marco and Jozu were already dumbfounded. They had initially wanted to say not to eat it, but now seeing their father restored to his former self, they could clearly feel that he was different from before. How long has it been since they had seen him in such high spirits? For a moment, excitement welled up in their eyes. Especially Marco, as the ship's doctor, he had spent years tirelessly searching for medicine to treat their father. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, healing Whitebeard's injuries. Reward 1 random devil fruit and 1 basic combat power enhancement card stored in the system's storage space and available for use at any time. With the hidden task completed, the burden in Su Ming's heart was lifted. In fact, having sensed the change in Whitebeard's aura, Su Ming had already confirmed that the celestial bean was effective for healing him. Now, if he carefully sensed Whitebeard's aura intensity had nearly reached 1,000 points. Thus, it could be said that previously he had been all show and no substance. Now, he barely had some semblance of his former self. Consider this a sponsorship from me. Once the war ends, I will indeed need some things, and I won't be polite about asking you for them, Su Ming said to Whitebeard. Although he didn't clarify, since things had developed to this point, he wouldn't hesitate to demand benefits. Even if it was just some gold, diamonds, or gems, it would be useful for his return to the Dragon Ball world. Money, though seemingly useless, is still a necessity in daily life. Greedy? No. Ultimately, the celestial bean was what he had provided. Although the system issued the task and rewarded him, that was from the system, Whitebeard still owed him a favor. Turning to leave, Su Ming did not intend to stay here any longer. As for directly saving Ace, that would be too boring. This top war had only just begun. With his overwhelming strength, it would be a waste of this opportunity to not find some fun and complete other tasks or trigger more tasks. This was also a way to vent and relax. Having struggled so hard in the Dragon Ball world, even with a combat power over 10,000, he had yet to prove himself. Now in this world, shouldn't he seek some sense of presence? To leave behind some of his own legends, so that years later history would record that there once was such a person powerful enough to dominate everyone. Ding! Triggered hidden task: dominate the pirate world and leave behind your own invincible legend. Task completion: reward 1 random animal fruit ability and 1 intermediate combat power enhancement card note. Can randomly increase combat power by 1,000 to 1,000,000 points. Hearing that another hidden task had been triggered, Su Ming paused. Without discussing the task content, the combat power enhancement card indeed had a basic and an intermediate version. From 1 point to 1,000 points for the basic version to 1,000 points to 1,000 points for the intermediate version. This leap was quite significant. If the intermediate version is at this level, then what about the advanced version? What lies beyond that? Previously in the Dragon Ball world, he had never come across such rewards. Thus, to obtain rewards for combat power enhancement cards, one must trigger main or hidden tasks. Or perhaps one must be outside the Dragon Ball world to trigger combat power enhancement cards. The developments were beyond everyone's expectations. No one had anticipated that the mysterious existence of Su Ming and Whitebeard would conclude their battle in this manner. Most astonishingly, Whitebeard, who should have been injured, suddenly recovered to peak condition, his aura even more ferocious than before. Ordinary pirates and navy had yet to realize the severity of the situation. However, the higher-ups of the navy were already aware. They knew that this mysterious figure, Su Ming, had somehow healed Whitebeard. Just as all the navy and pirates were captivated by the events between Su Ming and Whitebeard, a massive figure suddenly emerged from the ice surface of the sea beyond Marineford. The pirates all knew who this was, and even Su Ming recognized him, the descendant of the Demon King Little Ors Jr. As an ancient giant, he stood an impressive 38 meters tall. Although he did not rank among the most outrageous in the pirate world, he was still far more terrifying compared to regular giants, let alone ordinary humans. What a pity that despite his large size, his strength was quite ordinary. In Su Ming's perception, Little Ors Jr.'s aura was indeed vast, but its intensity was likely far inferior to that of Piccolo. Perhaps he possessed considerable strength, but the destruction he could cause was rather mediocre. Advise him, otherwise he will die. Su Ming left this remark for Whitebeard before leaping away from the Moby Dick. Little Ors Jr. was the one who met the most tragic end in the original story. Whitebeard was momentarily stunned, then looked towards Little Ors Jr. He surely knew that since Little Ors Jr. chose to come, it was with the resolve to die. As a father, he should support him unreservedly. Moreover, he needed Little Ors Jr. to open a path forward. P.S. Whitebeard's combat power has been adjusted to 1,000 points. I was originally worried about setting it too low and being criticized, or too high and causing rejection, so I forcibly raised it to 2,000 points. If everyone doesn't accept it, that's fine by me, haha. As for why I set it at 1,000 points, it was based on a comparative ranking. And this 1,000 points differs from the 1,000 in Dragon Ball. Anyone with suggestions or ideas about the data can join the group to communicate with me directly. This way the setting can be improved. The entrance of Little Ors Jr. undoubtedly ignited the fighting spirit of all the pirates. In an instant, they completely forgot about the earlier clash between Su Ming and Whitebeard, especially as he entered, lifting a Navy warship and tossing it into the bay, crushing a crowd of Navy vice-admirals and clearing a path for the pirates. This was even more shocking than the scene in the original story. Su Ming merely watched, not intervening, as he had already said what needed to be said. Everything was up to Whitebeard now. Moreover, he had already recovered from all his injuries. Even though the disease remained, his strength was no longer comparable to before. If Akainu came to provoke him now, he would truly be tormented by Whitebeard. Although the levels in the pirate world are indeed quite low, I should be grateful. After all, if I were to enter a higher level world, I would have no place there. As Su Ming pondered, he walked across the icy surface, moving forward. In this area, there were no pirates or navy left due to the earlier eruption of energy. Whitebeard should thank him. A single burst of energy had cleared this area. However, while this was the case here, battles raged on in other locations, especially with the appearance of Little Ors Jr. The high-ranking Navy officials began to feel uneasy. Although the Navy was terrified by his massive size, they did not truly cower. Seated high above, Akaina's face was ashen. In the original story, he was forced to act after Jozu shattered the ice and hurled massive ice boulders. Now, due to Su Ming's actions, Jozu had not made a move, leaving Akaina stuck here, never taking action. Honestly, you two have left this place, and now a path has been opened in the bay. The Navy's reputation was about to be completely ruined. Akainu raised his head, his eyes seeming to ignite with flames. His momentum was indeed quite intimidating, and coupled with his tone, it seemed to disdain everything. Just as he prepared to rise and deal with this ancient giant, Little Ors Jr. inadvertently provoked the wrong target, just like in the original story. He used the Navy's warship to clear a path for his comrades into the bay, and now he was about to use his size and strength to forge a second path. However, just as he was about to advance, one of his legs was severed, causing him to fall to the ground in agony. The location chosen by Little Ors Jr. to land was the coast where one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, resided. Under the cutting power of the paramecia-type string fruit, Little Ors Jr.'s body simply could not withstand it. Having lost one leg, he also lost his mobility, and the Navy's attacks followed one after another, with cannonballs continuously bombarding him. His massive body had now become a target. At this moment, Bartholomew Kuma activated the Pacifista program, beginning to gather the powers of the paramecia-type pop-off fruit. A pressure cannon utterly brought Little Ors Jr. down. Though he did not die, it was almost the same as being dead. He completely lost consciousness. As the 7 warlords made their moves, the morale of the Navy surged, while the pirates began to feel a sense of retreat due to Little Ors Jr.'s fall. However, those division leaders and captains were not easy to deal with. Overall, under the encouragement of some, the pirates erupted with even stronger fighting spirit, raising the war to a new level. All focused on saving Ace, everyone cast aside their own lives and disregarded the safety of their comrades. To them, it seemed as if dying was inconsequential, as their comrades would avenge them. Everyone sought to seize their own glorious moment in this war, with some even taking the initiative to confront the 7 warlords. Empress Boa Hancock and Moonlight Moria became the targets forced into action under such circumstances. As for Dracul Mihawk, no one dared provoke him, likely due to his reputation as the world's greatest swordsman. Su Ming advanced while admiring the battles occurring around him. Ultimately, it was all about observing the clash of devil fruit abilities. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. When watching the anime and manga before, I found everything quite peculiar. Now it truly seemed like a circus act, and I hardly noticed any standout abilities. Perhaps it was simply due to my weakness with only 2 digits of power. As I walked through the chaotic battlefield, suddenly a giant's vice admiral swung a massive blade down towards my head, clearly unafraid of dying, as he sought revenge for his comrades. Seeing this, Su Ming raised his hand without hesitation and struck out. With a loud explosion, the giant vice admiral's massive blade shattered upon impact, with the remaining half flying out for dozens of meters before embedding itself in the ice. What? Just a casual strike, and the giant vice admiral was left dumbfounded, his entire arm rendered useless. He staggered back, fear consuming him. Regardless of his strength or power, even though his treasured blade was not some divine weapon, nor could it compare to the supreme great knife 12 works, it was still a specially forged high-strength weapon. This is already the 3rd time I've been ambushed. You Navy folks really have no brains. You should know that if I truly decided to act, a mere island could be flattened with ease. Su Ming's cold words rang out as he flicked his fingers, a beam of golden light erupting in an instant. With a resounding whoosh, the light pierced the heavens, breaking through the clouds. The giant vice admiral's body was directly penetrated, and with unparalleled power, he was sent soaring into the sky. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he flew back 100 meters before crashing against the massive wall by the coast. Such a scene naturally shocked everyone around and compelled the powerful figures to reassess the situation. From his appearance until now, every action Su Ming took demonstrated his strength, leaving others confounded. This is also why many powerful beings chose to observe cautiously. Receiving Mihawk's strike, overpowering Whitebeard in battle, unleashing an impact similar to Conqueror's haki that repelled enemies, and now showcasing a terrifying light ability. This is a real monster, and that strange light ability, what fruit could it possibly be? Doflamingo's sickly laughter was filled with curiosity. Witnessing Su Ming effortlessly take down a giant vice admiral up close was utterly shocking. Despite his own strength, he could also toy with and kill a giant vice admiral, but he could never do it as cleanly and decisively as Su Ming. He never expected that this time would merely be a formality to gain reputation, yet he encountered such a monster which exerted even more pressure than Whitebeard did. He would not choose to be enemies with him, he was self-aware. Not far away, Moonlight Moria was also deeply intimidated by Su Ming's formidable abilities. Initially, he had thought to use the Shadow Fruit's power to turn Su Ming into his zombie, but now it seemed that his opponent was at least of admiral caliber, far beyond what he could scheme against. Still standing on the coast, Mihawk's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The instinct of a swordsman told him that this person required his full effort. Having made up his mind, Mihawk jumped into the fray, gripping the black blade Yoru, and walked towards Su Ming. This scene caught Doflamingo's attention, causing him to laugh, as if relishing the chaos. Oh my, has the world's strongest swordsman become unable to restrain himself? Let me take this opportunity to analyze the opponent's abilities through you. Inside the bend, Akiji stood in front of a group of Navy soldiers, frowning. Kizaru flashed to his side and teased, "What? Are you thinking of testing the other's depth?" Akiji glanced at Kizaru and replied, "Feel free if you want to make a move, at least it is not yet my time to act." Kizaru smiled, faintly maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. This person's power is truly terrifying. It seems Admiral Akainu is a bit moved. After saying that, both of them looked towards Admiral Akainu, who was crossing his arms. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. Sengoku and Garp stood together, analyzing the impact of Su Ming's presence on the battle. They remained calm as long as things were within a controllable range, and the other party did not act excessively. They could turn a blind eye. After all, it is not wise to confront someone capable of going head-to-head with Whitebeard and gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, based on the current intelligence, it was indeed the Navy who was continuously probing, as the other side had not taken the initiative. Whether friend or foe was yet unknown. Although the battlefield momentarily paused due to Su Ming's swift defeat of a Navy giant rear admiral, it soon resumed its chaotic fighting. In one area, Boa Hancock was indiscriminately wreaking havoc, crazily harvesting Navy soldiers and pirates alike. Anyone who entered her attack range would be struck by her perfume femme fatale. A series of sounds of crumbling stones erupted. In just a few seconds, dozens of pirates and Navy soldiers were petrified by Hancock's perfume femme fatale and shattered into pieces. The surviving Navy and pirates were left severely injured. Even if they could not feel pain, such irreversible damage was the most lethal. The most unfortunate were the Navy personnel, who could not stop cursing. Didn't the warlords of the sea come to help them? Why were they going crazy and attacking them too? Some capable Navy members directly concluded pirates are pirates. Their nature is hard to change. Hancock's response was just as in the original work. With her unparalleled beauty, anything could be forgiven and accepted. At this moment, Su Ming happened to witness this rather awkward scene. Although Hancock truly deserved the title of Pirate Empress with her stunning figure and beauty, she was somewhat delusional, no overly narcissistic. Indeed, her beauty was undeniable, but Su Ming would not be swayed by it. He swore he was only focused on Hancock's sweet fruit abilities, not anything else. After all, the power that petrifies upon contact was indeed astonishing. Would he be petrified? In terms of power levels, Hancock's strength was average, but in this world the abilities of certain fruits seemed to carry their own rules. Just as Su Ming was admiring Hancock, the Pirate Empress had clearly noticed Su Ming's scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes revealed displeasure, and her slender brows furrowed slightly. Although I know I am beautiful, such blatant peeping is too rude. Hancock's mature voice entered the ears of those around, momentarily stunning both pirates and Navy alike. Then they saw Su Ming approaching. The scene suddenly became incredibly quiet. No one dared to breathe. After all, this person had accomplished so many outrageous deeds. How could these ordinary pirates and Navy compare? Facing this person and the Pirate Empress, no one could imagine what would happen next. I want to experience your petrification ability. Su Ming stopped when he was less than 10 meters away and spoke frankly. Hancock was taken aback for a moment, and then a strong sense of anger arose within her from being underestimated and teased. Hancock's expression turned extremely serious and her aura shifted. Shameless villain. With a shout, Hancock crossed several meters, her long, beautiful leg carrying the capability to petrify everything, and her unparalleled destructive power aimed a kick at Su Ming's neck. Feeling the power of this kick, Su Ming smiled and raised his hand. A crisp sound echoed clap. Hancock's seemingly unstoppable kick was directly caught by Su Ming. He could feel a strange force invading his palm, infecting his body through the point of contact. To his surprise, a small patch of skin on his hand had indeed been petrified. Although it was only the surface, it was still quite extraordinary. Seeing that her attack seemed effective, Hancock didn't care about her ankle being held. She used her other leg to kick at Su Ming. A low blow. Su Ming's mind trembled, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. This kick was no joke. With just a glance, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Ming. Hancock felt as if she had been struck by an air cannon, letting out a pained grunt as she was sent flying. Fortunately, she was caught by her snake Salome, who otherwise this fall would be severe. Others merely look at you and call you a shameless villain, yet your own attack is even more shameless. This kick lacks any demeanor of an empress. As he spoke, Su Ming glanced at his petrified hand, clenched his fingers, and the energy erupted instantly, turning the petrified portion into dust. Petrification was indeed effective. However, such petrification abilities could only cover a layer of stone over his body. His chi could automatically block the forces of petrification, preventing them from invading his body. Naturally, Su Ming had absolute confidence to make such attempts. Thus, this outcome did not surprise Su Ming. Damn, you dirty man, not only did you touch my body, but you also dared to tease me. I will completely petrify you. Seeing Su Ming easily resolve the petrification on his hand, Hancock gritted her teeth and fully unleashed her sweet fruit abilities. She formed a heart shape with her hands in front of her chest, unleashing a wave of pink light towards Su Ming. This move was not unfamiliar to Su Ming. However, after testing that his chi could completely block it, it posed no threat. Buzz. In an instant, Su Ming mobilized the energy within his body to form an invisible barrier surrounding him. This impenetrable wall of chi perfectly dispelled the power of the sweet wind. What? You actually were not petrified by me? Could it be that you have no thoughts about me? Hancock was stunned by the sight before her. Her beautiful eyes continuously studied Su Ming, trying to discern any abnormalities. Su Ming was the second person who could ignore her petrification. If he had used the power of Busashoka Haki, he could indeed withstand her sweet wind, but the person before her had not used any power. Hancock could not know that Su Ming was using the power of Qi, as it was simply incomprehensible to the people of this world. Could it be that he truly has no improper thoughts about me? Hancock's lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Su Ming remained unmoved by her beauty. This scene had already shocked countless individuals. Renowned far and wide, especially celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the world who did not know of the Pirate Empress abilities. What's the matter? Are you disappointed that I haven't turned you to stone, Pirate Empress? Su Ming said with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Although you are different from other men, your gaze is still filthy, and I am not easily intimidated. Hancock huffed lightly, her eyes growing sharp once again despite her lingering fear. With her right index finger gently tapping her lips, the ability of the sweet fruit activated once more, conjuring a pink heart that Hancock drew back like a bowstring. This move was Hancock's ultimate technique, the captivating arrow. If you have the skill, try to negate this as well. Regardless of whether you feel anything for me after this move, you will surely be turned to stone. As these words were spoken, Hancock's captivating arrow was released with countless heart-shaped arrows rushing towards Su Ming like a torrential rain. Faced with this barrage of hard arrows, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Ming's eyes. This woman is indeed excessively self-absorbed, completely unaware that he had already shown her mercy from the start. Boom. In an instant, a violent and unparalleled tempest erupted centered around Su Ming. A white aura enveloped him, and the entire marine fort trembled from this explosive surge. The devastating storm tore apart the icy surface, sweeping everything in its path, mercilessly crushing all nearby. Those with lower strength were directly flung away. This unmatched storm impact shattered Hancock's captivating arrow in an instant, and its terrifying pressure engulfed her completely. What is happening? Hancock struggled to stabilize herself, but the storm driven by this violent aura was beyond her imagination. In the blink of an eye, not only was she blasted away, but even her snake was thrown out as well. Was that all? No. Su Ming's outburst, though restrained, had already crushed everything within 1,000 meters. Many Navy and pirates caught within this range fainted from the proximity, while those further away suffered significant injuries. This display of power instilled fear in all the pirates and Navy alike. In that moment, no one could determine which side Su Ming was truly on. For the pirates, when Su Ming dealt with the Navy, they initially thought he was an ally, then assumed he was an enemy during his conflict with their captain, and now seeing him seemingly allied with their captain, they naturally thought him a companion. Now everyone was confused. Such behavior mirrored that of the pirate empress, making it inscrutable. Regardless of whether one was Navy or pirate, all were within the range of attack. Within the bend, the three admirals, Akainu Kizaru and Aokiji, were all dumbfounded. They had not expected Su Ming's power to be so terrifying. If necessary, they would also have to take action. Before dealing with Whitebeard, they needed to eliminate this unknown entity. This guy posed too great a threat. The storm that just arose. Could it be the Logia-type wind fruit? The Marine Admiral Sengoku on the execution platform speculated after careful consideration. He had only seen records of the Logia wind fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, but had never witnessed its true abilities. He had thought that this fruit was still hidden in some unknown corner of the sea. Little did he know it already had an owner. Sengoku had no idea that Su Ming was not possessing any wind fruit. He was simply extraordinarily powerful. What side is this person truly on? Wait, could he be related to that brat dragon? Carp, sensing the powerful storm unleashed by Su Ming, fell into deep contemplation. He remembered the ability of the wind vividly. Located between the two, Ace knelt there, his eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. Everything happening now was caused by him. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard and Marco stood together while Jozu had left to assist Little Oars Jr. So they gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Old man, do you really think this person comes from another world? This power is unfathomably strong. Before him we are like. Marco said, swallowing hard, unable to continue. As Whitebeard's first mate, his strength was certainly formidable, yet before this person, he felt a lack of courage to even stand. Just a single glance had made him feel panic. Like ants, right? Marco, do not be disheartened or overthink. If this person truly wished it, he could likely destroy our world. Whitebeard took a deep breath and said. These words made Marco involuntarily flinch. Is that even possible, old man? Do not doubt my instincts. Just now in battle with him, I felt as if I had plunged into an unfathomable sea. In his eyes, I am merely a larger ant, and our world is but a bigger ant nest to him. Is it really that exaggerated, old man? Is the gap truly so vast? You are recognized as the strongest in our world. The so-called strongest is merely a hollow title. We should be grateful he has not truly aimed to kill us. He is only playing around. Therefore, do not provoke him. When that marine giant rear admiral was flung away, he said something a mere island could be flattened with a flick of his wrist, and that is not mere boasting. You have the ability to fly, you go and inform everyone to avoid him as much as possible. I understand, old man. I will inform them now. Marco nodded and transformed into his phoenix form, relaying Whitebeard's orders. Watching Marco spring into action, Whitebeard let out a long sigh. He had never felt such a sense of helplessness. Even when plagued by hidden ailments, he would not fear the entire Marine headquarters. But now, facing this super existence from another world, he could not confront it directly. It felt as if he thought himself the cream of the crop in this world, yet upon looking up, one found that a single hand could crush this world. Sengoku, oh Sengoku, our world is likely on the brink of great change. If you were to learn this news, how would you respond? On the ice surface flattened by the storm of aura, Su Ming slightly shook his neck, and the smile on his face had an unsettling quality. Though no killing intent surfaced after such an eruption, even maintaining a smile would no longer make one seem harmless. Ding. The host has defeated the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, triggering a hidden mission. Defeat the members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Progress 17. Mission completion reward 1 random item draw from the pirate world and 1 skill upgrade card. Note after use, any skill can be upgraded once. Upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Su Ming was slightly surprised. It wasn't the surprise of the mission triggering, but rather that the system had presented 2 new rewards. The random item draw did not particularly interest Su Ming as the items from the pirate world held no allure for him. However, the skill upgrade card was different. Did this mean that basic skills could be elevated to advanced skills, and could advanced skills be promoted to top-tier skills? If there were enough skill upgrade cards, could one reach divine level, or even surpass it? Unexpectedly, after being disgusted by Hancock, this reward was granted. Compared to combat power enhancement cards, the skill enhancement card seemed more valuable in Su Ming's eyes. It must be noted that Su Ming had yet to master a top-tier skill. Regaining his focus, Su Ming enveloped the area with his aura perception, simply determining his target before approaching Boa Hancock. Despite being severely injured, she did not lose consciousness like ordinary Navy or pirates. Su Ming approached her closely and in her terrified gaze slightly lowered his body to get closer to her cheek. Those trembling eyes had betrayed her facade of calm. Fear, dread, and horror. Where was the arrogance from before? Where was her previous narcissism? In the face of absolute power, no matter who you are, you must recognize your own position. Failing to do so is akin to seeking death. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball world during the era of Majin Buu, Su Ming was an ant, so he recognized his place. Even with the system, he modestly and steadily accumulated strength, avoiding any outrageous actions. Boa Hancock should be grateful, had it not been for Su Ming's initial desire to keep things moderate, wanting to relax while experiencing this classic battle from the original work and casually completing a mission reward. She would have perished the moment she insulted him. She almost caused him to break his composure. I merely wish to witness your petrification abilities, yet you have overstepped. You should not perceive me as the filthy man you imagine, and most certainly should not repeat it a second time. Furthermore, what qualifies you to think I would harbor such thoughts towards you? As he spoke, Su Ming directly grasped Hancock's chin. Feeling Hancock's struggle, Su Ming was not lenient. Even before his reincarnation, he had fantasized about conquering the pirate empress, after all, who would not want to enjoy her beauty. But now it was different. All the affection he had prior to his reincarnation had almost vanished. Being teased closely by Su Ming, especially under the gaze of his straightforward eyes, made Hancock unable to meet his gaze, forcing her to look away. A sense of powerlessness flooded her entire being, making her feel as if she had returned to her most helpless moments. Everything she prided herself on was completely shattered. Standing before this man, she was as exposed as if she were naked with nowhere to hide. Now do you still think I am filthy? Such questioning carried great impact. In an instant, the already eerily quiet area fell into an even deeper silence. Hancock dared not respond. She realized her recklessness, knowing how powerful he was. Even Whitebeard had suffered losses, yet she remained so confident in her petrification. Breathing heavily, feeling Su Ming's grip tightening, the pain stimulated her nerves, making her feel as if she had fallen into an abyss, unable to escape. The sensation of death. No. This suffocation, the rapid heartbeat, and the palpitations were feelings of despair she had never experienced before, especially in front of a crowd. Seeing Hancock unresponsive, as if she had lost her soul, Su Ming looked at her exquisite face before releasing his grip, allowing her to fall to the ground, gasping for breath. What a pity! If she had spoken properly, she would still hold some status in his heart. Just as Su Ming was about to speak again, a sharp aura suddenly approached. An unexpected visitor arrived in this area. Su Ming raised his eyes to see none other than Mihawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman. He had sensed Mihawk's approach earlier, but did not expect to feel the shock of his aura and still dare to come close. Well, this saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Su Ming faced Mihawk, feeling a slight interest. He could sense the battle intent radiating from the sharp eyes of Eagle Eye. What a shame, too weak. If he were at the level of Whitebeard, Su Ming would be somewhat interested. However, with just a few hundred points of combat power, if it came to blows, he could easily defeat him, just as he did with Boa Hancock. My sword is quite interested in you, please accept my challenge. Mihawk, wielding his black blade Yoru, pointed at Su Ming, stating earnestly. There was no sense of awkwardness. It felt perfectly normal for him to say such a thing. Challenging me comes with a cost, and that cost will be steep. You should know I did not seek trouble after your earlier slash. Now you have effectively sought out conflict. Looking at Mihawk, Su Ming smiled. You are strong, but I believe I can bear that cost. Upon hearing this, Mihawk not only showed no signs of retreat, but instead his battle intent intensified. For others, Su Ming's earlier explosion was enough to intimidate. But for a swordsman like him, it was a catalyst igniting his desire for combat. Seeing this, Su Ming slightly nodded. He then raised his right hand, casually extending a single finger. Mihawk, seeing this, first froze, then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. You plan to deal with me using just one finger? That's right. Using one finger is the greatest respect I can show you, as I generally do not need to take such matters seriously with lesser beings. As soon as Su Ming spoke, Mihawk's expression changed dramatically, flames of rage igniting in his sharp pupils. The next moment, the long black blade radiated a piercing cold light, with armed color hockey enveloping it. Accompanied by Mihawk's powerful swing, a strike capable of cleaving everything swept towards Su Ming. Su Ming remained unfazed. In his eyes, Mihawk's movements were as slow as a snail's crawl. With a layer of aura wrapped around his finger, he effortlessly blocked the black blade. A loud explosion sounded. A terrifying force swept through, causing the ice surface beneath Su Ming and Mihawk to shatter into fragments. This scene sent chills down the spines of everyone watching, leaving them dumbfounded. The attack of the world's greatest swordsman was blocked this time by merely a finger. While the previous slashes were shocking, they could be somewhat understood, but now relying on a physical body to withstand the supreme blade was truly unimaginable. Even Mihawk found it hard to accept the situation. "Is that all you've got?" Su Ming teased Mihawk with a smirk. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ming exerted force with his finger. The power generated by just one finger caused Mihawk's expression to change dramatically, sending him flying uncontrollably. During his flight, Mihawk forcibly stabilized his body, using his black sword Knight to dig into the ice, sliding several dozen meters before finally regaining control. Unwilling to back down, he wielded Knight and slashed out several emerald green strikes towards Su Ming. Each slash was powerful enough to split mountains and crack the earth. Even in the pirate world, those at the pinnacle of strength had to treat them with caution. But for Su Ming, these attacks were nothing at all. As the strikes approached, a glint of sharpness flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and in an instant the aura within him surged forth like a tidal wave. This overwhelming and violent force shattered all the strikes in an instant. Just the momentum was enough to neutralize all my attacks. Mihawk exclaimed in shock, his fighting spirit intensifying as he questioned, "Who exactly are you? What kind of fruit ability is this?" For the weak, the pressure released by Su Ming would become an unforgettable shadow throughout their lives. But for a swordsman like Mihawk, it only heightened his fighting spirit. "I must correct you, this is not a fruit ability. Is that the end of your attacks? If so, then it's my turn to strike." Su Ming warned Mihawk. "What a privilege it is to battle with a strong opponent like you." Mihawk replied, no longer hiding his intent. At that moment, the world's greatest swordsman unleashed all his might. Crackling red lightning coiled around Mihawk's black sword, creating an unparalleled momentum that terrified everyone in Marineford. Observing Mihawk's unleashed power, Su Ming carefully scrutinized the black sword wrapped in red lightning. The combination of armament hockey on the weapon along with a strange power released a powerful attack. "Now this is getting interesting, come at me." Su Ming beckoned to Mihawk, signaling him to attack. "Please enlighten me." Upon hearing this, Mihawk charged forward like a thunderclap, unleashing dozens of attacks with Knight, each imbued with armament hockey, in just 1 second. The strikes were fierce and deadly, each one possessing immense kill intent. Even a casual slash was capable of splitting the earth. The aftermath rippled out, shaking the surroundings, leaving everyone feeling a chill down their spines, drenched in sweat. It was not the strength of Mihawk that shocked them, but rather the fear of Su Ming's power. Especially Hancock, who was not far behind Su Ming, gaped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Every attack from Mihawk was blocked by just one of Su Ming's fingers. "Are all my attacks ineffective against you?" Mihawk's mind was in turmoil. He had always believed his sword intent could cut through anything. Now he couldn't even break through a single finger's defense. Unwilling to accept defeat, Mihawk poured all his strength into his grip on the sword hilt and unleashed his strongest strike. A tremendous roar echoed. With a deafening sound, the atmosphere rippled with overwhelming power, shaking the ground within 100 meters, as if the ice sheet might collapse at any moment. Thick ice mist enveloped the area where Su Ming and Mihawk were, causing everyone's hearts to race with anticipation. Until the aftermath dissipated, the scene that unfolded left everyone gasping in shock once again. Mihawk's ultimate blow was unexpectedly blocked by Su Ming's finger. Not only did it not break the skin, but it couldn't even advance an inch. How could this be? The sword strike that surpassed his limits failed to break through Su Ming's finger, striking a blow to Mihawk's pride. Now he felt that the title of the world's greatest swordsman was so ironic, so ridiculous. "This strike is quite impressive in your world, but unfortunately it is still too weak for me." With a slight exertion of his finger, Su Ming flicked Mihawk's Knight away. In that instant, Su Ming's expression changed drastically. Before Mihawk could react, a terrifying invisible force erupted, explosively akin to a cannon blast, sending Mihawk flying, leaving a trench 2 to 3 meters wide and several dozen meters long in the ice. As Mihawk fell, the mission progress was 2-7. The battle was over and the arena fell silent. Everyone watched as Su Ming stepped forward, no one daring to intervene or take action. At this moment, the battle seemed to have become Su Ming's exclusive show. This was only natural. While his previous strikes were indeed shocking, they were merely witnessed from afar and could not be personally experienced. Now they felt the power firsthand, and seeing both the Pirate Empress and Mihawk being easily defeated showcased the immense gap between them. If I truly began to fight, I would dominate everyone, but that's fine, but it's better to complete the mission first before making a move. Su Ming thought to himself. Since this game has begun, it must continue. Just as Su Ming locked onto a new target, a loud explosion echoed from the sky. This abruptly disrupted the once quiet battlefield. Upon looking, it was none other than Luffy arriving with the prisoners from Impel Down. This scene, reminiscent of the original story, opened a new chapter in the war centered around Luffy. What a coincidence! I wonder if anything will happen with Luffy that might trigger a mission. Thinking this, Su Ming watched as the ship descended from the sky, smashing through the ice and creating significant turbulence. The pirates in prison uniforms arrived on the battlefield, further complicating the situation. Su Ming also spotted several key figures lingering, most of all on Luffy. Unfortunately, there was no system notification this time. Thus, even the protagonist wasn't guaranteed to trigger a mission. Losing interest in Luffy, Su Ming focused his attention on Crocodile and Jinbei. The mission regarding the 7 warlords should include them, right? If not, that would be frustrating. According to the information provided in the original story, not all members of the 7 warlords were active during the war. Counting the current active Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, there were only 6 in total. P.S. Please support the reading with your votes. As Luffy led the pirates from Impel Down, events began to be forcibly pulled back into the original storyline. One must admit there seems to be an invisible force guiding the events that were meant to happen. If it weren't for Su Ming's personal experience, he would have doubted whether this was an illusion. Logically speaking, under the current circumstances, even if Luffy and his crew's arrival attracted some attention, it shouldn't have drawn all the focus, nearly causing him to be overlooked. Whether it was ordinary navy or pirates, or those powerful high-ranking leaders, interesting. In that case, I wonder what will happen if I push it a bit further. Su Ming murmured to himself. Just as he uttered these words, a classic scene from the original story unfolded. Under Su Ming's gaze, Crocodile used the powers of the Sand Fruit to traverse hundreds of meters, arriving behind the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard stood. Had Marco and Jozu still been present, Crocodile would have likely faced a brutal beating, but just a moment ago Marco had also left under Whitebeard's orders. Of course, the current Whitebeard was not the same as the one in the original. Just as Crocodile was about to strike, Luffy activated Gear Second, propelling himself forward to kick away Crocodile's attack. Thus, Luffy and Whitebeard had their first encounter. To be frank, Luffy's strength was not remarkable, but the speed he unleashed in Gear Second truly caught Su Ming's attention. Can the protagonist not be measured by ordinary standards? Su Ming thought to himself. Crocodile, having suffered a setback, could only temporarily withdraw to attend to other matters, which gave Su Ming the opportunity to see if defeating this guy would refresh the mission progress. As for Luffy's loud voice, Su Ming paid it no mind. He would do his own thing as long as Luffy didn't appear in front of him to block his path. Otherwise, he wouldn't show mercy just because Luffy was the protagonist. Glancing toward the other side, Su Ming noticed Jinbei facing off against the current Shichibukai Gecko Moria. These two could be considered bitter enemies with plenty of screen time in the original story. Interestingly, Jinbei's strength was indeed formidable, far surpassing Gecko Moria. No wonder in the original Jinbei knocked out Gecko Moria with a single punch. Su Ming was indeed more interested in Jinbei as his fishman karate was a unique power within this world system. Lifting his foot in an instant, Su Ming appeared between Jinbei and Moria, who were engaged in a verbal spar. Upon Su Ming's sudden appearance, Jinbei frowned, slightly puzzled, while Moria instantly broke into a cold sweat, feeling a sense of retreat. The surrounding navy and pirates, as long as they were not those who escaped from Impel Down, almost all swallowed hard at that moment. Everyone had just been distracted by the sudden events, and now, with Su Ming suddenly appearing, the earlier fear washed over them once more. Su Ming looked at Moria, and then at Jinbei. As fellow Shichibukai, I've experienced the strength of the Pirate Empress and the First Sword Master. Can you bring me some surprises? Su Ming smiled. Jinbei frowned, utterly confused, and even a bit irritated. Although I don't know who you are, this provocation is overly arrogant. Hearing this, Su Ming paid it no mind. On the other side, Moria's eyes darted, and an idea formed in his mind as he said, with your strength, I, Gecko Moria, am ashamed. Jinbei, you are so brave, why not give it a try? His words shifted Su Ming's focus onto Jinbei. Planning to take a step back, letting Su Ming deal with Jinbei, and then seizing the opportunity to take down Jinbei himself. Su Ming didn't even want to expose him, not even looking directly at him. Raising his hand, the force of the punch burst forth in an instant. The penetrating energy caused Moria to spit blood, and be sent flying, ultimately crashing hard to the ground, losing consciousness. Jinbei was taken aback, retreating several meters to maintain a safe distance from Su Ming. He had thought this man was merely a showpiece, someone who spoke arrogantly, but unexpectedly Moria was knocked out by him with a single punch. Despite believing he could defeat Moria, it would definitely require all his strength. Don't treat others like fools. Your scheme is practically written on your face. Su Ming teased, watching the mission progress change to 3-7 before shifting his gaze back to Jinbei. Their eyes met, and Jinbei's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. "Sir, we shouldn't have any grievances between us." Before he could finish, Su Ming cut him off. "No need for more empty words. We truly have no enmity. I just want to experience your Fishman karate. Remember to go all out, as you only have one chance." As his words fell, a sense of foreboding filled Jinbei's heart, but at this point there was no room for retreat. Everyone around held their breath, many silently backing away, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. "Since that's the case, let it be as you wish." Jinbei steadied his aura, taking several deep breaths before unleashing a powerful presence. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This kind of aura indeed had substance, and there was a hint of harnessing energy within it. Unfortunately, it was still not pure energy. It should be the unique power of Fishman, which could never transcend the power system of this world. Fishman Karate Shark Scale Fist. The incoming fist did not make Su Ming think of dodging in the slightest. He let that enormous fist strike his chest, feeling the immense strength. The corner of Su Ming's mouth slightly twitched. In a brawl, clashing head-on was indeed far more exhilarating than any ability or swordplay. Remarkable build-up, and the boxing technique is decent, but unfortunately your strength is still too weak. Su Ming smiled faintly and added, "You landed a punch on me. Now feel one of mine. This punch, it'll only use half my strength." With a swift punch, Jinbei's massive body was sent flying. Everyone had been thinking that Jinbei's punch might have worked, but upon seeing this scene, they felt Su Ming was an unbeatable super monster. On the other side, Crocodile, who was clashing with Don Quixote Doflamingo, incredulously questioned, Hey, is this for real? Seriously, who is this kid? Ha. Is that enough to scare you? This person is no mere kid. Not only did he defeat Whitebeard just now, but he also seemed to have healed Whitebeard with some strange power. Look at the other two sides, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock and Dracula Mihawk. They were both left in such a disarray by a single move. Doflamingo remarked. With a single punch, Jinbei was knocked down, and Su Ming was unaware that he had already been noted by Luffy. For Luffy had already considered Jinbei as a comrade, having shared hardships together. Under normal circumstances, he would have rushed to help Jinbei, but now he was spread too thin, with only one thought in his mind: to save Ace first, and then assist Jinbei. Su Ming did not pay attention to Luffy. At this moment, the mission progress was at 4-7, indicating that defeating a member stripped of the Warlord title was indeed useful. Otherwise, completing this mission would have been quite troublesome. Next, he only needed to take down the remaining 3 to obtain a skill upgrade card. Suddenly, Su Ming noticed 2 sharp gazes. Looking up, he found himself staring at Don Quixote Doflamingo and Crocodile. The two of them had already clashed, and now, due to his victories over Moria and Jinbei, they had paused their battle, both seriously scrutinizing him. Perfectly, their next targets were them. He would reap them, and then go to eliminate the pacifist Bartholomew Kuma. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Su Ming's smile was seen by Doflamingo, who immediately felt goosebumps all over. That smile in the past would not have bothered him, but now it seemed terrifying, like a devil's grin. That monster has noticed us. Doflamingo took a deep breath. A chill swept over him, and sensing the impending danger, he began to contemplate fleeing the area. But it was already too late. Their presence as warlords was too conspicuous. They could be spotted at a glance. A swish echoed. Su Ming unleashed unparalleled speed, moving in an instant to stand before the two. So fast, it was as if he was moving without moving at all. It truly felt like teleportation, leaving no trace behind. Both Doflamingo and Crocodile gasped in shock. After a brief silence, the old man Crocodile was the first to speak. "What are you trying to do?" As he finished speaking, he had barely assumed a defensive posture, seemingly ready for battle. But in that fleeting moment, Su Ming said nothing and launched his attack directly. With a casual flick of his finger, a golden beam shot out from his fingertip. Facing this instantaneous attack, Crocodile's pupils trembled violently. Even having activated his elementalization in time, he could not avoid severe injury, spitting blood as his body was hurled to the edge of the battlefield. Another undisputed one-hit kill. Even with elementalization, he could not evade Su Ming's attack. Seeing this, Su Ming felt quite satisfied. As Crocodile was defeated, mission progress advanced to 5-7, and Su Ming's gaze swiftly shifted to Doflamingo. Just a careless glance sent Doflamingo into a trembling fit, cold sweat pouring down, and he couldn't help but take half a step back. "It seems we have no grievances between us," Doflamingo asked, suppressing the fear in his heart, using what he thought was his kindest tone. Indeed, there are no grievances. I am simply doing something I need to do, and unfortunately, you have become one of the names on the list. With that, Su Ming had no desire to converse further. He raised his hand, and the attack was already unleashed. Even having foreseen Su Ming's attack, through observation, Haki Doflamingo had no chance to dodge due to the absolute disparity in power. He barely had time to think that Su Ming's target was the warlords, and in the next moment, accompanied by a violent roar in the air, Doflamingo was also taken down in a single strike. Only one more to go. After eliminating Doflamingo, the progress advanced to 6-7, and Su Ming's gaze turned to the right 100 meters away. Over there, the pacifist Kuma was already gathering energy, preparing to attack him. He must have guessed that he would face Su Ming next, and with no way to avoid it, he took the initiative. After being transformed into a pacifist, Kuma would not feel fear or dread. Su Ming was defined as a target for attack, hence, he was to be eliminated. One must say he was a pitiable person willingly undergoing Dr. Vegapunk's transformation, becoming this grotesque form. At this moment, Kuma had maximized the power of his pawpaw fruit, compressing his strength over a wide area, transforming it into an invisible paw that charged towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming, intrigued, looked at the giant paw, raised his right hand, and unleashed a beam of light from his fingertip, which not only shattered the massive paw's impact, but also directly struck Bartholomew Kuma. With a thunderous boom, the beam exploded, fiery light shooting into the sky, and in Su Ming's mind the system's prompt echoed. Ding! The host has completed the hidden mission. Defeat the warlord members. Progress 7-7. Mission completed. Reward received. At the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku's face was as dark as ink, looking exceptionally grim. Su Ming's appearance not only defeated the warlords, but also completely disrupted the original plan, dampening the Navy's morale and putting the entire situation into a passive state. In such circumstances, despite having many Navy soldiers still fighting against the pirates, Sengoku no longer hesitated and immediately ordered the activation of the barricade, commanding all Navy personnel to retreat behind the walls. At his command, the Navy subordinates controlling the barricade activated the device, and in a short time, towering barricades dozens of meters high rose from the coast, completely cutting off the pirates' path. Most critically, cannons emitting cold light were aimed at all the pirates. This was an intent to eradicate everyone, leaving no future troubles. Akainu, it's time to strike. With Sengoku's renewed order, Akainu finally moved. Rising from his position as one of the three admirals, he stepped forward, activating the powers of the magma fruit, his hands flowing like molten lava. This should have been done long ago. Meteor volcano. With a thunderous shout, a terrifying magma attack erupted from Akainu's hands, soaring into the sky, thick volcanic clouds forming in the atmosphere, accompanied by countless magma fists raining down. This wide-range attack shattered and melted the ice surface, even causing the seawater to boil. Countless pirates struck down on the spot, and even for those who survived, some would find themselves unable to save themselves due to consuming the devil fruit, perishing in the sea. This was originally the Navy's plan, only now it was executed ahead of schedule. All the pirates displayed expressions of fear, realizing that a single move from the admiral had reversed the previously favorable situation. Standing on the ice surface, Su Ming approached the massive barricade step by step until the magma fist from the meteor volcano struck towards his position. Indeed, quite spectacular, though the power is rather unremarkable. Unfazed, Su Ming simply condensed a layer of chi on his arm and then waved it. With continuous explosions, the countless magma fists from the meteor volcano erupted. This scene once again shocked countless onlookers. Not only the Navy, but also the pirates were astonished. It seemed they had found a lifeline and began to approach Su Ming's position. At this moment, survival was of utmost importance. No matter how afraid they were of Su Ming, they had to take this path. At least Su Ming had been combating the Navy forces opposed to the pirates from the very beginning. The warlords are pirates, but answer to the Navy. Let me see if the so-called Marine Admiral can withstand my energy blast with just 10% of my power, Su Ming said, tightening his grip with his right hand. Breath converged in the palm of his hand, forming a golden energy sphere rapidly. Having locked onto the direction and target, Su Ming tossed the golden energy sphere, which shot forward violently, piercing through the incredibly thick surrounding wall and heading straight for Akainu. A deadly sense of crisis engulfed Akainu. His expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly activated his elemental transformation to evade the attack. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out. In an instant, the area where Akainu stood was engulfed by the explosion, the terrifying force sending countless Marines flying, causing the entire Marine fort to tremble momentarily. Su Ming glanced at the system interface, displaying the progress of defeating the three Marine admirals, which had changed to 1-3, shaking his head with slight boredom. There was no doubt that the Marine Admiral Akainu had been instantly killed by him. At the center of the explosion, as the flames and smoke gradually cleared, Akainu lay in a deep pit, half paralyzed. His life hanging by a thread on the brink of death. Had he not timely used elemental transformation at the critical moment to evade a portion of the damage, he would have likely been obliterated by Su Ming's attack. The defeat of Akainu, one of the 3 Marine admirals, dealt an overwhelmingly heavy blow to the Marine's morale. This situation intensified the fear felt by Sengoku, the Marine admiral. Su Ming was a being so powerful that it defied common understanding. Kizaru Akiji, what are you doing? This is not the time for you to be spectators. Act now. Sengoku quickly issued orders to Kizaru and Akiji through the transponder snail. Hearing the command, Kizaru and Akiji's expressions changed. They knew they could no longer afford to slack off. This was about the Marine's reputation. If Akainu could handle it, they wouldn't need to act. Now that Akainu was on the brink of death from a single blow, if they did not intervene, the entire Marine would likely be completely overturned. Despite their unease, they were admirals, the face of the Marine. Kizaru was the first to strike, activating the Pika Pika Nomi, his hand shining with golden light, transforming into the Amatsukaze sword, and in the next second, he turned into a beam of golden light rushing towards Su Ming. Wielding the Amatsukaze sword, Kizaru launched a series of attacks on Su Ming, moving at an astonishing speed. The frequency of the attacks was indeed extremely fast, like beams of light slashing towards Su Ming. Having witnessed Su Ming's terrifying power firsthand, Kizaru dared not hold back, otherwise his fate would surely be no better than Akainus. Yet despite this, such attacks were nothing to Su Ming. What an absolute monster! Where on earth did he come from? Kizaru cursed inwardly. A monster like this was simply unbeatable. His light slashes should have hit every time, but could not even pierce the opponent's skin or shake him in the slightest. Is this the extent of a Marine admiral's attack? It's indeed a bit disappointing. As his words fell, Su Ming accurately locked onto Kizaru's aura, his left hand transforming into a fist and unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Kizaru's face turned pale as he felt like he was being watched by a demon. It seemed that no matter how he moved, he would be hit. Activating his elemental transformation ability, Kizaru had the same idea as Akainu, using this move to dodge Su Ming's attack. However, like Akainu, Kizaru failed to realize the key point. Su Ming's Kai-based attack could ignore elemental defenses. Boom! With a single punch, the space erupted. Hit by the blow, Kizaru flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing violently into a surrounding wall, which shattered upon impact. Ice gloves. At that moment, Aokiji, who had been observing from the shadows, thought he had caught Su Ming's flaw and unleashed his full power to attack Su Ming. Akiji transformed his right hand with ice enveloped in a formidable layer of haki, sprinting at full speed towards Su Ming, delivering a powerful strike. Su Ming had long since detected him and nonchalantly raised his hand to block. Akiji's all-out attack was easily neutralized by Su Ming. Even his lethal strike had no effect. Akiji's eyes trembled slightly. The perfect fusion of the Hi no Mi and haki, his hidden ultimate move, could not even disturb this man in the slightest. The gap was absurdly large. They were like ants before him, all their power rendered useless. Indeed, a decent attack, and you grasped the opportunity well, but it's a pity your power is too weak. Su Ming grinned, instantly vanishing from his spot. In that moment, Akiji's Kenbunchika haki sensed the impending crisis and activated his elemental transformation ability, but it was a step too late. An unparalleled force engulfed Akiji entirely as Su Ming appeared behind him, casually delivering a chop that sent him flying. Elemental transformation ignores close-range attacks, but with chi enveloping his hands, it could directly touch the body. The 3 Marine admirals, all defeated. It took only a short 2 to 3 minutes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Defeat the 3 Marine admirals Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, Akiji Kazan. Quest complete. Reward: 3-color haki. Observation: haki armament. Haki Conqueror's haki has been stored in the system's storage space and can be used at any time by the host. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Su Ming eagerly opened the storage space, locating the 3-color haki. Use. In an instant, Su Ming felt changes in his body, and methods for using the 3-color haki appeared in his mind, along with proficiency granted by the system. Looking down at his hands, fists tightly clenched with a thought, a layer of metal-like black substance enveloped his arms, greatly enhancing his defense and attack power. So that's how it is. Utilizing the energy of chi to enhance armament haki does indeed greatly increase my strength. Feeling the boost from armament haki, Su Ming's lips curled upward. Although his combat power hadn't increased, his practical combat ability had indeed improved. It could be said that the strength of haki depends on the user's own strength. The stronger he became, the greater the intensity of armament haki he could unleash, and of course, there was also the gap in realms. Then there was observation haki, which could greatly enhance his 5 senses. Combined with heightened aura perception, he could even momentarily glimpse into future scenarios. Such a technique could determine victory or defeat in a life-and-death battle of equal strength. As for the remaining Conqueror's Haki, its specific effects still needed to be tested. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as a flash of red light flickered in his pupils. In an instant, boom, a terrifying momentum, devastating and apocalyptic, rapidly expanded from Su Ming's center. The entire Marineford was enveloped by this exaggerated absolute pressure, overwhelming everyone's body and mind with extreme impact. Not only ordinary people, but even those powerful beings at the pinnacle of this world nearly lost their capacity for thought. Moreover, the destruction caused by the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki was terrifying. The surrounding walls, towering dozens of meters high, shattered completely under Su Ming's Conqueror's Haki. At this moment it felt as if the entire Marineford was about to be torn apart. This was merely the first casual display of Su Ming's Conqueror's impact. This is the power of Conqueror's Haki. Although it is far less direct than an explosion of chi, its intimidation effect is indeed immense, and the destruction caused by the pressure is not small. If combined with an explosive burst of chi, its power could increase several times. After carefully feeling it for a moment, Su Ming commented. Of course, this was something only he heard. If others had heard it, they would likely be stunned. At this moment, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence with not a sound to be heard. The number of those who could maintain their clarity was scant. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock was pale, gasping for breath, desperately trying to calm her emotions. The Conqueror's Haki released by Su Ming deeply impacted her body and soul, causing her to lose all disordered thoughts. Her body, which had just started to recover, now felt even weaker, unable to muster any strength. What a terrifying Conqueror's Haki! Moreover, this Conqueror's Haki was completely different from her own. He is also one of the born kings. No, he is on a higher level. Hancock suppressed her restless heart, and after a long moment of gasping, suddenly thought of something and took out the broken sea prism stone key from her bodice. She had promised Luffy before to assist him in saving Ace. This key had been kept with her all along, waiting for an opportune moment to hand it over to Luffy. But now the sea prism stone key had already shattered. The destruction of the key left Hancock in turmoil. She should be angry because it was very important to Luffy. However, Su Ming's appearance disrupted everything. For a brief moment, Hancock felt an absurd sensation, as if she were being forcibly controlled. At this moment, the entire Whitebeard pirates, aside from Whitebeard himself, had only a few division captains remaining conscious. The Conqueror's Haki displayed by Su Ming was too terrifying. Whitebeard at the front of the Moby Dick was drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time in his life he had felt such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Even Roger could not compare to Su Ming. From another world, yet he grasped the powers of our world so quickly. What kind of being is he? Could he really be a god? Whitebeard murmured inwardly, looking into the distance, feeling increasingly worried about Ace's safety. With an existence like Su Ming, whose actions were unpredictable, Whitebeard could not fathom his intentions. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. He was more concerned that Sengoku might take action against Ace because of the chaos caused by Su Ming. After all, at this moment, everything happening at the Marine headquarters was being broadcast live. On the execution platform, Marine Admiral Sengoku was shaken to his core by the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Su Ming. After serving as Marine Admiral for so many years, this was the first time he felt a Conqueror's Haki comparable to hell. Among the four emperors, the one who had cultivated Conqueror's Haki to an extremely high level, red-haired Shanks, could not possibly reach this level. That guy is coming. Could it be that his target is Ace? Carp's mind quickly returned to the present as he saw Su Ming approaching the execution platform, entering a state of battle. If this guy wasn't coming for Ace, he wouldn't have helped out Whitebeard. The 7 warlords were crushed, the 3 admirals were defeated in seconds, and the remaining rear admirals were utterly useless. Carp knew he had to step in. Even if he might lose, he had to do something. If he fell, they would have to rely on Sengoku. After struggling internally for a long time, Carp gritted his teeth, leaped, and left the execution platform. In midair, he unleashed his full Haki, showcasing his entire strength. Carp! Sengoku shouted in a suppressed tone upon seeing Carp's actions. He knew well the strength of this old friend, but he also understood that Carp could not stop Su Ming. It was akin to seeking death. This being was simply beyond their comprehension. Ace, kneeling nearby, was filled with turmoil. He wanted to speak, but in his current identity, what right did he have? On the edge of the coast, Su Ming finally arrived at the shore after testing his Conqueror's Haki. All the Marines retreated, not daring to come near. Until Carp erupted, causing a stir. Oh! Su Ming noticed Carp in midair and slightly perked up. After all, Carp was a legendary figure in the pirate world. At this moment, Carp unleashed his armed Haki, completely enveloping his body, and faced Su Ming, showcasing power that transcended limits. Without the enhancement of Conqueror's Haki, just relying on the pressure of armed Haki was enough to make the surrounding environment oppressive. The dignity of the Navy cannot be trampled upon. I do not know who you are, but since you have chosen to attack and oppose the entire Navy, then, as a former hero, I cannot stand idly by. Karp's right fist glimmered with dazzling light as he summoned all his strength and dove towards Su Ming. This was his proud finishing move, the fist shock. This kind of momentum, this kind of pressure had surpassed the strength of the previous 3 admirals. Not to mention ordinary people, even those with a certain level of power would be intimidated. In Su Ming's eyes, Karp's punch could shatter the Marine headquarters, and even Whitebeard, who possessed the tremor fruit, would find it challenging to face. Of course, for Su Ming it could only be considered a decent punch. His right hand clenched tightly, chi converging in his fist, and he suddenly unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The ultimate punch pressure unleashed a force that crushed everything, not only blocking Karp's punch, but also overshadowing Karp's momentum. Blood spurted from Karp's mouth. He was sent flying backward in an instant, blasted out of Marineford, sliding for 2 to 3 miles before crashing into the sea. Karp! Sengoku shouted loudly upon witnessing this scene. Even Karp was defeated in one blow, leaving Sengoku with no hope of victory. It was simply impossible to win. At this moment, Sengoku recalled the look Whitebeard had given him earlier. So you remained immobile from start to finish because of this person? Damn it. Why at this point do you still have such fortune? Whitebeard. Sengoku gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Having acquired all the battle experiences of Sun Wukong, Su Ming finally understood what it meant to be a frog in a well. Indeed, he is quite formidable at this level of strength now, but compared to the countless battles Sun Wukong has endured, he falls significantly short. Up until 7 years ago during the encounter with Shala. In the face of Teach, Whitebeard chose to confront him alone. Even when faced with not just Teach, but also the members of the pirate crew he had gathered, Whitebeard showed no signs of fear. In his eyes, this group of youngsters combined was not enough to withstand even a single blow from him. Facing the vigorous and spirited Whitebeard, the top war ended in a disastrous defeat for the Navy. The world government has been obliterated, and any further actions are now futile, especially when facing super beings from a higher level world. Just as they stated, if they wished, they could easily manipulate things at will. With Sun Wukong, Su Ming arrived at the food plaza not far from the school. After inquiring about Sun Wukong's opinion, Su Ming decided to take him to try some barbecue. Speaking of which, Su Ming also felt a sense of nostalgia. Although the food was quite good after crossing into the pirate world, nothing could compare to the flavors of the modern society in the Dragon Ball world. Just as the students were making a commotion, an elderly teacher with a head of white hair walked in. He merely coughed softly, and the chaotic order instantly returned to silence, with everyone daring not to utter another sound. Not for any other reason, but because this teacher held a prestigious position not only within the school, but also ranked among the very best in the academic world. The Tenfold Wushang Realm King Fist and the Tenfold Realm King Fist. The final battle between Su Ming and Sun Wukong has begun. Both transformed into 2 streaks of crimson light soaring through the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye, weaving and colliding. The duel between their bodies a contest of speed and strength, and the battle. After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, Su Ming stood in his courtyard for a long while, gazing into the distance, before finally employing the sky dance technique to fly towards the other side of Satan City. Of course, Su Ming also utilized the transformation technique. After all, he did not possess a complete disguise like Sun Wukong to conceal his identity. Time passed second by second, and after the school bell rang, Su Ming did not wait for Deali. Instead, Sun Wukong came to bid him farewell immediately after school, and the two chatted for quite a while. It is worth mentioning that although the time was brief, Sun Wukong's trust and fondness for him were on the rise. Emerging from the training room, Su Ming had already mastered his strength and aura, ensuring that there would be no significant fluctuations. After all, he had only faced 2 difficult challenges and tested his actual prowess in battle against Vegeta. Upon returning to the living room, Bidalai had already become familiar with Anna and the others, engaging in conversation. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. After guiding by Deali on how to sense chi and assisting her in channeling it, Su Ming also began his meditation and cultivation. The foundational teachings had been completed, by Deali needed to practice and master them on her own rather than. Regaining his composure, Su Ming decided not to use the beginner's strength enhancement card. Even with an increase of 1,000 points in strength, it held no allure for him. It was better to save it for unforeseen circumstances. After waiting for a while longer and confirming that the system notification sound would not ring again in the near future, Su Ming settled down. Upon returning from the challenge space, Su Ming immediately opened his spatial backpack. Fortunately, the spiritual tree fruits were all intact, without any mishaps. He carefully placed the spiritual tree fruits on the ground, counting them one by one. Without considering their size, there were a total of 55. This was after Su Ming had disregarded those that were not yet ripe. After chatting with Sun Wukong for a long time, Su Ming took the initiative to invite him to stay for dinner at his home. Initially, Sun Wukong refused, but Su Ming's persistent persuasion made him stay. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming engaged in deeper communication with him, seeking to understand his life circumstances and to explore further. Regaining his composure, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. For Su Ming, Sun Wukong now felt not only the respect he had before, but also a profound sense of gratitude. If it weren't for Su Ming, he would never have been able to learn so much information ahead of time. Thank you, Teacher Su, for your willingness to. Having acquired all the battle experiences of Sun Wukong, Su Ming finally understood what it meant to be a frog in a well. Indeed, he is quite formidable at this level of strength now, but compared to the countless battles Sun Wukong has endured, he falls significantly short. Up until 7 years ago during the encounter with Shala. This battle is about to come to an end. Locking onto the position of Sun Wukong, Su Ming clasped his hands together at his waist, rapidly channeling energy. In just a few seconds, the Kamehameha had been completed with powerful energy stirring ripples in the fabric of space. Come in. Su Ming called out to the person outside the room without getting up. His keen sense of breath revealed it was Anna. He held a greater level of trust in her, especially since she had been permitted to enter the training room the night before. Young master, some people have arrived outside the manor, and they have already. Closing the estate's gate, Su Ming led Anna and the others towards the villa. Su Ming paid no further attention to the situation outside. After all, Satan would handle it well. It was merely a matter of time, considering that group would take at least half an hour to awaken. They were all ordinary people. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. On April 4, 774 of the AG era, a Sunday, after the span of 3 days, Su Ming could be said to have changed remarkably each day. From the battle power of nearly 5 million points 3 days ago, it has now reached 25 million points. Underworld, King of the Great Realm Star. After completing today's daily cultivation, Sun Wukong playfully approached the Northern Realm King once again. Lord Realm King, have you received any news from Lord Yanmo regarding my previous request to return to the human world for a day? Sun Wukong eagerly asked the Northern Realm King. Having acquired all the battle experiences of Sun Wukong, Su Ming finally understood what it meant to be a frog in a well. Indeed, he is quite formidable at this level of strength now, but compared to the countless battles Sun Wukong has endured, he falls significantly short. Up until 7 years ago during the encounter with Shala. This battle is about to come to an end. Locking onto the position of Sun Wukong, Su Ming clasped his hands together at his waist, rapidly channeling energy. In just a few seconds, the Kamehameha had been completed with powerful energy stirring ripples in the fabric of space. In the training room, Su Ming materialized out of thin air, one hand grasping a blue coat, while the other held a box of universal capsules. He was just a step away. Fortunately, he managed to bring them out. However, it was still uncertain whether the time machine was contained within this box of universal capsules. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming swiftly rumbled. Within his body, it felt as if a cosmic explosion had occurred, and in an instant Su Ming underwent a complete transformation. His combat power exceeded 100 million, reaching beyond 500 million. This sudden surge was unimaginable for Su Ming, whose original strength was only in the tens of millions. Rumble. Within his body, it felt as if a cosmic explosion had occurred, and in an instant Su Ming underwent a complete transformation. His combat power exceeded 100 million, reaching beyond 500 million. This sudden surge was unimaginable for Su Ming, whose original strength was only in the tens of millions.